Chapter 1174. The cups on the table were filled with water, and the thermos was empty. Yang Yunting saw that no one wanted to drink, so he didn't force them. He stood beside the table and continued, Gong Shuha, this person? Wait a minute, who is your junior? Xiao Hai asked. Yes. Let's talk about your junior first. He's too outrageous. He dared to leak the country's military secrets. Let's capture him first. Xiao Bei reacted. Yang Yunting was stunned and quickly explained, my junior didn't say the exact steps. He only said that the oil used by the tractors in the capital was evaporated from oil. There are different kinds of oil, and they were taken according to the temperature of the evaporation. After I found out, I figured everything out myself. How could my junior be considered a leak? Hey, nonsense. He didn't tell you what the oil was evaporated from. How can you make gasoline just by looking at the oil? Someone, go and tell my brother and sister. When my brother and sister come, I'll tell you about the leak. Let's talk about another thing. When I first heard people talk about you, I thought you were a good person. Xiao Bei didn't want to agree with Yang Yunting. In the room, Yang Danzi was the most nervous. Everyone was fine before. How did the target become his father? Yang Yunting smiled and glanced at the table. Drink water, drink water. After everyone ignored him, he continued to stand there. Everyone else was standing there. He rubbed his hands together and said awkwardly, what my junior said is very important, but I can guarantee that I didn't tell anyone. I did the experiment under the guise of distilling wine. Wait until my brother and sister come. Xiao Bei continued to ignore him. Okay, let's talk about Gong Shuha. When I became a high scholar, I wanted to continue taking the exam. I failed twice, so I went to Hunan province to become a village official. The taste of yellow wine in the village was very strong. Every time an official heard about it, he would send someone to ask for it. 6 years ago, the county official's brother got married and ordered the village to buy wine. Because there wasn't enough, my position as a village official was removed. Yang Yunting said and drank a cup of water. This time, Xiao Bei did not rush him. Instead, he said, tell me the county where the registrar is located. Yang Yunting's eyes revealed a trace of excitement as he continued. Yes, I couldn't become the village chief, so I came out with him and his mother. I didn't dare to stay around. Even if I wasn't targeted by the registrar, I still felt embarrassed. Together with the parents and siblings on both sides, the whole family got on the boat. I heard that the more north you go, the more money you will get to teach in school. I am also a Juran, so I should get more money. Going north, far from Hunan province, we followed the boat all the way to Feng-en. Now Yang Danner's grandfather and grandfather are also in Feng-en, so our family came to Jiuyuan County. 4 years ago, my younger brother, as a technician, tested the power of the third-generation steam engine ship against the current. As a result, when we arrived at Feng-en, the ship broke down. To be precise, the power room of the ship broke down. We had to let the tracker drag the ship to the dock for maintenance. Then, you coincidentally saw your junior brother and came into contact with him. You found out more about him and couldn't help but come up with some wicked ideas. Using the excuse of serving the army, you lowered your status and ran into the army's logistics department to do some dirty things, right? Xiao Bei helped to explain. My father didn't do bad things. Yang Danner retorted with a stiff neck. Xiao Yuan touched Xiao Bei's arm, and Xiao Bei smiled embarrassedly. I used to tell stories to Panner and others. When she smiled, the atmosphere in the room was much better, and the nervous children breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yunting rubbed his son's head and said, it wasn't a coincidence. My younger brother knew that I was in Feng-en, so after he stopped the ship, he deliberately came to find me. At that time, I was installing a hydroelectric generator on the Xueqi of a rich family that had just moved in. I wanted to make Xueqi's night as bright as day. It was only later that I found out that he wasn't a rich person, but rather someone sent by the imperial court to examine the operation of various things under different climates. At the same time, he was to discover the local craftsman. When my younger brother came, he got in touch with that rich person and then taught me the blueprints of the steam engine. I studied it for 3 days and found the problem. I also fixed the ship's power source. After that, my younger brother advised me to enter the Ministry of Works, saying that there was a place in the Ministry of Works that was full of skilled people. The salary was also high, to the point that I was scared after hearing it. But I thought that if I followed him, I would have to learn a lot of skills from scratch. Others would look down on me and think that I was riding on my younger brother's coattails. I was a Jurin, and my relatives on both sides followed me. I couldn't take them there to be laughed at. At that time, I thought in my heart that if I didn't get something out of hand, I would never enter the Ministry of Works. My younger brother also supported me. He said that I used to be the most capable and smart, so he sent me learning materials. I studied for a year. I found that I didn't have anything on hand, and it was too expensive to buy. What should I do? Go to the logistics department of the army. There are a lot of things there, but the money is a little less. Xiaobei followed the words. Yang Yunting clapped his hands as if he had met a confidant. Yes, I thought about it for 2 days before I thought of it. You are still the best. It's just as well, Xiaobei said shyly. I thought about it for 2 days. I handed in my household registration and told my identity. I entered the army of Jiuyuan County and became a logistics craftsman. I found 2 things. There were things, but I couldn't use them casually. The second was Gong Xueqi, who was clearly a villain. I began to think about him again. After half a month, I finally figured it out. A villain is good. A villain pursues profit. If he wants 1 point, I will give him 2 points, as long as I have enough materials to use. I had an idea. I didn't have money, so I couldn't give it to him. But he was also an official. An official needs political achievements. I began to design ideas for the places he was in charge of to get political achievements. I think you have seen it all the way. I didn't tell him directly. I said that a villain like him would not only not be grateful to me, but would also retaliate against me, thinking that he was not as good as me. I can make wine. It's cold in the north. I propose to use barley to make wine to keep everyone warm when it's cold. Gong Shu he liked to look for me. He asked me to make good wine for him. I drank with him. After drinking for a while, I got drunk. I kept talking about all kinds of ways to build the camp. He even said that if I showed the methods to the higher-ranking officials, I would be rewarded and put in an important position by the court. He also said that even if I was afraid of being targeted by the imperial court, I could still sell it to the officers of the other military camps. If I could get a sum of money, it would be a sum of money. Plus, with the logistics and trading with the commoners, it would be another sum of money. Speaking of this, Yang Yunting stopped and looked at Xiaobei and others without saying anything. The 9 children nodded almost at the same time. Dad, when can we go to the capital? Didn't you say that we can go to the Ministry of Works? Yang Danzi's IQ was obviously not as good as Xiaobei's, and he asked expectantly. Soon, soon. Yang Yunting repeated and sighed again. If that's the case, your stepping stone is the lathe map. You, who are always bullied in the eyes of others, are actually plotting against Gong Shuha. When he thinks that he's getting benefits and earning money, you can act according to your thoughts without worry, and he's covering for you. In fact, I feel that you can be an official now. If you meet a registrar who wants wine, you can definitely scheme against him to death. Many times, you don't need to use a knife to kill people. After Xiaobei finished speaking, he suddenly felt that this matter was not fun at all. One was a soldier who was being schemed against, while the other was a high school graduate who wanted to break through the shackles of his craftsmanship and improve it. The teacher, who had a strong learning ability, designed one plan after another that had a huge positive effect on military logistics on the road to higher levels of industrial technology. This kind of thinking, which many higher-ranked officers yearned for but could not reach, was actually a disguise thrown out by him in the process of protecting his research. How could the logistics officers who were thinking of the barracks endure this? Geniuses are all crazy. Should I thank Gong Shuhe for giving Yang Yunting time to research technology, or should I blame Gong Shuhe for bullying his subordinates? Should I praise Yang Yunting's spirit of research over the years, or should I punish him for framing others? Xiaobei lowered his head and muttered. Yang Yunting stood there and did not make a sound. He waited for the group of children in front of him to judge him. Chapter 1175. For a moment, other than the sound of panting, there was no other sound in the room. Yang Yunting's eyelids kept blinking. Even if his body did not show any signs of trembling, it could not hide his panic. Life and death, honor and disgrace were all in the hands of the 9 children. The local children were frightened. They kept looking at Xiaobei and the others. Yang Danzi came to his father's side. He grabbed the corner of his father's clothes with both hands and pursed his lips. Xiao Bei's face was so worried that it looked like a flower. The other 8 people also had different expressions. Some were looking at the roof, some were looking at the ground, and some were looking around. Zhang Hu and the other guards who followed in were expressionless and motionless. It seemed that other people's matters had nothing to do with them. "Let's have a short meeting," Xiao Hai said at the crucial moment. The other children nodded. "Wait, we'll go out and discuss. We'll be back in a while." Before they went out, Xiao Bei said something to Yang Yunting that seemed to be reminding and warning him. The Tang patrol officials gathered outside the door and whispered for a full 15 minutes. Then they came back with heavy faces. Xiao Bei, the special spokesperson, said, "Yang Yunting, we have made a decision about your matter." Hearing this, Yang Yunting tried to make himself look as calm as possible. He squeezed out an out-of-shape smile. The way the muscles on his face kept moving made him look like he was crying. "We've decided to leave the matter of you and Gong Shu to your brother and sister to decide." Xiao Bei's tender and clear voice sounded again. Why? Yang Yunting squeezed out a sentence from his throat. "It's because your matters are too complicated. We're too young and haven't learned much, so we're stumped. Face is important to us, but justice is even more important. Who asked us to be patrol inspectors? This time, many people are going to be unlucky, especially the few patrol inspectors who patrol the various armies. The imperial court gave them a lot of benefits, not just for show." Xiao Bei looked very unhappy. Perhaps it was because she, who thought of herself as an adult, finally realized that they could not handle everything. Yang Yunting sighed and did not speak again. He nodded to show that he accepted his fate. However, his son, Yang Danzi, gathered his courage and asked Xiao Bei, "My father did something wrong." "What about your father?" "Your father is the Minister of Works. Would he be fine if someone leaked the information?" "Whether my father is fine or not has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to absolve my father and say that it's the responsibility of the people in the Ministry of Works. My father doesn't know. I'm just saying that I'll let whoever makes my father uncomfortable know what it means to be uncomfortable. Because I know that my father is the best. He is good to his family, good to his subordinates, good to his colleagues, good to his work, and loyal to the great Tang. My father is a true gentleman, at least more so than my brother, even though my brother always says that he is a true gentleman." Then he turned to the local children and said, "Come with us. We'll treat you to dinner." "I'm not going. I want to accompany my father." Yang Danzi clearly didn't think that food was more important than family, even if he could eat the food personally cooked by Zhang Xiaobao. Yang Yunting patted his son's head in relief. "Go, you can speak for your father when you go." "All right." Yang Danzi rolled his eyes and agreed. When Xiao Bei and the others returned to the restaurant, Zhang Xiaobao had already prepared the food. He had received the news in advance that his younger brother and sister wanted to invite others to dinner and had some troublesome matters to deal with. There was a table that was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter tall. There were no less than 16 dishes on it. They were all placed on large plates, but there were no stools. It seemed that they were planning to let the children eat as they pleased in a buffet style. Zhang. Xiao Bao, my father didn't betray the great Tang. As soon as the banquet started, Yang Danzi grabbed the hem of his clothes with both hands and looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked serious and nodded firmly. "I already know. Don't worry, your father won't be worse than before." "Will he be executed?" Yang Danzi was still nervous. "Why are you so stupid? I already said that you'll be better than before. How can you live after you die? You're much more stupid than your sister." "Eat," the little boy said happily to Yang Danzi. "Do you want to be beaten? Afraid of you? If you have the guts, let's fight on horseback." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not accompany the children to eat, leaving enough space for the children to play. The two sat opposite each other and cooked hot pot, the copper hot pot with a chimney, burning charcoal. With pickled cabbage, fatty meat slices as the base, and some small crabs and shrimps, there are noodles, blood sausage, frozen tofu in the plate, only cabbage, and the rest are all fresh mutton slices. The wine pot is boiling with white wine, and the dipping sauce is simple chives and garlic sauce. There is no fermented bean curd. The main thing is that fermented bean curd and pickled cabbage are more enjoyable than eating raw seafood. The smell is unbearable for the two. "Eat," I didn't expect to find talents in the Jiao Yuan. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat and swung it back and forth in the pot, saying happily, "It's the inspector's dereliction of duty." It's estimated that they thought that the local army would not have any major problems, so they dared to deal with it. Unlike the personnel of the inspection administrative officials, the local officials always have such an excuse to reach out. My opinion is to assign the inspection personnel. Wang Wan did not move her chopsticks, and her eyes looked at the fire coming out of the hot pot chimney. Zhang Xiaobao simply threw half a plate of meat into the hot pot, boiled it like a stew, picked up the wine pot and tested the temperature. When it was hot, he poured a cup for Wang Wan and himself, and held the wine cup and drank the 3 coins of wine in it. Then he took a deep breath, smacked his lips twice and said, "Good wine, worthy of Wuliangye." Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. "You can pull it down, the wine is indeed distilled from 5 kinds of grains, and it has been stored for several years, but what does it have to do with the Wuliangye you said? The quality and taste of Wuliangye depends on the wine mud when it is stored in the cellar, okay? Is there such a thing? I really don't know, I just think that all the wines that have been in the cellar for a long time are good to drink. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many famous wines in the world. Every kind of famous wine is related to the cellar age. If there is no wine that belongs to its own history, no matter how good the taste is, it won't be praised. For example, old vinegar, black tea, ambergris, and even a lot of wood used to make violins. Of course, those with short shelf life don't count. Look at the United States, they never take the initiative to mention their own history. Why? Isn't it because their history is short and they don't have a heritage? They are a colonial country, and the local people have a history, but it will not be recognized by the colonial descendants as their own history. This wine the people at that time drank was basically blended, and blended to have a unique taste. Unfortunately, no matter how blended, it can only deceive people who don't understand wine. People like me, they can't be deceived. Zhang Xiaobao held the wine cup, and his eyes were deep, following the rotation of the wine cup. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. "Okay, don't be a melancholy bard there. That is not a glass cup for drinking wine. It is porcelain. When you talk about wine, are you looking at the wine cup or the cup? I know you have good taste and experience so you can taste the quality of the wine." "Wrong, I look at the wine cup to tell others that I don't know how to drink, so I never order wine of many years. Every time I drink, I tell the waiter to give me the worst blended wine. That way they can't deceive me, and I only pay for the worst wine. They must be stupid, right? I am stupid. They actually mixed ordinary white wine into my orange juice and called it a cocktail. In the end, I paid for the whole cup of wine. Is orange juice and wine the same price? Now we are talking about how to deal with this matter, and it has nothing to do with wine. I was led astray by you." Wang Wan finally reacted. Zhang Xiaobao put down the wine cup, pondered for a moment and said, "You didn't. There are many legends about the origin of the name of the cocktail, but I think they are all incorrect. The biggest characteristic of this wine is that it has different flavors and distinct levels. In order to show this, the color of the wine is very rich, just like the gall chicken. The color of the body is divided into different levels, from head to tail, so it is called this name. The translated chicken is not the head, but the head. The color of the wine is the same as the color of the gall chicken. Some people just drink at random and don't try to taste every kind of wine that is blended in. Some people specifically point out every kind of wine that is added in to show their purity and knowledge. What about you? Which one do you choose?" Wang Wan was led astray again. "I choose the one with relatively less orange juice. Otherwise, it is not worth spending the money to buy juice. But many young people choose to drink casually, and many people who feel that they have status specifically taste it. What I admire most is the old people drinking this wine. After drinking a mouthful of wine, the smile on their face is more complex and chaotic than the cocktail." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he poured himself another cup. Wang Wan pretended to be enlightened and nodded, then asked, "Is it related to what I just said about how to deal with this matter?" "Yes, the reason why the old people are better at tasting wine is because they have experienced too many years. Time is actually a cocktail. When too much time has passed, we realize that there is no need to distinguish the taste of each age. Life is full of ups and downs. Without color, what is the point of living? So since Yang Fei made things complicated for simple purposes, we will agree with him, and then deal with him according to his thoughts. Let him slowly understand the complexity of the simple punishment. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and drank all the wine in the cup. Wang Wan reached out to stop Zhang Xiaobao before he touched the wine pot and said, "You don't need to drink to drown your sorrows in other people's matters, right? You still haven't said how to deal with him, for example." For example, in the past, he was afraid that he didn't have the ability. In fact, he didn't want to be inferior to others, at least not inferior to his junior brother. We arranged for him to do chores under his junior brother, clean the laboratory equipment, and hand tools and experimental materials to other researchers. Eat. Don't let me eat alone. Zhang Xiaobao reached out with his chopsticks and scooped up a lot of meat and put it on the plate in front of Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and lowered her head to eat the meat. She threw the small crabs that were accidentally brought up back into the pot and drank a cup of wine. She said, "Wu Yangye is really good, but don't you think that if we deal with it according to what you said, we will be burying a talent?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer immediately. He continued to put a lot of food into the pot and covered it with a lid that had a hole in the middle that could fit the chimney. He listened for a while before saying, "It's not burying." Wang Wan blinked and waited for him to continue. Yang Yunting may think that he has learned very well. A person who designed a lathe through self-study, in my opinion, he is still far from it. I don't think that he is very good at learning to this extent in 4 years. Maybe he is proud, but can he be more proud than you and me? From now on, if I don't do other tiring things, I will be like him. In 2 years, I can make a better lathe than him. Who can go to the Ministry of Works Research Department isn't a genius. If I really let him be an important researcher, how long will he have to delay that project? Letting him do chores is a simple order. Learning while doing chores is complicated. I let him see the abilities of others, let him understand the profoundness of the industry as a whole, and let him understand that one person is not as good as a team with good teamwork. Didn't we just see the blueprint that he designed? The lathe is really good. He thinks that he is qualified to enter the Ministry of Works with that blueprint. I think he thinks that he can be above others, but that is because his junior kept secretly showing him the blueprint of the Ministry of Works lathe. His results are based on other people's hard work. If we don't train him, the Ministry of Works won't be able to control him in the future. I can't bear to kill him, right? After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wine cup in silence. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao fill the wine cup. "Yes, you are right. Just like you, when we caught you, we wouldn't kill you. We would let you hand over your property first, then train you and let you receive ideological education." Yang Fei arranged this. "What about Gong Shuhe? Him? Haha, bring him along. I have a better place to settle him. To be honest, I prefer to deal with Gong Shuhe slowly." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly became happy, like a child who had found a new toy. Chapter 1176. The moon has set once again, and the sun has risen once again. Zhang Xiaobao and his party, who did not intend to stay in Jiuyuan County, set off. Yang Fei and Yang Yunting were finally arranged to work in the Ministry of Works as they wished. The difference was that it was different from the kind of work he imagined. It was not a researcher, nor a specific person in charge of a project, but a handyman. Before the team boarded the ship, Yang Fei chased after them and dared to ask Zhang Xiaobao why he was given the same ident. "Tai as an apprentice. The machine tool you made is really good, but for us the technical level is too low. It is nothing more than the synchronization of the 3 speeds of the vertical axis when the horizontal axis is given, but I ask for a 3-axis linkage. You think about it." Zhang Xiaobao dropped a sentence and irresponsibly boarded the ship. "What is a 3-axis linkage?" Yang Fei was stunned. Little Hai kindly told him when he passed by. There is an axis that is not on the same plane as the horizontal or vertical cross-section of the horizontal axis and the vertical axis, but it can be moved at the same time and can do 3-dimensional carving. How do you do it? Yang Fei was surprised. Even children know? When you do a good job as a handyman, you will understand. Little Hai also left an irresponsible sentence. When the fleet disappeared from the sight of the people at the dock, Yang Fei was still squatting on the ground to draw a 3-dimensional picture. Wang Wan stood at the bow of the ship with Zhang Xiaobao and said to him, "You are really bad enough, and you also have a 3-axis linkage. Do you know what a linkage is?" As a successful liar, there is nothing in the world that I don't know. A 3-axis linkage is that one axis, 2 axes, and 3 axes move together, so that the car can drive. Otherwise, if there is an axis that is not moving, either the axis is broken, or the bearing is idling there. Of course, if it is in gear, it may be that the gear is not in gear, and it is in an idle state. Zhang Xiaobao said with a pedantic face. Wang Wan nodded. You're right. Liars are good at changing concepts. What's the difference between the 3 axes when you're driving and the 1 axis on a machine tool? If you include the steering wheel, you can probably come up with a theory of a 10-axis linkage. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes against the sunlight shining on the river. He looked very peaceful. Thank you. I can't believe you remembered my good points. Have you seen Gong Shuhe? I saw him get on the boat earlier. Wang Wan looked back and said, he should be in the cabin. I think he's very sad. It wasn't easy for him to earn some money and make a few friends, but they're all gone because of you. No matter what you say, he's really attentive to logistics, even if his purpose is to give Yang Fei's method a big favor or sell it for a good price. Yes, I admit that Gong Shuhe was definitely a good official and a good professor in our time. It's a pity that he didn't have a good idea and was caught by Xiao Bei and the others. We reached out and brought him along to help him. Otherwise, what kind of consequences do you think he would have suffered? Zhang Xiaobao sighed. Wang Wan smiled and said, if we didn't bring him along, he would have been sent to Jing. Li Longji is used to being with us. Plus, when Xiao Bei and the others are around, it's lively and warm. After leaving for such a long time, it'll be very troublesome. If he suddenly found out that Xiao Bei and the others sent an official back, he would definitely skin Gong Shuhe alive. When you mentioned Gong Shuhe earlier, did he have anything to do with the professor? Yes. Many professors don't do their own research anymore. The students under them are beautiful and can be used to soothe the body. Those who aren't beautiful naturally have to contribute results. If you don't let me put my name at the front, I won't let you graduate. Zhang Xiaobao was still smiling. Suddenly, he saw a fish jump out of the river in front of him. His mood improved. He continued, it's better now. The students know how to respect their teachers, and the teachers know what it means to be a role model. Yes, soothing the body is a good use of the idiom. According to what you said, it can also help to solve physiological needs. Gong Shuhe's younger brother went too far. He dared to pass on technical information. Regardless of whether the result is good or bad, his actions are wrong. Wang Wan remembered the matter of confidentiality. Idiom? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. Well, count it as an idiom. People who understand the dialectical relationship of contradictions should never always stare at difficulties, but should find opportunities in threats. A hypocrite who doesn't know how to find an entry point to attack his opponent and shirk responsibility when he is in trouble is definitely not a good official. For example, Wang Wan waited for Zhang Xiaobao to give an answer. As for the words of the official, it was taken as a passing wind. For example, send a telegram back to ask for further attention to confidentiality measures, improve the patriotic ideology of the staff in the Ministry of Works, increase the basic investment in defense, and build an excellent guard team. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth. Wang Wan blinked and frowned. Tell me the details. I've already understood the spirit of the central government. The specific things are done by the people below. Have you ever seen any general secretary farming by himself? The emperor has a field of 3 acres for fun. Don't stare at me. The specific thing is to go back and publicize what happened in the Jiuyuan. Then the Ministry of Works will leak a lot of technology in private and secretly put a high price on it to see who wants to buy it. Zhang Xiaobao was stared at by Wang Wan and finally said something. It's easy to leak secrets. It's true, but it's fake technology. We'll catch him later. It's just a case of phishing. The intelligence department has nothing to do anyway. I'll take a break and meet Gong Shuhe at dinner. Zhang Xiaobao stretched and walked toward the cabin. It's pitiful. Wang Wan was sad for Gong Shuhe and followed him. In a small cabin on the flagship, there is now fog, to be precise, steam. Gong Shuhe watched the electric stove alone to boil water and make tea. The water was poured into the teapot. The kettle continued to be filled with water and boiled there, making a steam in the cabin. The tea was good tea. Gong Shuhe had tasted it. It was not preferential treatment for him. The worst tea on the ship was much better than what he could buy. Cup after cup of tea went into his stomach. In the beginning, the taste of the tea was light, and he changed it again. Later, his mouth was numb. He could no longer distinguish between the dry taste and the aftertaste. It was as if drinking water was the taste of tea, and even breathing was the same. Bah! Gong Shuha spat out the tea tip that he had just chewed. He stared at the teacup made of purple sand and watched the steam rise. He muttered, "Did I take advantage of him? I don't have any money." It wasn't easy to take the method of flying sheep for myself. I sold part of it to the logistics of other armies to make money, and part of it was given away as a favor. Now, I have nothing left. I have to think about it. As he said that, he really started to think. He tilted his head and tapped his hand on the table. It was as if he was trying to figure out what had gone wrong. After half an hour, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He muttered again, "Favor really can't compare to money. Money really can't compare to favor. Zhang Xiaobao took away all my money and taught the people who owed me a favor a lesson. The favor left behind in the past became hatred. Good, this is a good move. I shouldn't have kept the favor back then. I should have exchanged it all for money and then hid some of it. No, I was afraid when I looked at Zhang Xiaobao. I should have exchanged it all for favor and then used it. It's troublesome to have the people above me owe me a favor. If I go up, I can't be better than Zhang Xiaobao. If you give me another chance, I will use this favor to help those who are not as good as me. I can help a lot. Even if half of them are ungrateful in the end, there will still be half who can help me with small matters. Zhang Xiaobao can't possibly take care of his subordinates, right? Yes, it was my mistake. I can't blame anyone else. Who told me to not have a good position? This time, I escaped a disaster. Since Zhang Xiaobao brought me on board, how could he kill me? As long as I'm alive, there will be a chance in the future." Suddenly, Gong Shu he understood the situation clearly. He no longer worried about the past and began to plan for the future. He reached out to turn off the electric stove, got up, and opened the door. He took a deep breath of the cool air outside and slowly exhaled. He smiled at the person guarding the door and said, "Excuse me, I'm hungry. Get me a bowl of thick porridge. A big bowl, a small plate of pickles, and 4 meat buns." Wait. The guard turned around and went to take care of it. After a while, he returned with a tray in his hand. There was a big bowl of porridge, 4 steamed buns the size of a fist, and 4 small plates of pickled vegetables. As soon as the tray approached, Gong Shuha smelled the smell of shrimp oil. "Thank you. It's worth it to be able to eat the food cooked by the chef in the inner courtyard." Gong Shu he took the tray and thanked him. He happily turned around and went in. The guard was very surprised. He couldn't understand why Gong Shu he, who was a prisoner, didn't have the awareness of a prisoner. Gong Shu he didn't care about what others thought. He ate the bun in 3 bites and drank the porridge with the pickles. Happy wrinkles squeezed onto his face. "It smells good. It smells good. I'm alive. Since yesterday, I haven't had a moment of peace. I'll catch up on some sleep later." Gong Shu he ate and went to sleep. Xiao Bei and the others, who were watching from the side of the cabin, looked at each other. It's no wonder brother didn't teach him a lesson. His psychological quality is excellent. At this point, he can still adjust himself. In one day he's fine. There's no need to worry. He's really awesome. He can still sleep soundly after eating and drinking. It's just like what sister said, "This place of peace is my home." He's a talent, a 1 in a million talent. Xiao Bei looked through the small hole and saw that Gong Shu he had just fallen asleep and was already snoring. "Don't use words blindly. I feel that this place of peace is my home, but there's still a trace of helplessness," Xiao Yuan gently corrected. "Do you think he has Nai now?" Xiao Bei asked. "Has Nai? What kind of nonsense is that? The opposite of helplessness is Nai?" Xiao Yuan hated it when people made mistakes. "Understand. Who said that I can't use words that didn't exist before? Did you notice? We finally dealt with someone, but in the end, we lost the chance to judge him. It's not fun, right? Where can we find fun again? If I don't deal with people for a few days, I can't find a place to feel comfortable." Xiao Bei seemed very regretful. Xiao Hai and the others also sighed. They thought that bad people were not easy to catch. Xiao Yuan's eyes turned, and he suggested, "Why don't we ask Gong Shu he? He's always around, so he knows a lot about all kinds of schemes. He'll think of a way." If it works, we'll give him a sum of money. That works too. The unluckiest ones aren't him and Yang Danzi's father, but the people who patrol the army. There's a batch every month. They didn't find the first batch, and they still didn't find the second batch. If they don't get beheaded, they'll be exiled. At worst, they'll be locked up for 8 to 10 years. Xiao Bei thought about the patrol and shook his head. He had a self-satisfied look on his face. Because you're different from them. Zhang Xiaobao's voice suddenly came from the door. Chapter 1177. Brother, the person you found is really good. Look at how he's sleeping. He's even snoring. Seeing his brother come, Xiao Bei immediately rushed over. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He was obviously very satisfied. He continued, the Tang Empire's inspectors are trying to find evidence to prove that there is something wrong with the officials. When you see an official, you immediately inferred that he is guilty and maliciously speculated about him. If the officials want to get rid of you, they can only prove that they are not guilty. During the process of the official's proof, you maliciously analyze that every word he says is false. Therefore, the official is definitely innocent, and he can't run away from being innocent. But the inspectors can't do that. If they need the official to prove himself every time, once a month, or even once every half a month, the official won't have to do anything else. Wang Wan also added, and everywhere you go, the local people will help you. You don't have to be afraid of revenge. If it's the inspectors who ask the local officials, if they don't find any evidence, they are afraid that the officials will take revenge. That's right. Xiao Bei nodded. Whoever dares to take revenge on our witnesses will definitely die. If they really take revenge on us, as long as they are not dealt with cleanly and a survivor runs to any shop owned by our family to complain, my family's spies will immediately arrest them. That's not just the crime of taking revenge on the witnesses, but also against the emperor. We patrol the place on behalf of the emperor. Even if the emperor lets them go, I won't let them go. But why don't our family's spies always arrest people? If they are not evil or seriously affect the local people's lives, we can't do anything about it. If we do, how will the imperial court take its position? We can only take action when the people are in dire straits. But now that there are so many people patrolling, the officials don't dare to let the people under their rule know that they can't live anymore. Otherwise they will be the ones to die. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Okay, let the imperial court take care of the matters of the imperial court. Let's go get the textbooks. Xiao Bei knew that his brother and sister had come over. It was time for class. Gong Shuhe slept until it was time to turn on the lights. The temperature in the cabin dropped. He did not cover himself with a blanket, so he was naturally woken up. He had just woken up and hadn't adapted yet. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was dark and very uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, he knew where he was. A feeling of emptiness spread through his whole body. He grinned and sighed. He bit and moved his sore and numb body and said to himself, I'm sorry, but I don't have enough strength. Everything will get better. There is hope as long as I am alive. Others can laugh at me and look down on me, but they don't have the right to deprive me of my right to live. A strong lone wolf can move unhindered across the grassland. Only a strong person can enjoy life. Nothing can make me feel bad. No one can expect to be happy when they see me suffer. Eat, and worry about annoying things. Do whatever you want. After hinting to himself, Gong Shuhe was in a much better mood. He rubbed his face with his hands, got off the couch, and pushed open the door. All kinds of colored lights illuminated the deck and the cabin high above the deck. At the same time, they were also illuminated by the starry sky. It made the gloomy atmosphere in the darkness disappear. A lively night is fucking beautiful. Have you changed people? Are you tired? Gong Shuhe raised his head and asked. He then greeted the other guards standing at the door. The guard knew that people who woke up at night were not feeling well, so he smiled back and said, I'm not tired. Brother Li is sick. I told him to put on more clothes, but he didn't listen. He finally got sick from the cold. He kept sneezing and has a fever. Ha! Gong Shuhe was speechless. After a while he said to the guard in front of him, Are you happy that he's sick? It's not a serious illness. He'll be scolded later. Last time when I was sick, he was happy too. He said I could slack off. The guard did not think it was wrong for him to be happy. Gong Shuha smacked his lips. He felt that the god was not gloating over his misfortune. He was concerned, so he did not want to scold him. He was not in a position to do so. Considering that he had nothing to do, he said to the guard, "I'll go see Guard Li. Show me the way." Medical cabin. It's written there. The guard pointed. All right. Gong Shu he walked leisurely as he read the words on the ship's cabin. What are you doing? Gong Shuha followed the words to the medical cabin, but he was immediately stopped. Gong Shuha showed a sad expression and replied with great pain, "I'm looking at Guard Li. Go to the cabin next door. Take a shower and change." Gong Shuha went in. Because of the conditions in the area, he had not showered for half a month. He had not changed his clothes for 10 days. After tidying himself up, he felt much better. When he was about to go in, the person who had stopped him said, "Don't look like a dead person. You're at a funeral. Look at your face. Li Quan's illness is not serious." "Oh, okay. I have to smile when I see a sick person." Gong Shuha smiled at the person who had stopped him before he was allowed to go in. As soon as he entered, he saw Guard Li leaning against the bed. He was reading a book in one hand and had a needle in the other. Li Quan looked very distressed. His mouth was down, and his eyebrows were furrowed. His head was tilted. One of his eyes was half closed, and the other was looking at the words on the book. It made people feel his helplessness and depression. "Haha, Guard Li, have you been pricked? Tell me, how do you feel? Have you eaten?" Gong Shuha looked happy and asked a few questions in a row. Li Quan was troubled. When he heard the sound, he knew that the person was looking for him because he was the only patient with the surname Li in the medical cabin. He put the book on his lap and looked up at Gong Shuha for a while. He sighed and said, "Ah, yes, it's just a bottle of water. I have a fever, and my stomach is not feeling well. They are afraid that I will increase the pressure in my body if I eat, so they gave me saline. They will probably give me a bowl of soup later. They won't let me eat anything else for now." Gong Shuha was relieved. It seemed that the problem was not serious. Otherwise, they would not have given him saline. However, the doctors from the Zhang family and the Wang family took care of him very carefully. He was envious. "Your fever is gone now?" Gong Shuha asked with concern since he was here to see a patient. "My fever dropped from 39 degrees in the afternoon to a little more than 38 degrees. They said that they would let me have a fever for a while, but it did not go down. They wanted to use physical cooling. If I had known, I would have worn more clothes." Li Quan was troubled again. He glanced at the book again. Gong Shuha looked down and saw that the cover had the words, "The Habitual Perspective of Humans." He asked curiously, "This book is for the guards to read?" The guards are not only responsible for guarding the door, but they also need to protect the surroundings. "They have nothing to do anyway," Li Quan said as he touched the cover of the book. Gong Shuha was about to praise him when two beautiful girls came over. One sat 20 degrees to Li Quan's side, and the other knelt on the bed behind Li Quan. The person behind Li Quan reached out and pressed his head. The person beside her took out a thermometer and said to Li Quan, "Take a temperature. What do you want to eat for dinner?" "Boiled eggs." Li Quan asked them to put the thermometer under his armpit. "No, change it. Roasted lamb leg. Add more cumin and chili." "No, change it. Whatever." "Okay." Gong Shuha wanted to laugh when he heard their question and answer, but Li Quan laughed first. Gong Shuha laughed and said to the girls, "You asked him and he didn't let you eat. Why are you asking him? What do you know?" The girl asked Gong Shuha. "I'm not asking him what he wants to eat. I'm asking him to relax. There is a lot to learn about the actions of medical personnel. Let me tell you. Do you think the medical cabin is big?" Gong Shuha nodded. "It's big. It's more than 10 times the size of my place. Do you have any idea?" "Of course. It's good for air circulation if it's big, but it's empty when it's big. That's why there are many medical personnel in the room. It's mealtime now, so there are people chatting and playing chess. At the same time, we have to keep an eye on the patient's expression. If the patient is upset, we will lower our voices. If the patient is not energetic, we will use a partition to separate the bed. Our goal is to let the patients feel comfortable and warm." They feel that even if they are sick, everything in life is beautiful. They don't have any other psychological burden. The most important thing to consider is to recover from the illness as soon as possible. The nurse's voice was very sweet and soft. It made people feel comfortable listening to it. This lady's words are really nice. Gong Shuhe continued nodding and praising her. That's why I'm the one talking to Li Quan. My tone and expression have been specially trained. Look at where I'm sitting. I can't sit further back. That way, the patient's front will be too empty. If the voice comes from behind, he will be more alert. I can't move too far forward. It will affect the patient's vision. Because Li Quan is a bodyguard, he attaches great importance to the 30-degree and 45-degree angles, so I can't enter that area. At the same time, I'm sitting at the 20-degree angle, so Li Quan can see me from the corner of his eyes without turning his head. The nurse explained again. At the same time, she moved her body slightly to make it look less rigid. Gong Shuhe was shocked. He didn't expect the medical personnel of the Zhang family and Wang family to take the patient's occupational habits into consideration. At the same time, he felt touched. He thought that the logistics he was in charge of was considerate enough in many aspects. However, compared to the Zhang family and Wang family, he realized that the difference was huge. The difference was like heaven and earth, and they were even in the basement. You guys think so much. I think it will be very tiring. Gong Shuhe immediately thought of another aspect. If they cared too much about others, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. It's tiring. We are working. When we are not working, we are not tired. When we sleep and rest, we know that Li Quan and the other guards are guarding outside. When we eat, we know that the chefs will research new dishes according to the tastes of each group. Our meals are served 24 hours a day. They are not prepared in advance and heated up, but there are chefs on duty waiting for us to order. The nurse said with a blissful look on her face. Gong Shuhe listened and was full of envy. He felt that a lone wolf on the grassland was not as good as a pack of wolves. If he had a warm home that he needed to protect, he would be stronger when facing all kinds of difficulties outside. Just as Gong Shuhe thought that he was part of the Zhang family and Wang family, a voice came from the door. The young lady and the young master are looking for Gong Shuhe for questioning. The warmth and solidity that had just risen in Gong Shuhe's heart turned into the tenacity and sadness that a lone wolf needed to have. He could only stand up unwillingly. He squeezed out a smile at Li Quan and the two girls nearby and nodded. He turned around, pursed his lips and walked away. Chapter 1178. Gong Shuhe was led all the way up. When he reached the top of the ship, the path became narrower and narrower. It was only 5 steps wide. Gong Shuhe, who had never been to the top of a ship before, scanned the surrounding scenery. He wanted to remember it in his heart. He might not have the chance to do it again in the future. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that he knew he wouldn't die. He wouldn't even be imprisoned. It wasn't that his crimes were small. If he made a mistake, no matter how small, and the 9 children caught him, he would be beheaded or executed. That was innocent plus 5. Of course, none of the people caught by the 9 children were innocent. If they were innocent, they wouldn't catch them. We're here. Wait. The person leading the way told Gong Shuhe. He first pressed a button-like thing by the door. Then there was the sound of a flute, which surprised Gong Shuhe. What was that? Someone played the flute as soon as he pressed it? Let him in. There was the sound of a trumpet. Gong Shuhe knew this person. The person leading the way opened the door and gestured for Gong Shuhe to go in. Then, he turned around and left. Gong Shuhe stepped in. He had clearly hinted that he wasn't afraid, but when he faced it, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. The room wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. When he entered, he saw that it was about 6 or 7 steps wide. There was a high seat against the wall with sofas on both sides. In the middle was a large tea table made of frosted glass. It was heavy and elegant. On the left side of the tea table were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man. After seeing the 2 people, Gong Shuhe didn't dare to think about anything else. He didn't dare to look at the layout of the room. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Sinner Gong Shuhe greets the 2 of you. Don't call us sinner. We are not in charge of investigating. Cuckoo and I are the governor and deputy governor of the northern part of Hebei province. We have no right to interfere with government affairs. Sit. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and spoke. At the same time, he pointed at the chair opposite them. Gong Shu Weiwei looked up. His previous calmness was no longer there. His legs couldn't help but tremble. He nervously said, "This official doesn't dare." "Yes. This official, sit." In the end, Gong Shu walked over to Zhang Xiaobao and sat down across from him, but he only took up 1/3 of the seat. He had wanted to not sit, but he suddenly felt that if he didn't sit when they asked him to, he would be guilty. Zhang Xiaobao saw him sit down and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and picked up a pen to take notes. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Gong Shuha seriously and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Gong Shuha raised his head to answer. He opened his mouth but suddenly fell silent. He kept thinking. As a smart person, he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. If he answered well, he would be fine. If he answered poorly, the two people across from him, who said they didn't care about government affairs, would not be satisfied. He would still be handed over to Xiaobei and the others to deal with according to the rules. Faced with this opportunity, Gong Shuha was a lot more cautious. He didn't care that the two of them were waiting for him to answer. He tried to analyze the situation at hand. He revealed everything he had done, including deceiving, bribery, colluding with colleagues, and dealing in logistics. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not in a rush. They patiently waited, hoping for a surprise. Otherwise, they would deal with it as they should. After a full 15 minutes, Gong Shuha raised his head again. His eyes were resolute as he answered, "I know. I am still useful in your eyes." "Why do you say that?" Zhang Xiaobao still asked with a straight face. "Because my identity is not worthy of your attention. Killing me is easier than killing a chicken. To kill a chicken, you need to consider the removal of its feathers and the use of its blood to make blood tofu. Killing me is not that troublesome. When I made a mistake, the two of you realized that I had some skill in a certain area so you could use it." Gong Shuha threw caution to the wind and spoke bluntly. He stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, hoping to see something useful for him. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, did not reveal any emotions. The frequency of his blinking eyes did not change, the expression on his face did not change, and even the rise and fall of his chest when he breathed was not obvious. He was like a sitting monk. While Gong Shuha was disappointed, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed a small smile. It was like the spring wind melting snow, and it was brighter than the sunlight. It made people feel better. Gong Shuha immediately looked forward to it. It was good to have power. Just one expression could make the people below feel different emotions. It was a pity that he was only a 9th rank official. This time, he didn't even have an official position. It was sad. Thinking about that, Gong Shuha lowered his head again. "Are you scared? If you are scared, it means that you are not confident. You do not have the means to make a final attack. So, you need to train for a while. Otherwise, you will delay the proper business. Tell us, what do you think you are capable of?" When Zhang Xiaobao saw Gong Shuha's actions, he felt a little regretful. He then understood. After all, Gong Shuha was not like him or Wang Wan. It was normal for him to be afraid. If he had been a young man back then, even if he was facing the chairman, it would not have mattered. The people on the mountaintop and the ground were the same in each other's eyes. What did the people on the mountaintop cry or laugh have to do with him? Gong Shuha didn't know how vast the world was. After being an official for a long time, he was more afraid of officials who were more powerful than him. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was suddenly shocked. He immediately thought that Zhang Xiaobao was going to find a bold person to go out and do things. It was estimated that it was related to the duo cannibal people. After organizing his words, Gong Shuha slowly said, "I guess it has something to do with what I did in Jiuyuan County. I pressed Yang Fei and took the good ideas he thought of for my own use first. I wrote letters and sent them to other logistics departments. I even sent them to the east and west roads of Shannon. Some of them were exchanged for money, and some of them were given favors. They took the plan provided by Yang Fei to the court and got a reward. Although I also had the opportunity to report to the court, I knew that I had to be careful about everything. I didn't dare to do it. If I didn't happen to meet you stopping in Jiuyuan, I could still be my own 9th rank official. Now I was caught. At first I just thought it was bad luck. Today I figured it out. In fact, it was my luck. Otherwise, when Yang Fei entered the Ministry of Works with his design, the court would inevitably send people to the local area to check his background. At that time, where would I meet you two? Without you two, I am absolutely dead. I was caught by you because there was a problem in my job. I was caught by the court because I bullied the meritorious officials of the Ministry of Works. Gong Shuhe said this and looked up at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan bowed her head and wrote. Zhang Xiaobao was still the same as before. He had to continue to say, I can give the most direct benefits to others when facing the reward of the court, which shows that I know how to endure. I can see the benefits that can be exchanged with others from Yang Fei's plan, which shows that I am smart and good at using all kinds of resources. Tell me what you want me to do. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Oh, and if I can't do it, I will think of a way to do it. Even if I have to go to the front lines and charge. After saying this, Gong Shuhe sat there. His heart was completely relaxed. He had said what he needed to say, and he had done what he needed to do. He did what he needed to do. Zhang Xiaobao finally reacted. He turned his head and looked at Wang Wan. He gave Gong Shuhe a look of certainty. He smiled and said, That is good. You take a knife and charge to the front lines. You will be a bait for my army. Don't worry. Your life will not be in vain. The moment the enemy attacks you, our cannonballs will definitely cover your position. Ha! Gong Shuhe shivered. In that case, even if the enemy doesn't kill me, our cannonballs will kill me. Even if you die, you are still a hero. You are more important than Mount Tai. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Please forgive me. Just pretend I didn't say the last thing, Gong Shuhe said with a smile. Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were truly satisfied. They were satisfied with how quickly Gong Shuhe had adjusted his state of mind. He had only said a few words, but he had immediately turned into a cheeky smile. They had to admit that this was a good skill. Zhang Xiaobao put away the smile on his face. He said to Gong Shuhe, Gong Shuhe, I order that you are now a private battalion commander of Tang. You are independent of the other administrative departments of Tang. You are only responsible to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. You are also responsible to the emperor. No one else has the right to question or assign you. What? Private battalion? I know about smuggling. It means secretly transporting goods that are subject to customs duties without paying customs duties. But, what is this private smuggling thing? It belongs to the military? It is official smuggling. Gong Shuhe was scared. He knew how to smuggle. Zhang Xiaobao was even happier that he knew how to smuggle. He said to him, Smuggling is not allowed without an official sanction. Therefore, you must not be caught by the Tang Empire's people who are pursuing smugglers. Others do not know your identity at all. Only our family's spies know. I will tell His Majesty later, and His Majesty will know about you. Gong Shuhe opened his mouth slightly. He was very clear in his heart that he was like a foreign spy. In order to hide his identity, he could only choose to run away or die when the border army chased after him. Otherwise, he would implicate other colleagues who were also abroad. They were heroes, but he did not want to be one. I really don't want to do it. Fine, I'll go all out. Do I need to have a superior? I can't always look for you too, and I might not be able to find you immediately. If I am caught, can I become a hero? Gong Shuhe thought for a moment and knew what to do. Wang Wan put down her pen and said, You belong to the Meteor Squad. It was established last year. In the future, someone will contact you. Your code name is Shang Yun. Even if you die, you cannot become a hero, at least not now. You can only get a record of shining. After many years, perhaps your name and file will appear on the list of contributions. If you are caught and don't die, you can escape. Someone will help you escape. After all, when smuggling becomes large-scale, you will have people. When others learn that you have escaped, they will believe you. Meteor Squad? I have never heard of it. Gong Shuhe was puzzled. In theory, anyone who has been exposed has already shown. Fortunately, it has been established for a year and has not appeared, Wang Wan explained. Gong Shuhe took a deep breath and said, I understand. It's just like the song Stargazy Sky, in the military camp. Who shines in the sky? Who falls in the night? The Big Dipper may not be eternal. Meteors are just passers-by. They are legends. And also silence. Don't be so tragic. You are a smuggler. If the Tang Empire's inspection team takes action, someone will inform you in advance. The people from other countries can't even coax you. How can they catch you? Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said. Gong Shuhe quickly clasped his hands and said, Thank you, thank you. I have one last question. Can't you find someone to be a private battalion commander? Yes, but then you will die. We can't bear to see a person with a little ability be killed. Remember, you have died once. After Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan returned to the capital, they always wanted to catch a few people to reflect the value of their existence, but others were smart enough to hide. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao reminded him. I understand. Others are hiding. You didn't get off the ship and ran to the Jiu Yuan to rest. I was killed by a group of children. Why do they have to invite Xiaobei and the others to eat barbecue? To be exact, I died in the hands of Yang Danzi's sister, and that old yellow dog, his sister. After Gong Shuhe vented the depression in his heart, he suddenly thought of something and immediately became happy again. He happily asked, Am I a member of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families? Food is provided 24 hours on the ship. Go eat, foodie. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand like a fly. Gong Shuhe stood up excitedly. You two sit down. I am really hungry. After solving Gong Shuhe's problem, the fleet continued to go against the current, stopping occasionally on the way. Before the group arrived at their destination, Yang Fei flew down with the flow of the river and arrived at the capital. His family was still in the area. He was now a menial worker and could not bring his family to live in the capital. The daily expenses were too high. Yang Fei planned to make achievements in the Ministry of Works and then bring his relatives to enjoy life. What he didn't know was that his family had already been brought over. For those who worked in the Ministry of Works, their family members had to be well protected. It was just like how Xiaobei and the others were surrounded by guards when they went out on a trip. Stupid plots like this where one's family members were threatened due to lack of consideration would only appear in TV series. Yang Fei's relatives needed to wait for him to make some achievements before they were allowed to meet him. Otherwise he would be even prouder. In a place guarded by layers of troops on the outskirts of the capital, Yang Fei saw the research site of the Ministry of Works. After the 100-meter-wide ring of forest, there were bald mountains, blue water, and hot air balloons echoing the white clouds in the sky. Without asking, Yang Fei knew that the 100-meter-wide woods were used to block the line of sight, because there were thorns between the trees. There were definitely many people hiding in them. Even if others were lucky enough to pass through the woods, it would be difficult to hide in the open place. So rich. Seeing such a large area in the capital's outskirts, Yang Fei sighed before he saw what was inside. Senior brother, you're finally here. I was so worried that you were caught. If Xiaobei and the others caught you, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Good. Where are sister-in-law and uncle? While Yang Fei was observing his surroundings, a person ran over from the opposite side and pulled on his hand as he spoke with concern. Oh, it's Hong Yang. They didn't come. I'll bring them over in a few days. I was also worried about you and was afraid that you would be implicated. You look good, Yang Fei said excitedly. What can happen to me? I was warned once, so I'll be more strict in the future. Since senior brother is here, you will definitely make some achievements. Don't be depressed. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really didn't like you, they wouldn't have sent you here. It's necessary to suppress you. Senior brother, follow me. Yang Fei's junior brother grabbed Yang Fei's hand and happily led the way. The two walked for a while and then took a boat to float on the water for an hour. Finally, they landed on solid ground and came to a hill. Then they went up the stairs. First, they went up a flight of stairs with 354 steps and then a small platform. Then, they went up another flight of stairs with 29 steps and then another small platform. After that, they reached a flat area. This flight of stairs is built according to the calendar, so it says, day after day, year after year. Am I right? Yang Fei was actually in the mood to count while walking. His junior brother nodded repeatedly. Senior brother is still the best. I walked by it many times before, but then I heard someone talking about it. Look at the two sides. Actually, There will be a fire lit on the pillars at night to show that scientific research will continue day and night. The person who designed this place really put in a lot of effort, Yang Fei praised. What's there to think about? I heard that Xiaobao casually mentioned it, and then he and Yao Wan spent half the night drawing it. Including the other designs, where would the two of them have the time to put in so much effort? His junior brother explained. They don't count. I'm talking about people, they aren't people, Yang Fei said gloomily. Chapter 1179. As they walked forward, they saw a big hall. It was 3 meters high and had vermilion-painted pillars. There was a horizontal board with 3 words on it. Hall of Ridicule. Gushen this? Yang Fei saw the hall and asked his junior brother. Gushen was the name of his junior brother, Su Jian, Su Gushen. In fact, the corners of Su Jian's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. He gestured with his hand and said, Senior Marshal brother, follow me in and you will know. Yang Fei, who had many questions in his mind, had to follow his junior brother. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw a large glass cover on the first seat on the left. It covered an iron cupboard, and there was an object in the middle. It was made up of 4 wheels connected by a string, and there was a hook on it. Pulley block. Yang Fei recognized the object and looked at the corner. There was a bronze board with the words on it, Pulley block, 3rd year of Kaiyuan, spring, 2nd month, designed by Zhangwang Erzwang, Sanshui County, Mengzhou, Jiangxi Province. Yang Fei suddenly understood and said, Pulley block is from Zhang Wang and Wang family. Why is it in the book? Senior brother, please go ahead. Su Jian led his senior brother to the next glass cover. This glass cover was big. There was a horizontal hollow wooden barrel in the middle, a wooden block, and a few wedges. There was also a bronze board next to it that said, Soybean oil press, 3rd year of Kaiyuan, 4th month, designed by Zhangwang Erzwang, Sanshui County, Mengzhou, Jiangxi Province. At this moment, Yang Fei didn't need his junior brother's introduction. He walked through the glass covers one by one. There was one or several objects in each cover. There was also a bronze board next to it to tell the audience what it was, when it was made, and who made it. The objects inside were as small as a grain of rice and as big as a boulder. Yang Fei looked at them one by one. His eyes were full of emotions. When he was looking at them, Su Jian said, Senior brother, it's not too late to look at them carefully another day. There are thousands of objects in this hall. There is only one hall in the whole mountain. We can't see all of them today. Let's look at the back. Oh, okay. Yang Fei said, but his feet didn't move until he was pulled by someone. He reluctantly followed his junior brother all the way to the end. Senior brother, please take a look. Su Jian pointed at the 6th last glass cover. Yang Fei was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, This horizontal and vertical axis combination lathe? Su Jian and Wei Wei nodded. Please read the records. Motor-powered double-shaft linkage synchronous feed combination multifunctional lathe, the 18th year of Kaiyuan, summer, April, the Jiuyuan Logistics Battalion, Yang Fei, Yang Yunting, collected the design theory of Fang Yu, Fan Cheng, Song Xian from the Industrial Research Department of the Tang Dynasty, and integrated the Design Research Institute. Yang Fei read out word by word in surprise. When the last word was spoken, tears flowed out of Yang Fei's eyes. Junior brother, I am a sinner, why did you carve my name? Back then, it was just a design, who would have thought that it would be completed so quickly? Because there are other lathes, when senior brother came back, someone started to make it. As for senior brother's sin, it has nothing to do with the research results. If you designed it, you designed it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not erase your name for such a small thing. In the future, when they make something, they will still engrave senior brother's name. We will encourage them. Su Jian did not look at senior brother's tears, but touched the big glass cover and said softly. Yang Fei raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes. He had already understood the meaning of this hall. He nodded seriously. Certainly, I didn't expect that a craftsman like me could leave a name for later generations. I have no regrets in this life. Senior brother is not only a craftsman, but also a Jurin. Oh, we will go out first, and come back to see when we have leisure time. Su Jian led senior brother out again. When he reached the door, Yang Fei suddenly stopped and looked at a couplet engraved inside the door. He was curious. What does it mean that the couplet is not engraved outside but engraved inside the door? On the right side of the couplet was written, "Mocking the ancients, laughing at the ancients." As a high scholar, Yang Fei understood the meaning of the couplet. It said that it could mock the ancients, but it could also mock them. How good would it be to make something so small? Thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. People in the future would definitely make something better. He looked at the second couplet and saw that it said, "Glory in this world, glory in this world." The meaning of this sentence was that it was better to make something better today. Even if it was a huge object, it would not be difficult to make. Yes, our future generations would definitely make something better than us. We cannot compare to them. You have to know how small we are now. Yang Fei sighed. Senior brother. Wait a minute. Look at your feet. There is no more space left for the couplet. Just engrave it on the ground. Su Jian pointed to the ground and said. Yang Fei listened and took a closer look. Wasn't it true? There were really words connected at the bottom of the couplet. The first line was starting from scratch and being down to earth should be praised. And the second line was forgetting one's ancestry, drifting flowers and waves without saying a word. This. Yang Fei was shocked and said with a trembling voice, the first part of the couplet is, ridicule the ancients, laugh at the ancients, laugh at the ancients. How many small things can start from scratch and be down to earth? Exclaim in admiration. The second part of the couplet is, glorify the present age. The present age is vast and vast. How can one forget one's ancestors, floating flowers and waves without words? Isn't the purpose of this hall for future generations to mock us? Of course not. The hall of mockery isn't mocking us. It's mocking those who say that the ancients are not good. It's also telling us that even if we make better things in the future, we shouldn't mock our ancestors for not having them. Our ancestors passed down what they knew to us, and we should make better things and pass them down to our descendants. Those who think that our ancestors left behind little should think about what they can leave behind for our descendants. Who's more ridiculous? That's why it's called the Hall of Ridicule. Su Jian looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the hall and took a deep breath. Yes, we have to do better and not disappoint our ancestors. Our ancestors left us enough things, so we should make more things for our descendants so that they don't have to work so hard and take so many detours. Only then can we be considered to have completed what our ancestors left us. Let's go, take me to other places. The earlier we do things, the earlier we get results. Yang Fei puffed out his chest and urged his junior brother. Outside the door, the spring flowers were shining brightly. The fallen leaves of last year were not visible. For Jiangnan, spring was very warm, but it was not the case in the northwest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet continued to go against the current, and it actually snowed. They didn't want to waste too much time on the road, so the two urged the fleet to go as fast as they could. The scenery on both sides of the river flashed past their eyes as the rolling yellow river flowed past. After more than a month, they finally arrived at a desolate place. There was a river called the White River here. When it entered the Yellow River, it was in the territory of Sichuan. The two of them needed to go to Zhang Feng's home, which was Yizhou. There were many things that their family transported there. At the same time, they needed to reorganize the army at the border with Tufan. Therefore, they chose this branch and changed to the land route when the ship couldn't move forward anymore. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhang Xiaobao, who was about to disembark, looked at the land in front of him where there were no houses at all. He took a deep breath and said, "Are we really going to do this? Last time, when we fought Tufan, we climbed a section of the snow mountain on the way back. Now, we have to go through the grassland and snow mountain again. I hope our team can hold on." "What are you afraid of? The Red Army went through this place during the long march. It's just that we went in the opposite direction, and we missed a large section of the grassland. It's a few 100 kilometers, and we can go through it in half a month. It's simple. When the time comes, let the ship continue to carry the things on the Yellow River and go against the current. After we reach Yizhou, we can have a good rest for half a month." Wang Wan waved her arm and said with vigor. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed his saliva and said, "Simple? Why don't I see it as simple? Do you know how many people died when the Red Army climbed the snow mountain and crossed the grassland? Do you know what equipment and conditions the Red Army had at that time?" Wang Wan asked and said, "When we go there, we won't be bombed by planes, and we won't lack food. Our clothes are all duck feathers, and we can ask the hot air balloons to help airdrop supplies. Don't worry, we won't let you cook leather belts. That's true. We don't need to carry too heavy things, and we only need to walk a short distance on the grassland, unlike them who had to walk in the grassland with difficulty. When the time comes, you can follow behind me. I have some experience. After all, I have all-terrain all-weather equipment. It's just that we didn't choose the right season. Why did we have to come after May? It's just the rainy season. Zhang Xiaobao only knew that they would have to take a long detour if they didn't take this route, so he said with a grin. Wang Wan smiled and said, "When the Red Army crosses the grassland, it's this season. Let's experience it. Fortunately, we don't need to be chased and intercepted at any time. We can tie people up with ropes, and we can pull people up if they fall in. We have time to stand in front of danger and be tools. It's just that Xiao Bei and the others have to suffer. It's okay, we have adults to take care of them. Let's go, get off the boat." Zhang Xiaobao also didn't want to suffer this kind of hardship. He called out and the team began to get off the boat. The place where they got off was temporarily safe. As for wild wolves, they would probably run away as soon as they saw people. There was a special medicine to disperse snakes and insects. After the team was organized, 1,000 people were already prepared. The other large teams continued to take the boat to the northwest first. When they reached the border, they disembarked and walked. Then they set up camp and waited. At the same time, they also assembled the aircraft and built a simple airport for testing. Look at me, look at me. Don't let me fall in. No matter how good I am at swimming, I can't swim out. No, I don't need to be carried now. I can still walk. The little guys followed in the middle of the team. They were tied with ropes and walked in deep and shallow water. When they stepped on the mud, they were up to their thighs. Little Xiao Bei was frightened and kept crying, but she didn't want to be carried. The other children were also frowning. The place in front of them was much scarier than Hong Nong. Hong Nong was a flood. If they fell in, they could swim out. Even if their legs were entangled by something, with their swimming ability, they had time to take out a knife from their bag and cut it. However, they couldn't do it in the swamp now. The team knew that the swamp was dangerous, so they moved very slowly. The straight-line distance from the place where they disembarked to Yizhou was more than 100 kilometers. The swamp was only 20 kilometers away, and then there was the snow mountain. After 3 days, they passed this grassland, crossed a small snow mountain, and then came the continuous mountains. When they entered the mountains, everyone was relieved. They estimated that they could reach the place after 3 or 4 days of walking and climbing. When they entered the mountains, the people of the protection team felt that the pressure was gone, and the danger could be controlled. "Oh my God, it's tormenting me." Xiao Bei, who hadn't taken a bath for a few days, was like a clay figure. Her little face was red from the cold. If it weren't for her watery eyes, people would mistake her for a child who had fled for half a year. Zhang Feng was obviously not relaxed. She looked down the mountain with binoculars and said, "My family lives here? I don't have any impression of it." As she was looking, she suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, there are people at the foot of the mountain. There are so many of them. They are looking at the trees to open a path. The speed of cutting is too fast. It can't be. Where did these people come from? Professional tree cutters?" Chapter 1180. The rest of the people in charge of observing had already discovered the situation. They saw that there were figures moving at the foot of the hill and the top of the mountain in front of them, as well as some small hills in the distance. Along with the movements of the figures, rows of trees were brought down. At the same time, they could see the figures of mules, wheelbarrows, and people carrying poles. There was only one word to describe the speed: fast. Without waiting for others to go forward and ask, the people below had already raised a big flag, fluttering in the wind. The word "E" was written on it. Regular Army of Yingzhou. Xiao Bei nodded and said after seeing it. Xiao Yuan also came forward and frowned. Looking at the smoke floating below and in the distance, she said, "I don't remember Yingzhou having a regular army. There are less than 10,000 people in the city, and there are all kinds of strongholds on the mountain. Regular army, unless the current provincial governor has trained the soldiers, but I don't believe that other provincial governors can command the people in the strongholds. Ask brother and sister." Xiao Bei was obviously not satisfied with Xiao Yuan's answer. She turned around and was about to ask when she found her brother and sister in front of her. She smiled and pointed behind her. Look, someone is pretending to be an imperial army and intends to attack us. I think we should prepare a grenade launcher and launch a smoke bomb within 300 meters to cover our troops. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head and said, Don't give orders blindly. The wind is messing things up. They are 2 miles away. If they throw a smoke bomb 300 meters away, we can become smoked food. The people below are our own people. Oh, brother is still the best. You can tell at a glance that they are our own people. Xiao Bei nudged Xiao Yuan, implying that her brother was better than her. Xiao Yuan held back and didn't say anything. Wang Wan smiled and said, The scouts have reported that they knew 4 hours ago. At that time, they were still 20 miles away from here. Xiao Bei was stunned. 20 miles? 4 hours to cut down trees? Flying? Which unit? Let me see. Inspector Zhang, we are from the logistics camp of Yingzhou. A voice suddenly sounded not far from Xiao Bei. Are you trying to scare me? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless ghosts. Wow. Xiao Bei quivered and reacted by turning around and putting on a pose of holding a sword with both hands. The man did not continue talking to Xiao Bei. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Gang and Zhang Feng, and his mustache was tightly pursed. Zhang Feng also looked back, her eyes darting left and right. Zhang Xiaobao said, Xiaofang Xiaojiang, do you know this person? The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Feng took 2 steps forward and said, I don't know him, but I know who he is. He must be my brother's father, right? Father, why did you come here personally? Is everything fine in the village? Yeah. Why did you come here personally? Zhang Gang echoed. He didn't know what else to say except for this sentence. The person who came was Zhang Feng and Zhang Gang's father, Chong Hu. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He just looked at his son and then at his daughter. He nodded as he looked. He didn't cry nor did he sigh. So it's Uncle Hu. Do you still recognize Xiao Bei? Look, Xiao Bei has grown up. Look at elder sister Feng and elder brother Gang. Isn't it good? Xiao Bei interrupted at the right time. Even if she couldn't remember who the person opposite her was, she knew very well what to say. When Chong Hu heard the voice, he reacted. He rubbed his face with both hands and revealed what he thought was the kindest smile. He nodded and said, I remember, Xiao Bei. You're the best child. You're indeed different. After a few years outside, you're much more respectable than the people in the village. Come closer and let me have a good look. The latter part was naturally to praise his children. He said that he wanted Xiao Bei to come closer, but he walked over himself. He touched and pinched his son. When he saw his son's eyes turn red, he slapped his son's head and said, Boy, not bad. You look like an official. Father. Zhang Feng and Zhang Gang shouted at the same time. They threw themselves into Chong Hu's arms and rubbed their heads against his body. You're a joke. You're high-ranking officials. When you go home and look at your younger brothers and sisters, they're all little mud children. They're just like you when you were young. When people see you, they know that you're from a remote place. They can't compare to you. Chong Hu laughed and hugged his children. Xiao Bei immediately said, Uncle, you're wrong. How is it remote? Compared to the people on the other side of the Straits of Malacca, our Izhou is the center. Besides, what's wrong with living in a remote place? As long as you're not biased, it's fine. Who said that Chong'an is in the middle? If Luoyang is made the capital, Chong'an is also remote, right? Yes, Xiao Bei is still so good. Chong Hu felt comfortable and praised Xiao Bei. He turned around and greeted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Cuckoo, Xiaobao, you two have really grown up. It's a pity that Brother Zhang's future is not good. Hearing Chong Hu's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao said, My father is still in the capital's Ministry of Works. He's really busy there and can't come over. Uncle, you can go over when you're free. I'll go this summer. I know that your father is busy. He spends all day with your emperor, our emperor, and never leaves his side. It's so hard to come out. Chong Hu deeply agreed. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed his saliva. He didn't refute that the person who spent all day with Li Longji was someone from the palace and had nothing to do with his father. He nodded and asked, "Uncle, has the provincial governor been re-established in Izhou's logistics camp? It seems that he's better than before. What does it have to do with him?" After that guy came 2 years ago, he caused a lot of trouble. Originally, there were nearly 10,000 people in the city, but after a year, there were less than 7,000 people left. No matter how good a family is, they can't stand him eating, drinking, and playing all day. Last year, we couldn't stand it and discussed it. We all agreed that we couldn't ruin the foundation that my brother Zhang left behind, so we stopped paying him tribute in the autumn. He actually had the face to say that we weren't loyal. We talked to him about loyalty, and he agreed not to stay in the city. After he finished paying tribute to the capital before the end of the year, he kept running to Wanshan County. Chong Hu said angrily, as if he had been wronged. Zhang Xiaobao and the others silently mourned for that guy. Why did he run to Izhou to become the provincial governor? Did he offend someone in the imperial court? Zhang Feng raised her head from her father's arms and asked, "Father, what does his eating, drinking and playing have to do with others?" It has a lot to do with it. In the past, there was a provincial governor who was very obedient. He stayed in the city every day and didn't do anything. Our strongholds didn't care about him. When the time came, we handed over the things that should be handed over to him. Whether he handed it over to the imperial court or kept it himself, we didn't let your adoptive father down. Later, An came. As soon as he arrived, he set up a tent outside the city and started a bonfire. He also said that he would find people to help build a 3-dimensional breeding base. The people in the city went to help. In the end, they dug trenches for an entire afternoon. At night, he started to treat people to wine and barbecue, singing and dancing. After 2 days, he didn't have enough. He sent people up the mountain to invite us to drink together. At that time we were busy. It was spring, and we wanted more fruit in the fall. In spring, we had to prune the branches, even though they were wild fruits. After thinking about it, we gave him face and each stronghold sent a few people down with a lot of mountain goods. We weren't used to receiving favors for nothing. Who knew that he would send people again the next day? For 3 days, we really didn't have the heart to pay attention to him. In the end, guess what he did? What did he do? Zhang Feng felt that this matter was a bit familiar. When he saw that we didn't want to go down, he brought his family up. He sent over 300 kilograms of salt and wanted to drink with me. "Father, did the wine run out in the end?" "Then he took out the wine," Zhang Feng asked. Beside them, Xiaobei added, "Why does it sound similar to what father told me later?" At that time, father seemed to be drinking wine with uncle. He even played a little trick. Chong Hu chuckled and freed up a hand to pinch Xiaobei's face. He said, "Yes, and wanted to learn from your father. When your father was with us, we really didn't have much wine. That day, your father drank a year's worth of wine. But now, how could we lack wine? He found more than 100 people who could drink." He pulled me and began to talk. He said something about being loyal. How many people in our stronghold could drink? In the end, more than 100 people drank until they vomited. "He drank all the wine?" Xiaobei asked. "He wanted to drink all the wine in the 60 large wine cellars? Unless he became a Haizi and solved the problem with 12 jars of wine. Each jar was 50 kilograms. Our stronghold could drink to our heart's content while they were finished. My wine cellar had 9 horizontal, 9 vertical, and 980 horizontal jars." "And then?" "He said he had good wine?" Xiaobei asked again. "He collapsed, and so did many of us. The next day's work was delayed. Don't you think it's infuriating?" Xiaobei nodded. "Yes, he wanted to replace the little affection my father left in Wingzhou." Chong Hu pinched Xiaobei's face again. "We saw it. After sending them away the next day, he didn't invite them to drink. Even if he invited us, we didn't go. Your father was different from him. Your father really wanted to build Wingzhou. He wanted to get benefits for himself. Who would have thought that he wouldn't give up? He invited people to eat and drink every day in and outside the city. In less than a month, he ran out of money. He couldn't compare with your father, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang really had the ability to treat people, so one had to treat him even if he didn't have the money. A month later, he began to negotiate with all the shops in the city. He either solicited or accepted, or put on credit or borrowed. He even went to the prefecture outside to get money. 3 out of 10 people in Wing Province City left, and those who left were all people who used to have a little bit of money. After saying that, Chong Hu made a helpless expression. The people around him also sighed. Zhang Feng pouted and said with a sullen face, "Father, he's too much of a scammer." "He's courting death," Xiaobei added. "Father, what about now?" Zhang Gang asked. "He won't come back now. I said before that the strongholds banded together and didn't hand over anything. We drove him away and told him that as long as he didn't come back to make trouble, we would give him something every year. When he comes back, he won't get anything." Chong Hu sighed. "Oh yes, they said that he's staying in Wenshan County. What's good about that place?" Zhang Feng asked again. "That place belongs to Maozhou. Wenshan County is rich. At least that Ngai won't have to worry about food and drink there. I heard that he's asking the local county magistrate for advice on local economics. He wants to learn well and use it in Wingzhou to wash away his shame. Let's not talk about him. The road below is being repaired. Come with me." The logistics camp in Wingzhou is actually made up of people from our various strongholds. When Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were established, they were very famous. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left, we took over. We can't lose our reputation. At that time the people left, but the spirit is still there. Chong Hu said a few more words. He felt that there was no need to continue arguing about that in Gai. He pointed down. The road had already been paved. Not only were the trees on the road cut down, but they had also paved the road. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Our reputation is still there. Driving 20 kilometers of road in 4 hours is enough to kill our enemies." Chapter 1181. Very good. You don't lower your head in the face of difficulties. You have the spirit of daring. You treat obstacles as stepping stones and move forward step by step, just like ants. Xiaobei's voice sounded on the newly paved road. In fact, the road was not uneven at all. They walked according to the terrain of the mountain. It was not that they pushed down a mountain in front of them. They just cut down the trees on the road and removed the thorns and bushes. As for the flowers and grass, they just needed to cover them with sand and stones. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also praised them slightly. The cooperation ability of the logistics camp in Yizhou was still very strong. It was not a small amount of work to cover 20 miles in 4 hours with manpower and animals. But it was not a big deal. They paved the road quickly because there were more people and animals. Each section was 5 meters wide and 500 meters long. There were 200 people working on each section. On average, each person was responsible for 5 meters. It was just a bit tiring to finish the work in 4 hours. Moreover, they were specially trained and were skilled workers. If it was mechanized, there would be more than 20 bulldozers in sections. The trucks transporting sand and stones behind could keep up. They could push 20 miles in half an hour. All the workers added up would not need more than 200 people. After all, the trees did not grow close to each other. Chong Hu did not care about Xiao Bei. Even though Xiao Bei was also an official and many people trembled when they saw him. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came. They were the most important people to deal with. Walking with them on the road, Chong Hu introduced them excitedly. Now there are more than 6,000 people in the logistics camp in Yizhou. Usually, when they are free, they gather together to eat and chat. They always have common topics. For example, how to remove a 1 foot thick and 3 feet tall black brick, how to make it easier to build a bridge or to fill a ditch that is 6 steps wide and 2 people deep. Once you think about it, you will find that it is full of tricks. Let's talk about pushing a wall. In the past, people dug at the root and pulled at the top. Later, we found that the wall fell faster when we cut a wedge from the bottom of the other side. It is also more comfortable when we push hard. Daily production can't be stopped either. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as he listened and added, "Yes, we haven't. The logistics battalion's main job is to accept outside work, such as building houses, digging cellars, repairing bridges and paving roads, destroying forests and farming fields, building shelves, filling pits and leveling ditches. Let's put it this way, we accept all the work related to logistics, and we don't bargain. We'll do it as long as we're paid, and we promise to do it well. Our only requirement is that we provide enough food. As Chang Hu spoke, he kept pointing at this person and that person. They were all capable people. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was not the training of the logistics camp's professional skills. Instead, he felt sorry for the people around him. With a large number of good laborers who did not bargain, what kind of impact could they have on the labor market? Wang Wan considered the living standards in the stronghold and asked, "Is the income on the mountain still acceptable?" "Acceptable, too acceptable." All the strongholds worked together and reported how much they hunted. Then, they contacted the merchants who bought the furs and game. "We set the price, so if any stronghold dares to change the price without permission, we'll let them go." Later on, the grafted fruits were the same. For example, oranges, which were the size of a fist, foreign merchants wanted to buy them. You can ask any stronghold, and they'll give you the same price. We won't be bullied and cheated like before. Speaking of which, we have to thank Brother Zhong. Back then, it was Brother Zhong who let us know that the price of the things we sold was lowered. When Chang Hu talked about this, he seemed very happy. His beard was curling up and down. "Father, you should say Brother Yongqing. Loyalty is a name, and foster father's courtesy name is Yongqing. Why don't we just say Brother Zhang?" Chang Hu's son, Zhang Gang, reminded him. Chang Hu slapped the back of Zhang Gang's head and laughed. "That's right, Yongqing. My little brat is still the most knowledgeable. He can't be wrong to be with Xiaobao and Cuckoo. You've become a high-ranking official. If I wasn't your father, I would have to kneel to you. Governor N is a high-ranking official, but I don't see you kneeling to him." Zhang Gang rubbed his head and said after being slapped. "What kind of official is he? Xiaobao, do you think the people in the imperial court are stupid? They sent him to be the governor, and he actually told us that it's called following the rules of Xiao and Chow Chow. Who do you think Chow Chow can follow?" Chang Hu complained again when he mentioned governor, and Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. But then he understood. After thinking for a while, he said, "Indeed, Chow Chow can't follow Xiao He, so Governor N can only follow my father's footsteps." "Father, it's not Chow Chow, it's Chow Can," Zhang Gang reminded him. Chang Hu slapped the back of his son's head and laughed. "Yes, Chow Can. My son is still the smart one." Zhang Gang rubbed his head and looked at Brother Xiaobao with eyes full of admiration. At first, he thought that Brother Xiaobao didn't understand, but now he understood. Brother Xiaobao was really smart. He knew that Brother Xiaobao would be slapped after correcting him. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, then asked again. "Uncle, are the people in the mountains eating, drinking, and wearing better clothes than before? We won't be staying for a few days this time." The main reason is to give Duo Sure time to react. If you have any difficulties, tell us. Xiaobao and I will try our best to think of a solution. Difficulties? There really are. The children's school has been built in all the villages, and it's much better than before. However, the villages are far from each other, and it's inconvenient for the children to walk. They're afraid of being eaten by animals, so they're all placed in the city. They eat and live there, and when the family thinks about it, they go down the mountain to take a look. But there are more children, and there are fewer people teaching them. Scholars are not willing to come here. The weather is not good, and it's also remote. It's not easy to go outside. I know that the people outside despise us. Even if we have money and manage the ski resort, we can still hunt, fur, and game. The people outside see us differently after all. Take Yizhou, which is located in Chengdu, as an example. An ordinary teacher can only get 700 copper coins a month. Our stronghold offers 2 strings of cash and countless other things, but no one wants to come. Last autumn, I said that I would give away a tiger pelt, and one finally came. After getting the tiger pelt, he disappeared in less than 2 months. How can a scholar say that he's unreasonable? Father, you didn't keep your word. That's right, my son is very capable. Right now, most of the people teaching the children in the city are people sent by your family to take care of things. Whenever they have time, they teach the children. There are also the waiters from the Xueqi tavern in the city. They take shifts to rest before coming over to teach the children. Then there are the 6 people you can count with your fingers. 4 of them are old, and don't even have the status of a high scholar. The other 2 are young people who came to visit last summer and didn't go back. Why don't you send them to the capital? We'd rather be farther away. We won't see each other for a year or two. It's better than being delayed. Brother Zhong. Oh, Brother Yongqing, you can take care of them in the capital. Hey Yongqing, look at how good my son is. As soon as Changhu finished speaking, Zhang Gang was slapped again. This time, he really didn't make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened to Changhu's words, which were simple and full of hope, and sighed. Xiao Bei, who was also listening, couldn't take it anymore. Who would be so shameless as to run away after cheating a tiger pelt? Once the arrest warrant is sent out, the 9 of us, oh no, 10 patrol inspectors want to catch him. Does he still have the integrity of a scholar? Does he still have the integrity of a scholar? Learning from the saints and doing dirty things, without killing to appease the anger of the people, without killing to appease my heart. Brother Xiao Gang, am I right? Yes, it's just a tiger pelt. How can it be compared to human skin? Getting a pelt and losing a pelt. How lazy. Zhang Gang was also angry. My son is right, but, forget it, it's my village's fault for not being capable. San Shui County is considered remote compared to the capital. Many people will go there, and they won't run away even if we don't give them the tiger pelt. Let's go, there's a road up ahead. It was built 2 years ago to send charcoal. There are also bamboo and wooden houses next to it for people to rest. There are many wild animals in the mountains. Changhu shook his head and changed the topic. His son continued to rub his head. No, we have to catch him. It's not a matter of a tiger pelt. It's very simple for us to forgive him. He's just a person, and I think it's not easy. But if we let him go so easily, doesn't it mean that others can learn from him? Raise your hands to vote. Xiao Bei refused to give up and raised his hand first. Xiao Yuan, who was being stared at by him, also raised his hand. Needless to say, the other children all raised their hands. If it was in private, there might be children who disagreed. But now, in front of so many people, they had to advance and retreat together. Even if they were wrong, they could make up for it later. Not to mention catching a person, even if Xiao Bei said that he was going to kill someone, the whole family had to support him. Xiao Bei's suggestion was passed with 1 person absent and the other 9 voting in favor. Changhu and Wei Wei paused and turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, implying that they should persuade the children. There was no need to keep an eye on 1 person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indifferent. Seeing that Changhu kept hinting with his eyes, Zhang Xiaobao said, Uncle, they are the patrol inspectors of the Tang Empire. Logically speaking, Cuckoo and I are not in charge of them. This time, Cuckoo and I are only in charge of their meals and education. We won't affect their administration. First, we need to solve the problem of the lack of teachers. I will write a memorial and ask His Majesty to add a rule for the imperial examinations. All those who want to participate in the imperial examinations or students who want to take the imperial examinations must teach for at least a year in a place. The more remote the place is, the more points will be added. I will first send people to support the school in Yizhou. It will be fine if there are others in the future. We are relieved that you sent people. I suddenly thought of something. Just like what you said, aren't you afraid that someone will fake it? He obviously didn't teach the children and used other means to make the school prove that he taught them. Changhu was not knowledgeable, but his EQ was not bad. What does it have to do with us? If they fake it, the patrol inspectors will be in charge. If the patrol inspectors make mistakes, the Censorate and Supreme Court will be in charge. If they make mistakes, the Tang Empire's patrol inspectors will be in charge. That is, Xiao Bei and the others. If Xiao Bei makes a mistake, it will be Mai and Cuckoo's turn to say, Xiao Bao explained. Changhu realized that he was back to square one and was not in the mood to continue arguing. He nodded vigorously and hoped that the teachers would be in place soon. Xiao Bei solved one problem and said, there is also the provincial governor with the surname N. Even if Yizhou is remote, the provincial governor is still a 4th-rank official. How can we mess around? Even if we don't expect him to develop, he shouldn't be corrupt. A 4th-rank official can participate in the Imperial Court Assembly in the capital. When I meet him, I will ask him what he thinks. Speak of the devil. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, there was a call from the front. Hi, I am late. Let me go. I am the provincial governor of Yizhou. Chapter 1182. My son, The person shouting in front is surnamed in Chong, who had not seen the person, but he was certain just by hearing the voice. Let him come over. Let's take a look. Zhang Gang was already standing 5 steps away from his father. He ordered the people around him and moved 2 steps forward. He was probably afraid of being beaten again. Not long after, a person quickly walked over. He was wearing a 4th-rank official's robe and an official's hat. There was a silver fish pouch on his waist. He walked with vigor and vigor. When the little guys saw the person, they were stunned. He was very different from what they had imagined. They had thought that he would be fat, yellow, and overindulgent. They did not expect that this person had a face full of righteousness and a well-proportioned body. The first impression he gave was that he was shrewd and capable. He did not seem to match what Chong Hu had said earlier. It was very contradictory. What was going on? The person stopped in front of them and glanced at the people in front of him. He solemnly clasped his hands and bowed. This official greets the Bohai provincial governor and the Tang patrol inspector. I have been busy with trivial matters recently and am late to welcome you. I hope you can forgive me. As his voice fell, he smiled warmly at Chong Hu. Brother Chong, are you still in good health? Chong Hu curled his lips and half-heartedly returned the greeting. It's still the same. No one has come to torment our stronghold. We are doing well. You have lost weight. Brother Chong is right. I have disturbed you a few days ago. Please forgive me. Lost weight? Others have said so as well. Losing weight makes one stronger. Accompanying the people in the county in the spring plowing and working all day long, they have succeeded in losing weight. Pigs are slaughtered when they are fat. Officials who are fat also do not benefit. Provincial governor and was still smiling warmly. Chong Hu carefully looked at the other party and nodded. Indeed, no wonder you dare to come. You are not fat, otherwise you will really be slaughtered. My children have returned today and you want to find 100 people to drink in the stronghold? I wouldn't dare. I've been muddle-headed during those days, and I've harmed many people. My heart is filled with guilt, and I don't have the face to bring up the matter of drinking again. I've decided to change and do things honestly in the future. Please believe me this time. The provincial governor surnamed and said solemnly with an apologetic expression. Not only were Xiaobei and the others confused, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also confused. Chong Hu was even more confused. He looked around at the people in the strongholds in Yizhou Mountain and saw that they were all at a loss. They all wondered what had happened to Governor Tong En. Had he been possessed by a ghost? Scratching the back of his neck, Chong Hu took a step forward and circled around Governor En. After a while, he stood in front of the other party and stared straight into the other party's eyes. He could only see the sincerity and clarity in the other party's eyes. Governor En, you just said that you are busy with the spring plowing in a county. Which county are you in? Chong Hu really didn't want to believe that the person in front of him was the same governor and who couldn't accomplish anything but spoiled everything. In Wanshan County. This year, the chives in Wanshan County will be harvested 1 month later than in other places. We plan to use a new technology before the second harvest to prevent the chives from sprouting too early. We plan to take advantage of the time difference. At the same time, we will introduce a large number of special dishes to increase the local income. I am helping out in the local area and have a good chat with the Deputy County Magistrate, Gong Sun Moyu. Governor En still looked serious, which made people feel that he was an upright and kind official who was willing to work for the people wholeheartedly. Chong Hu felt helpless and tried to dissuade him. Don't. My governor, you'd better stay in Wanshan County. Everything is fine in Yizhou. We will definitely give you the full rent and tribute. We are really scared and can't afford to suffer. Please let us go. One chance, just one chance. Don't occupy too many vegetable fields. I will try this year. If it doesn't work, I will apply for a transfer next year. With a pleading look in his eyes, An cupped his hands and bowed again, scaring Chong Hu into retreating. Nearby, Xiao Bei discussed with a few others and asked, "What are you going to plant in the vegetable fields? Speaking of which, I should give you a chance. It is easy to kill one, but difficult to save one. Killing one eliminates evil, but saving one adds good. In between good is two. Give me a reason." Hearing Xiao Bei's words, An was scared and excited. If it were someone else who condemned him, it would be difficult for them to kill him. However, it was easy for a group of children to kill him. The punishment of whipping was not a problem at all, but it was 5 times worse. They could even wipe out the whole family. Although His Majesty gave the officials such a great power to not expect that they would not be killed if they deliberately made mistakes, and to tell them that they should think twice before making a mistake. There was also a group of people who could disregard the national law and take their lives at any time. However, the officials who were arrested felt wronged. Forcing himself to calm down, An E lowered his head and answered, "I want to plant wild vegetables in the inferior vegetable fields in the province. There are many trees in the mountains. When the weather is cold, they can be burned to drive away the cold. When frost comes, they can be smoked to keep the wild vegetables growing. In the cold winter, the skiers will have a delicious meal. All the money will be used to compensate for my past crimes. Is that okay?" After speaking, An E did not dare to look at Xiao Bei and the others. He was afraid that they would misunderstand his purpose or not believe what he said. The most important thing now was not to quibble, but to admit his guilt. "Is this technique okay?" Xiao Bei asked after discussing with the others. "Yes." "Then why not plant other vegetables?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Because other vegetables are not good. We have to find a vegetable to plant, so we can only plant chives. The prefectural city of Izhou has the conditions to use greenhouses, but Izhou has been corrupted by me and no longer has the ability to do so. Chives have already been planted in Wanshan County." An E finished and sighed. "Okay, I agree. Let's try it. Uncle, what do you think?" Xiao Bei agreed and turned to ask Chong Hu for his opinion. Chong Hu did not care what An E did as long as he did not cause trouble for the stockade. He nodded and agreed. An E breathed a sigh of relief again. Even if he did not do well, he did not have to worry about being killed. Everyone walked together. An E fell behind slightly and followed step by step. He did not dare to overtake the front, nor did he dare to run too far away. At the same time, he was worried that he would not be able to answer if asked about the situation in the prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to ask An E about the situation in the prefecture. The local people would naturally give them detailed data. They would have to wait for Governor N to report to them. After passing through the temporarily built road, the road ahead was connected to the main road. It was wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. The road was flat and could be considered a main road in this place. It could not be compared to Chong'an, nor could it be compared to Sanxue County. Shu Road was difficult to travel on. The current era was better than the era they came from. At that time, the railway was well built, but there were always cars that overturned on the road. The main reason was that the people did not have the money to build it themselves. The merchants could not do such a good thing, and the government was not willing to increase the investment. It was not proportional to the output. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, several years ago, they began to coax and cheat the local merchants to support them. They spoke well, but in the end, the merchants lost money. If it had been someone else who cheated them like this, the merchants would have been angry. They held back for the sake of Zhang Xiaobao. Fortunately, they gave compensation later. The new technology was given priority and arranged to go to Japan to make money and torment the Japanese. The 2 of them could make the investment proportional to the output. Because it was used to fight, and then plunder various resources and slaves, the slaves could contribute enough and give their descendants the identity of a citizen of the Great Tang. It was the same as some things in the development of North America. The group walked all the way. After noon, there were more and more people. They found an open place in the village to set up a pot and cook. The villagers came out one after another to give them things. No matter what, they did not want money. Zhang Xiaobao had to use other things he had brought to exchange. Both sides were happy. They raised their cups and drank. They were happy and harmonious, laughing and talking without end. No one paid attention to An E. Provincial governor and looked on enviously from the side, imagining that he would govern the provincial capital well. When he left, he would take the Wanmin umbrella with the people's handprints. When he came here again someday, the people would be willing to give him all the food in their homes. Only then would his life not be in vain. After the meal, the villagers could not bear to see them off. They followed them for 5 li and still did not return. They persuaded them to stop and then sent them off with tears in their eyes. When they disappeared at the end of the road, they returned. The group continued on and reached the fork in the road leading to the provincial capital of Wing Province. That year, when they came, Xiaobei and the others were in the house. Just as Bigu and the other old men said, they could see whether Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family had new technology. They just had to keep an eye on the little guy's house. Brother, sister, we suddenly thought of something. We don't know if we should say it. Xiaobei suddenly said to his brother and sister when they reached the fork in the road. You shouldn't say it. Zhang Xiaobao answered very straightforwardly. Xiaobei was stunned. He chuckled and said, we want to go to Wenshan County first to see that deputy county magistrate with the surname too. If he is really capable, it would be a pity to be a deputy county magistrate. Anyway, we are going to rest in Wing Province. We can come back from Wenshan County later. Who is it? Right, provincial governor, and please come with us. I am willing to go with you, but in the province? An E meant that he wanted to go back to the provincial capital of Wing Province. He wanted to take this opportunity to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to help him put in a good word with the local people. He had really harmed the local people. If he did not change his image, he was afraid that no one would cooperate with him to grow mountain vegetables. Xiaobei stared at him and said, the government does not need you. Your most important task now is to come with us. Otherwise, humph. Yes, I will go with you. An E did not dare to say anything else. Thus they separated. Xiaobei and the rest led their guards and servants towards one mountain. An E was secretly thankful that he had helped out in Wenshan County for a period of time. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. From here to one mountain, it was a distance of several dozen li. The group continued to climb over the mountains. After midnight, they finally arrived at the place at the middle of the moon. Xiaobei and the group of children had long been carried on poles and covered with blankets to sleep. They did not eat dinner. They were woken up when they arrived at the place, intending to eat until the night. The others in the group were also tired. They did not want to disturb others in the county. They stopped at the outskirts and set up their tents. When the big pot of food was ready, a portion of them hurriedly ate and then lay down to sleep. A portion of them were half full and closed their eyes. The other portion only drank hot soup and then continued their duties. When Xiaobei and the other 9 people were woken up, a large bowl of stew was placed in front of each of them. There were also a few small salted vegetables and 2 cold steamed buns. We're here? It's really uncomfortable to sleep on the road. It looks like it's going to be a sunny day tomorrow. There's too much dew. It's humid. Let's eat. It smells so good. You left us so much lean meat. Thank you. Xiaobei said happily as he broke off a steamed bun and soaked it in the stew. The other children also worked hard to eat. The steamed bun is cold. An E had eaten as well. He was afraid that he did not have the qualifications to eat with Xiaobei and the others. However, he found that Xiaobei and the others were eating the same as everyone else, so he reminded them. I know. I don't see us soaking it in the soup. We should make a portion especially for the patrol inspectors. You should be the one to do it. Who isn't tired at this time? Even Uncle Emperor has to eat the big pot of food in front of us. What? Provincial governor is used to eating delicacies. Is it hard to swallow cold steamed buns and stew? Should I have someone cook a few delicious dishes for you? That way, you can evaluate the culinary skills of my chef between the clouds and the water. Xiaobei asked with a concerned expression. The provincial governor shook his head repeatedly. I don't dare. Lend me 100 guts. It's delicious. I have never eaten such delicious stew in my life. He was frightened. Didn't he hear that Uncle Emperor also wanted to eat? Besides, the stew was really good. Although it looked simple, the taste was definitely not bad. Xiaobei ate a steamed bun. When he stopped to rest, he asked an E, who was waiting there and did not dare to rest. Tell me about that deputy county magistrate Gong's son or something. While we are at it, we can talk about the more powerful county magistrate. Good. Speaking of deputy county magistrate Gong's son, he is really extraordinary. As a deputy county magistrate, he suppressed the county magistrate and the registrar. He has a lot of power in Wenshan County. He can decide everything in Wenshan County with just one word. The bailiffs and the people all listen to him. When he is on the road, he must walk at the front. When he is in the hall, he must be in the middle. He has been in office for a year and a half. Under the circumstances of tax reduction and tax exemption, the county's revenue has increased by more than 10 times. The people have benefited even more. There are local nursery rhymes as proof. It says, "How much do you know about Wenshan County? It is difficult for a young man to marry outside. The produce of the land cannot be sent. The salt and cloth cannot be bought. Since Gongsun came here, the blue sky is 3 feet high and the wind is beautiful. Selling to buy to gather money, he is not MOU, but DU." An Yi said with a face full of worship. "So crazy?" Xiaobei was surprised. "If he is a little more powerful, he will be able to catch up with my brother and sister." Chapter 1183. Xiaobei, who was full, waited for the child to continue sleeping. He wanted to have enough energy to face Gongsun Moyu and see why he was so capable. And Yi was also exhausted. He shivered from the cold wind outside. He found a tent and laid down, thinking about things. He secretly rejoiced that he had worked hard recently and trained his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. The result would be the same whether he died of exhaustion from following the team or couldn't keep up halfway. The next day, when the sun rose, it was indeed a sunny day. All kinds of birds chirped in the mountains, looking for insects that woke up early and didn't sleep in. The sun shone down from the top of the mountain, reflecting the dewdrops on the leaves into a dazzling scene. A few clouds flew into the distance. The scenery was really good. Xiaobei helped the children wash up. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he frowned slightly, clearly unhappy. And Yi, who had only slept for half the night, had dark circles under his eyes. When they were waiting for breakfast, he went to the group of inspectors and took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled and praised, "Beautiful, really beautiful. The mountains are green, the water is clear, the grass is green, the flowers are red, the clouds are blue, and the birds are singing in the wind. What do you think?" "Nothing." Xiao Yuan took out his binoculars and looked back and forth. He came in a hurry last night and couldn't see clearly in the dark. Now that he saw the scenery, he was worried. "Is it not good?" And Yi put away the smile on his face and asked cautiously. Xiao Yuan put down his binoculars and said, "What we want to see is smoke rising in spirals, bustling, endless traffic, horses neighing, market noises, dogs barking and chickens crowing. For example, Xueqi County. Before entering the county, you can feel the liveliness. No matter where you go, you won't feel cold. You'll always be in a warm and comfortable environment. Of course, there's nothing you can do about the loneliness in your heart." How many places dare to compare with Xueqi County? Wenshan County is remote and without the help of the Zhang family and Wang family, it's already not bad. If we go further, we'll see the lively scene in the county. And Yi also frowned, regretting what he just said. It was wrong to have different administrative views. Xiao Yuan nodded and didn't say anything else. After breakfast was served, they hurriedly ate and the group continued on their journey towards Wenshan County. After traveling for more than an hour, they finally saw people. There were several dozen people scattered around the terraced fields on the mountain. When they saw the large group of people, they stopped what they were doing and straightened their backs to watch the excitement. When they saw a flag with the pattern of rice seedlings rise up, they were very happy. They stepped on the furrows and gathered on the road in front of the team. Each and every one of them had an excited expression on their faces. "You're always so enthusiastic. It's so embarrassing. You're holding up my work." Xiaobei swung his arms and walked to the front with a grin. He said to the locals, "You're welcome. Have you had breakfast? I brought some steamed buns. Try them all." Someone from the team immediately brought the buns over. Actually, they didn't bring them on purpose. They hadn't eaten them in the morning. The leftovers were placed in a box covered with a quilt. They were still warm even now. The locals were not polite either. They surrounded Xiaobei and the others and happily talked about all kinds of things. They picked up the big meat buns and ate them quickly. They had indeed not eaten breakfast. If they had eaten in the morning, they would be hungry at noon. They would eat at noon. Would they eat at night? Normally, they ate 2 meals a day. While eating, they didn't stay idle. They constantly asked the children if they were tired from the journey. Topics like whether they were cold or not seemed very natural. It didn't seem at all like they were meeting for the first time. and Yi felt a sour feeling in his heart. He was keenly aware of the reason for this situation. The locals were constantly thinking about the Zhang family and the Wang family. They were always fascinated by them, so even if they were meeting for the first time, they didn't feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Of course, the officials were also thinking about Xiaobei and the others, but they were thinking about different things. They were more afraid than friendly. In order to get along well with the locals, Xiaobei, who had clearly eaten his fill, still took a steamed bun and bit into it. Then he asked the locals what they were doing in the fields, whether they were doing well, and what problems they needed his help with. The locals didn't understand how to consider problems from the perspective of the country's general situation. They only thought about the matters before their eyes. Some asked for his help in building 2 bridges over the Xueqi River. Others said that they had heard of something called a water pump and that they should get a few. In the summer, the terraced fields in the mountains were short of water so that they could pump the water up. Others asked for thermometers. This year, their families planned to raise more ducks and adopt the method of artificial incubation. The only matter that directly involved national politics was to have County Magistrate Gong Sun Mo take over as County Magistrate. The original County Magistrate was to be demoted and stay in the way. Xiao Yuan followed at the side, taking out a small notebook and pencil and earnestly taking notes. Occasionally, he would stop to ask where the best place to build the bridge was, or talk about what one should pay attention to when raising ducks. When the locals saw Xiao Yuan writing, they felt even more assured and ate their steamed buns even faster. Among the crowd, Provincial Governor and Yi began to observe a moment of silence for the local county magistrate. Although the appointment and removal of officials here were not like in Xueqi County, where they were supervised by the common people, as long as they didn't do a good job and didn't receive any support from the public budget, they would immediately be removed. But since Xiaobei and the others had come and heard what the common people said, when the time came for them to be questioned, one bad answer was certain to be removed. After a while, everyone was full. Xiaobei also finished off the steamed buns in his hands and said to the crowd, "Okay, we've noted everything down. We'll arrange it later. Everyone can continue working. We'll also continue on to the county. See you later." The locals' stomachs were much more comfortable, and their moods were also much better. After greeting each other and watching the procession pass, they returned to the fields and continued working. Xiaobei's group continued to walk forward. When they saw the house up ahead, a large group of people came out to welcome them. There were blue-clothed yamen runners, and there were also people wearing official robes. Presumably, someone had come back to the county to report. As expected, while they were waiting for the people in front of them to come over, a local came over and explained to Xiaobei in embarrassment. He said that he had come back to report to Gong Sun Mou, and didn't plan on letting anyone else know. Who would have thought that Gong Sun Mou would tell someone else? It's fine, it's fine. We're not here to visit incognito. The situation in the county is for all to see. Poor is poor, rich is rich. I've never asked for Wenshan County to be the same as Sanshui County. Help introduce the main officials. If you have time later, we'll invite you to accompany us on a tour of the county. You're a local and are familiar with the county. As Xiaobei spoke, he lowered his head and looked at his clothes. After thinking for a while, he decided not to change into his official robes. The person who came over to speak naturally wouldn't say that he didn't have time and wouldn't accompany them on a tour. He followed the group of children and began to introduce them when the Yamen people came closer. This is the county deputy, Lord Gong Sun Mou. The first person to be introduced was the county deputy. The expressions of the two people beside Gong Sun Mou clearly darkened. Normally, they were always suppressed. Now that a big shot had come, they, Gong Sun Mou, knew to follow behind when they went out of the county to welcome them. They didn't expect that they would introduce him first. As the two of them cursed in their hearts, they glanced to the side and saw that everyone had a very normal expression. Their mood worsened. This official greets the patrol envoy. When we heard that the patrol envoy had arrived, the county magistrate was very happy and quickly gathered us to welcome you. With the support of the county magistrate, the lives of the county people this year were much better. This is Wang Chong, County Magistrate Wang. Seeing that he was introduced first, Gong Sun Mou quickly stepped forward and introduced the county magistrate. Hearing Gong Sun Mou's words, County Magistrate Wang Chang's mood improved a little. When he saw Xiaobei looking over, He also stepped forward and bowed with his hands folded. He said, "This official didn't know that the Lord was here and was late to welcome you. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths." "So you're saying that you've confessed? You've confessed to a capital crime, right? You don't have to die 10,000 deaths. You can choose your own way of dying. Hurry up." Xiao Bei nodded to Wang Chong and said. Wang Chong was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. What was going on? They had just met and they wanted to kill him? "Lord Zhang, what is this official's crime? Why must I die?" Wang Chong swallowed his saliva and asked with a trembling voice. "You said that you deserve to die 10,000 deaths for coming late. Are you kidding? Deceiving the emperor? We are patrolling on behalf of the heavens." Xiao Bei was still aggressive. She was angry because Wang Chong was too fat. The surrounding people were all thin and weak or had normal physiques. Only Wang Chong had a big belly and a round face. He looked like a big steamed bun, fair and tender. If there was no problem with being a businessman, how could an official be so fat? How could he be so fat when he was under the pressure of the county magistrate? His heart was too big. Looking at Gongsun Mou again. His eyes were full of spirit, the lines on his face were clear, and his hands were very rough. When he bowed just now, one could see the crack on his upturned thumb. It was understandable that he was not capable, but why didn't he go down there more often? Who wouldn't be angry when they saw a lazy and stupid official? Wang Chong didn't know that it was because of his body that caused trouble. He stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond. He couldn't really die, right? That would be too sullen. If he died because of a polite sentence, it would be recorded in the history books. The scene suddenly became quiet. No one made a sound, and even their breathing was controlled. "County Magistrate Wang, tell us about Wanshan County. We will stand here and listen. At the same time, we can discuss with the locals." Xiao Yuan spoke at the right time. He knew very well that Xiao Bei didn't intend to kill anyone. That would be too unreasonable. Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Yuan gratefully. He nodded his head vigorously and said in a trembling voice, "My county is Wanshan, under the jurisdiction of Maozhou. My original province is called Wanshan County, and the county is called Wanshan County. The county is called the governor's office. I asked you to talk about Wanshan County. Why are you talking about Maozhou? You want to be the provincial governor? If you want to know about the prefecture, you can ask Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan has already memorized it. We want to know about the current county's population, geography, production, economy, humanities, education, medical care, taxes, and policies." Cold sweat flowed down Wang Chang's forehead. Yes, I know my mistake. There are about 400 households in this county, and the population is estimated to be about 2,500 people. There are mountains, snow on the mountains, and sea. Oh, I remember, Longquan Mountain and Min Mountain are also under the jurisdiction of the county, right? Speaking of this, Wang Chong looked at Gongsun Mou. Seeing him nod, he continued, "Production refers to the tribute, right? There is gold, cinnabar, and medicinal herbs." "Yes, cinnabar is also a medicinal herb, yes. Gold is also a medicinal herb. The entire prefecture's tribute is medicinal herbs." Xiao Yuan couldn't help but speak. Yes, sir is right. As for the economy, the word economy is so familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. It's not about taxes, right? The economy is quite good. Our county's economy has always been good under the care of the imperial court. What does humanities mean? It's also very good. Education, we have a school. The school is big, and we can also have houses. Medical care, there are 2 doctors sent by Dai Medical School. What are their names? Anyway, their medical skills are very good. In terms of taxes, they were exempted by County Magistrate Gong Sun and reduced by half. Otherwise, our county magistrate would be very rich now. Gong Sun Mou, do you admit it? Wang Chong was angry when he talked about taxes. Although the county's income was many times more than before, if they didn't exempt taxes and didn't reduce taxes, wouldn't it be even more? Gong Sun Mou didn't deny it and nodded in agreement. After Wang Chong finished complaining, he thought that Xiao Bei and the rest would teach Gong Sun Mou a lesson. However, he found that Gong Sun Mou was indifferent, so he could only continue, policy, policy. We plan to make the people rich and increase the county's income. We don't want the imperial court to worry, and we want others to praise us. What do you think? Chapter 1184. After finishing his report, Wang Chong nervously stared at Xiao Bei, waiting for his punishment. He seemed to have realized that his answer was not very good. Xiao Bei also stared at Wang Chong, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape in shock. After a while, he raised his hand and pointed at Wang Chong. You've worked hard. It's not hard, it's not hard. Everything is for the great Tang. This Wunshan County, under the care of His Majesty, the attention of the officials of the imperial court, and the concern of the provincial governor, combined with the local situation, and with the spirit of not fearing hardship, fatigue or difficulty, we organized people to go deep into the mountains, forests, fields and lakes. We had face-to-face contact with the common people and had heart-to-heart exchanges. We were anxious for the common people's needs and thoughts, and we adopted a series of effective measures to strengthen and enrich the common people. After 2 years of hard work and development, we have obtained gratifying results. At the same time, we have also discovered our own shortcomings. Through discussion and learning, we are gradually improving. I believe that it won't be long before a completely new Wunshan County will appear before the eyes of the Great Tang. This county will also stand tall among the Great Tang's strongest counties. Wang Chang's words were much more fluent than when he had first reported, coming out of his mouth. Xiao Bei's eyes were even wider than before, and his breathing became hurried. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His expression returned to normal, and he smiled. Very good. To tell the truth, before we came, we were still worried that our Wunshan County's development would not be good. But seeing you as the county magistrate, we are relieved. I have heard, seen and truly understood. Under the leadership of County Magistrate Wang, Wunshan County has united together and done many things for the common people. This shows that Wunshan County's Yamen team is a team with fighting strength, a team with courage and wisdom, a team that can be brought out at any time to win a battle. In recent years, our Great Tang's economic situation has been very good. But speaking of which, there are specific counties that should be commended. Wunshan County has done very well in this regard, walking in front of the other counties. Accustomed to exploration, bold development, and careful verification, it has played the role of a leader. And in light of the county's actual situation, it has found a feasible and reliable path of development. This path is positive, it is upward, and it is paved with enthusiasm for the people. After speaking, Xiao Bei nodded at Wang Chong with a smile. County Magistrate Wang was dumbfounded. He knew that he did not speak well at the beginning, so he planned to use conventional words to fool him. He thought that bullying a child would not be a problem. When little Bei was confused, he would have passed the test. Who would have thought that Xiao Bei would actually say the same thing? He seemed to be even better than him. Trouble, big trouble. This feeling was very familiar. It was as if Shangguan Mingming was very angry, but he still smiled at you. Then, what awaited you would definitely be ruthless. Otherwise, he would scold you. The reason why he didn't scold you was because you were done for. Just like being beheaded, your last meal will be prepared for you. If you're about to die, no one will argue with you. Gongsun Moyu lowered his head and did not say a word. The registrar closed his eyes. The county official looked at the county magistrate with pity. Everyone knew what was going on. But the common people around did not know that after hearing County Magistrate Wang Chang's shameless words, not only did Xiao Bei not teach him a lesson, he even praised him. Everyone was so anxious that their faces turned red. Just as one person was about to stand out and expose Wang Chong mercilessly, Xiao Bei put away his bright smile and looked at Gongsun Moyu. He said, Deputy County Magistrate Gongsun, add a few words. Yes. Gongsun Moyu stepped forward and took a deep breath to calm himself down. His eyes looked away and he spoke as if he was reminiscing. This county's Wunshan is under the jurisdiction of Maozhou government. Last December, the final inspection showed that the area was 74,522 mu, including forests, fields, and lakes. There were 479 registered residents. There were also 4 single elderly people and 15 orphans who were not registered as registered residents. They were temporarily raised in the county. Yes. We raised the elderly and children that no one wanted, Wang Chong continued. County Magistrate Wang, please wait and listen to Deputy County Magistrate Gong's son. Xiao Yuan raised his hand to Wang Chong. Gong's son Moyu didn't show any dissatisfaction and continued. According to the census, there are 3,334 people in this county at the beginning of this month. There are also 95 pregnant women, of which 3 are twins. The birth month is delayed by 3 to 7 months. The rest are within 3 months of pregnancy and we haven't found out yet. At the end of last year, this county's financial income was 6,462 strings of coins and 103 coins. The total income from the rent of crops was 4,200 dawn and 6 dotes, of which 720 dawn of barley, 2,900 dawn and 2 dotes of millet, and 580 dawn and 4 dotes of wheat. Because all miscellaneous taxes were exempted, the income from miscellaneous taxes was 0. Since the end of last year's frost, considering that this county has Longquan Mountain and Min Mountain, as well as lakes, there is not much suitable land for farming. In addition, it takes a long time to destroy forests and farmland, and the cost is too high. Therefore, this county's main agricultural income is not much and we mainly plant herbs. Combined with the natural geographical environment, the 22 villages mainly raised ducks in the early stage of laying eggs in the lakes. Due to the rich local mineral resources, we artificially made century eggs in exchange for income. The pilot villages, Erlong Village, Baihu Village, and Fenglai Village, raised goats and sheep. It is estimated that they will enter the harvest season in July this year. How many ducks? How many sheep and goats? Xiao Hai suddenly interrupted. Hearing this question, Wang Chong snickered. That was a good question. Who asked you to be so arrogant? I didn't even manage to answer those questions, and you dare to ask in such detail. Tell me, tell me. Usually, I can't beat you, but now, someone who can teach you a lesson is here. The people who came over were angry. Who asked this question? Why did he have to make things difficult for our good Deputy County Magistrate Gong's son? It was that County Magistrate Wang Chong who deserved to die. Gong's son Moyu's face was still calm. He took a deep breath, nodded and replied, by the 6th of April, the number of ducks raised in this county is 11,621. There are 591 male ducks, 109 female ducks, and 1021 ducklings. From the 6th of March to the 6th of April, 120,499 eggs were laid. 1,100 goats, 950 sheep, 50 male goats, 1,050 female goats, 910 female sheep, and 40 rams. In addition, there are 131 female goats with their young, and 44 sheep. In another 1 or 2 months, the children in the school will be able to drink goat milk. How do you know? Xiao Hai asked again. That's because from the 6th of March to the 6th of April, all the duck eggs, except for the spoiled ones, were made into century eggs. I was in charge of selling them. Every duck egg was the hard work of the people, so I didn't dare to be careless. How can I forget the people's hopes? Gong's son Moyu's reply was full of righteousness and conviction. Good, good Deputy County Magistrate, our good Deputy County Magistrate. A person shouted loudly, and the other people followed suit. Clapped clap clap clap. Clapped clap clap clap. Under Xiao Bei's lead, Xiao Bei and the others started clapping. The rhythm was not fast, but each clap was shocking. The people followed suit and clapped for a long time before slowly stopping. Xiao Bei wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded vigorously. Gong's son Moyu, you are good. We can rest assured that we will leave Wanshan County to you. There is no need to answer other questions here. Wait until we enter the yamen. I believe you will not be wrong. Let me ask you another question. We are very curious now. As a deputy county magistrate, you are able to do so much in the county. Which family do you come from? Or which famous place do you come from? We cannot believe that a person as young as you comes from an ordinary family. It is not that we look down on ordinary people, but it is too hard for us to accept. If you really come from an ordinary family, please tell us who your father and mother are. We want to thank them properly. Not only were Xiao Bei and the others curious, but the people were also puzzled. Where did their deputy county magistrate come from? Even the gloomier Wang Chong was waiting for Gong's son Moyu's answer. He also could not understand. How could a subordinate who had only been here for 2 months be able to suppress him and the registrar to the point that they could not do anything? How was this person's family? Hearing Xiao Bei's question, Gong Sun Moyu's Weiwei was stunned. He sighed softly and reached into his chest. He slowly took it out and lowered his head to solemnly wear it on his left chest. When he raised his head again, his entire temperament had changed. He was no longer as humble and gloomy as before. There was a sharpness in his eyes, and his movements were steady. He had combined the two contradictory states together. There was a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. He said in a low voice but full of energy, "I come from an ordinary family, but I am 16th in the entrance exam in the 15th year of Kaiyuan. I graduated from Jianjia Academy." Jianjia Academy's 9th World Lifelong student, Gong Sun Moyu, greets the main family's young master and young lady. Jianjia. It's actually Jianjia. No wonder. The moment Gong Sun Moyu's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar among the crowd. The cartoon symbol on his chest with a reed pattern was also stared at by the crowd, and the people standing behind him quickly squeezed forward. Wang Chong only glanced at it and then stopped looking at the reed. He sighed and then muttered, no wonder you can't beat him. You're actually from Jianjia. You've graduated from Jianjia, so why did you come to the remote Wunshan County to bully us? You're originally an official from the capital, and the same rank is worthless in other places. You must have nothing better to do. Right now, no one cared about Wang Chong. Everyone was looking at Gong Sun Moyu, especially the eyes of the commoners. They were filled with happiness. Jianjia, the imperial court actually sent someone who graduated from Jianjia to this county. No wonder he was so powerful. He used 1.5 years to increase his income by around 10 times. He graduated from Jianjia Academy. They couldn't compare. Normal people couldn't compare. Xiao Bei and the others were also stunned. After a while, Xiao Bei reacted. His face darkened. He angrily questioned Gong Sun Moyu. You have the nerve to say you're from Jianjia. Look at yourself. What have you done? 1.5 years. This is 1.5 years. You've only done this? I feel ashamed for you. It seems that without anyone watching, the academy is getting worse and worse. They dare to let anyone out. You used 1.5 years to build Wunshan County to this state. Who let you graduate? Why did it become so loose? You can graduate just because you're a person? Gong Sun Moyu's forehead was covered with sweat and his face turned pale. The commoners were even more confused. Wang Chang's face turned redder. How embarrassing. Look, he was still praising him. Now that his identity was revealed, he was scolded. Damn, wasn't it enough to achieve this as a deputy district magistrate in 1.5 years? Just because he was from Jianjia. Chapter 1185. Hearing Xiao Bei's scolding, Gong Sun Moyu pressed his chin against his chest. He stared at his shoes and didn't dare to move at all. Tell me yourself, how much time did you waste? Look at your uncles and brothers and sisters. Look at what they are wearing. When we came here, we couldn't see the smoke with our binoculars. They didn't eat breakfast. Look at the road under your feet. I'm so tired from walking here. As a county deputy, you spent 1.5 years and still couldn't help the people of Zhong County get out of this situation. Are you worthy of their trust? Are you worthy of the people who sent you off by the Luoshui River? How dare you wear the Jianjia symbol on your chest? The more Xiao Bei spoke, the angrier she got. She pointed at the ground and then pointed at the faces of the people around them. Gong Sun Moyu looked back and forth with Xiao Bei's words. He nodded fiercely. I didn't do well. I was too selfish. I let the people down. I deserved to die. Wait a minute, I don't understand. When Gong Sun Moyu admitted his guilt, the old man who had been standing beside them for a while spoke. At the same time, the old man took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch Xiao Bei's head. He said, Girl, where are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Oh, brother and sister went to Yizhou Prefecture. We heard from Yizhou Provincial Governor in Yi that there is a very powerful official in Wunshan County, so we came here. Xiao Bei raised her head and said. The old man nodded. Xiao Bao and Huan Huan are indeed busy. I heard that they are here to fight a war. Lass, County Deputy County Magistrate Gong's son is actually doing very well. All of you also said that he is very good. Why are you scolding him when you are here? The days in the county are getting better and better. Xiaobei shook her head and said, Uncle, it's not like that. You don't know. How can I not know? It's not easy for Gong's son county deputy. When he first came here, there were always people who made trouble for him. He spent 2 months to suppress the people who took the position but didn't do anything. It took him another year to make the lives of the people in the county better. The old man continued to plead for Gong's son Moyu. Xiaobei continued to shake his head. Uncle, you really don't know. Zhenjia's academy is different from other places. Other academies teach students all kinds of books, and it's not easy to enter. It was very easy for Zhenjia to enter the school. Anyone could come, regardless of whether they were from an aristocratic family or from a poor family. However, it was difficult for them to graduate. The knowledge in the books was only the foundation. After graduation, they had to pass the administrative exam. Among them, it involved the local economic construction, as well as the game under different political environments. For example, the situation that Gong's son Moyu encountered was very normal. It was very easy for a county deputy to suppress the registrar and county magistrate in the academy. A county magistrate like Wang Chong isn't worth mentioning at all. You heard him answer the question just now. It's not that I'm looking down on him, but any random person from Zhenjia Academy who can't graduate can deal with him like a child's play. An uproar broke out in the surroundings again. Everyone looked at Wang Chong with different gazes. Wang Chang's face was so red that it was about to bleed. Yes, he didn't beat Gong's son Moyu, but he shouldn't say it in front of so many people. He was a county magistrate after all. Couldn't he give him some face? It was just a matter of nodding his head to kill someone. Was it necessary to slap his face in front of him? The old man who stood out looked at the sky and pondered for a while. He said, I understand. Zhenjia Academy is very powerful. Gong's son is already very powerful. Anyway, he's just a county deputy. It's not easy for him to make many decisions. Uncle, let me tell you this. Not to mention that he's just a county deputy, he's just an ordinary official. As long as he's from Zhenjia, he has to complete his political ideas in various struggles with his superiors, colleagues, and subordinates. To put it simply, when he first arrived, there were a total of 100 people, including him. 99 people did not like him and bullied him. He had to fight against the 99 people while making the local people rich. If he did not have this ability, he could forget about graduating. No matter what methods he used, he had to fulfill his political demands. Otherwise, he would not be able to graduate. There are many people waiting to graduate in the academy. They're all smart people. They're definitely not ordinary people. That's why we're not satisfied. Xiaobei revealed the background of the academy. Hearing this, the county magistrate Wang Chong blushed with shame. It was so insidious to talk about seizing and cheating. Gong's son Moyu quickly echoed, Yes, yes. My opponents before graduation are other people in the academy. They're also waiting to graduate. Some of them haven't graduated for 10 years. It's very difficult to suppress them and get things done at the same time. Whether they're willing or not, it's very difficult to get their approval. Compared to them, County Magistrate Wang Chong and Wang Chong are really like children. Our graduation exam is to find a real county and then send people to discuss with the county officials. We're their staff. They'll do whatever we say. At that time, I chose Chengxian, Hunan Province's Izhou province. At that time, I was only a Zhongchao. At that time, the Zhongchao was very obedient. He did whatever I said. Now, he has become a county magistrate. You can go to Chengxian now and you will know. Let's put it this way. Until the end, when I finished the basic construction of the county as a granary, I never stopped fighting. Back then when those people fought with me, they didn't dare to sacrifice the lives of their people, but they used almost all of their methods. Of course, they didn't dare to kidnap the interests of the people. Otherwise the main family, that is the Zhang family and Wang family of Xueqi, would deal with him. Not to mention letting him graduate, they might even kill him directly. Even if he's a relative of the emperor, it's useless. Gong's son Moyu's words deeply agitated County Magistrate Wang again. He squatted on the ground and pulled his hair with both hands. Do you fucking look down on me so much? Didn't I cooperate with you very much? You asked me to stamp, I stamped. You asked me to issue an announcement, I issued an announcement. What else do you want? The local people once again looked at the reed symbol on Gong Sun Moyu's left chest. At the same time, they understood how important this symbol was. Jian Jia really lived up to her reputation. She actually had to play like this to graduate. It was scary just hearing about it. The old man who asked the question also looked at Gong Sun Moyu from head to toe. Then he nodded and said, "It's not easy, it's not easy. Look at our Gong Sun kid." "What, girl, even so, Gong Sun kid is doing very well. What's so good about it? Why don't you understand? To reach this level, he doesn't need a year and a half. 1 year is enough. It's all a ready-made model. It's nothing more than adapting to local conditions and then developing. My brother and sister have summed up more than 100 models. It's not a problem to use them flexibly. And Jianjia graduates don't become a motherless child after graduation. If he encounters any problems, he can ask the academy for help. The academy will immediately set up a special team to support him. He can also mobilize a lot of economic and information resources. Now you know who's behind Gong Sun Moyu. According to my brother, at this moment, he's not fighting alone. If he really encounters a strong opponent that the academy can't solve, the academy will send a request for help to the retired grandpas of the imperial court who are idling at home. If the old grandpas also encounter problems, such as the economic experts like the Tokyo Zero in the beginning, or Feng Qiao and Yamamoto in Japan, the information will be directly passed to my brother and sister. Uncle, tell me, isn't such support enough? Behind Gong Sun Moyu are the students and teachers of the academy, countless high-ranking officials of the imperial court, and the family power of the Zhang family and Wang family. Under such circumstances, he actually spent a year and a half to do something for the county. What do you think he did? While speaking, Xiaobei's finger was already pointing at Gong Sun Moyu. It was a very impolite and disrespectful gesture. But Gong Sun Moyu didn't dare to dodge. He pursed his lips, as if he was about to cry. The surrounding people didn't make any noise. Instead, they even controlled their breathing. The scene was quiet for a while. But their hearts were not calm at all. Some were shocked, some were happy, and some were moved. It turned out that the imperial court didn't just send an official from Jianjia, but an unimaginably large group. It was a reassuring guarantee. The local situation wasn't important. What was important was that Gong Sun Moyu, the person from Jianjia Academy, had come. After a while, the old man said to Gong Sun Moyu, "Gong Sun, what's going on? We don't blame you. In our opinion, you've done very well. We were afraid that you couldn't satisfy the academy. Actually, it's also our fault. If we had known that you were from Jianjia, we would have definitely helped you push the county magistrate and registrar down on the day you took office. Our Wanshan County is different from the counties near the capital. If we say that someone can't do it, that person has to go down. Even if the emperor says so, it's the same unless he sends troops to destroy us. In the past, our officials were all chosen by ourselves. Later, the imperial court, or more accurately, Xiaobao and Cuckoo, settled the Tubo and Tujue. Only then did we allow the imperial court to send officials. When County Magistrate Wang Chong came, we thought that he was good. Our days were better than before. Until you came, we realized that Wang Chong was really useless. We're not afraid of not knowing what's good, but we're afraid of comparing. Tell us properly. If you really can't do it, we'll be your guarantor." The old man's words were true, and the people around him echoed. What they meant was that although what he did was not good in the academy's eyes, they approved of him. He had done very well. The main problem was that the academy's requirements were too high. Gong Sun Moyu's tears finally fell. He wiped them with his sleeve and replied, "No, it's my fault. I didn't use the academy's resources. I wanted to do things with my own ability. I didn't want to rely on the academy, so I did a lot of the coordination myself. Take the century eggs for example. It's not difficult to produce century eggs. I learned in the academy that the difficult part is selling them. I personally went to Chengdu to sell them. Each trip took a long time. Also, I followed every sale because I was afraid that you would be cheated. To be honest, there was no need to go through so much trouble. I just sent a telegram to the telegraph office in Maozhou. There are people who graduated from the academy in Chengdu. They would help to collect information and contact the sales channels. Then I would arrange for you to go there. They would receive you there. I could spare some time to do more things for the county. But I didn't do it. To be honest, even if I didn't make century eggs, I could sell them easily if I made salted duck eggs. For example, if I went to the candy house and sold salted duck eggs to them, they wouldn't give a low price. Half a salted duck egg every day is good for the children's health. I'm going to die of anger. Gong Sun Moyu, you make me even angrier than County Magistrate Wang. Let me ask you, do you know what is called jianjia? Xiao Bei covered his chest with one hand and asked while panting. It's reeds. Gong Sun Moyu answered. Xiao Hai interrupted. It's good that you know. There are many students in Jianjia. They are all reeds. Reeds are not as beautiful as flowers. Reeds are not as strong as trees. Reeds are not as effective as ginseng. Reeds are not as tasty as cucumbers. Reeds can't even be compared to those branches that can only be burned as firewood. But why did the academy name it Jianjia? Because Jianjia grew among the clouds. Because one could see people in the depths of Jianjia. A single reed is nothing. Only continuous reeds can make a pond. When there are many reeds, one can make all kinds of things. Others say that we are smart. What are we smart for? We are 9 people, each with their own strengths. We are all like you. We have to show off. If we are separated, the Tang patrol will be useless. Even so, we have many problems that we can't solve. We have to ask our brothers and sisters for help. Why? It's not that we are humbly asking for help. It's that we are afraid of doing things that will hinder others. We can't refuse to ask our brothers and sisters for help because of our little thoughts. That will hurt many people. This is called responsibility. Do you know how to write the word responsibility? Do you know? When you become the deputy county magistrate, you don't just represent yourself. You also have to be responsible for the 3,334 people in the county. You also have to be responsible for the 98 unborn children. There are 22 villages in the county and 479 households are counting on you. The tax of 6,462 strings of coins and 103 coins is not worth showing off. The monthly production of 120,499 duck eggs is not your capital. It's just a number. If the 9 of us held power in Wenshan County, do you believe that we can do better than you? Give us a year and we can remember everyone's name. We can understand every inch of land because we have the talent. Yes, every child is a genius. The 9 of us are the same. But I dare say that we only need 8 months to reach your current level. In a year, we can surpass you by several times. It's not that we are capable, but that we know how to use resources. You don't use the resources and insist on showing yourself. You have angered me. Gong Sun Moyu looked at Xiao Hai in shock. He made a sound of agreement and then stopped talking. After all, it was useless to explain. The others were also shocked. Gong Sun Moyu had only said it once. They didn't expect him to remember it. He even said it so accurately that even the unborn children were included. The old man who asked didn't continue to defend Gong Sun Moyu. The truth was that Gong Sun Moyu didn't use any resources and wanted to do something for himself. Then he wasted time. Although it was amazing that he could reach this level in a year, this wasn't everything. If Gong Sun Moyu wanted to, he could do even better. Gong Sun, you can't think about doing things for yourself in the future. You came from Jianjia. How can you escape from Jianjia? You said that you don't use resources, but what you learned in Jianjia is already resources. Yes, I'll change. I'll definitely change. Compared to my fellow villagers, I know, I'm just a reed. Only in the depths of the reeds can one see his beloved. Little young master, little miss, please give me one more chance. Gong Sun Moyu said to the surrounding people, and then nervously faced Xiao Bei. Don't make it sound so pitiful. I can't kill you. If I want to kill someone, I have to kill Wang Chong first. At least you have done a lot for the county. Don't you think so, County Magistrate Wang? Xiao Bei turned to look at Wang Chong. Don't kill me, my family has. There is an 80-year-old mother and a child crying piteously for food. I know. I will investigate later to see if you have embezzled a lot of money or bullied the people. We will talk about it when the time comes. County Magistrate Gong Sun, Tell us about the future development plan of this county. We can't stay here for a long time. Tell us, we will help you think about it. Xiaobei glanced at Wang Chong and said to Gong Sun Moyu. Plan. The plan has to be changed. Originally, I didn't want to trouble others. Now that I want to use resources, I have to change it. Gong Sun Moyu hesitated and said. Chapter 1186. A gust of wind blew and Xiaobei shivered. He looked at the mud wall in front of him through the gaps in the crowd and said, Let's go in first. It's windy outside. Last night, the tent was so noisy. I didn't sleep well. The girl must have been tired, said the old man who had walked over with a pained expression. It's not me, it's the rest of the team. Go in and arrange a place for them to sleep. Let's go. Xiaobei led the way. With Gong Sun Moyu by his side, Wang Cheng's position as county magistrate could not be reflected. He could only follow a few steps behind, afraid and aggrieved. Hearing Xiaobei's words, he turned his head and muttered, Didn't they say that the Zhang family and Wang family servants and guards are the best in the Great Tang? Won't the wind tire them out? What are you talking about? I hate it when people talk behind my back. So what if they're elites? Elites are still people. Normally, they don't need to be so fatigue-resistant. Or are you trying to tell us that in Wenshan County, our people need to maintain the same vigilance? Are you worried about yourself or the people in the county? Xiaobei turned around and asked Wang Chong. Before Wang Chong could explain, the surrounding locals glared at him angrily. It looked like they wanted to tear him apart. An older woman with wrinkles on her face held a wooden staff and knocked it on the ground twice. She looked at Wang Chong and said hatefully, Useless thing, you can't be a county magistrate. You don't know how to speak. The bad guys don't know that Xiaobei and the others are rushing over. Who in the county can harm them? If someone dares to do something bad, we'll find them even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Just like Xueqi. Hearing the old woman's words, it was clear what she was talking about. A group of young people had almost been blown up by a gunpowder boat in Xuenyang by the Yangtze River. Looking at the situation, the speed at which this news spread was extremely fast. Even the remote mountains knew about it. Wang Chong opened his mouth but did not say a word. Afraid of being attacked, he lowered his head and continued to feel wronged. Xiaobei sighed, shook his head, and walked forward. He knew that Wang Chong was depressed. Not all local officials were as capable as Gong Sun Moyu. Their abilities were limited, and most of them were just maintaining the status quo. This was especially true for people in remote areas. If they couldn't come up with a short-term plan to get rich, others would reject them. As long as he could let the locals continue to live without rebelling, he would be a good official for the imperial court. As for making the local people rich, that was something that only capable officials could do. Logically speaking, Wang Chong, the county magistrate, was not in the wrong. Unless he was found to be corrupt, accepting bribes, abusing his power for personal gain, or bullying the people. Even if he used the money in the wrong place or did something wrong out of kindness, he could not be punished. Of course, if he really did break the other rules, even if he was greedy for 100 copper coins, it would still be a heavy crime. Thinking about this, Xiaobei looked at Gong Sun Moyu who was following him. He thought that since the lives of the local people were better, and the county's revenue had increased a few times, it would not be a problem for him to covet a few hundred strings of coins. There was no such thing as fairness and impartiality in this world. Uncle, can I ask you something? Xiaobei suddenly asked the old man beside him. Don't mention one, I will answer as many as you ask. I will tell you everything I know. The old man said happily. Wang Chong suddenly said, Yes, I will tell you everything I know. Shut up, do you know? Do you know how to make us live a good life? The old man reprimanded. If it was before Xiaobei and the others came, he would not dare to talk about the county magistrate. But now he was not afraid. He probably would not be the county magistrate for long. Even if he continued to be the county magistrate, he was not afraid. If the provincial governor made a mistake, he would still dare to scold him in front of Xiaobei and the others. Do you still have the guts to take revenge? Try it. If you take revenge today, someone will raid your house tomorrow. Taking revenge because of what Xiaobei and the others did was to prevent the people from speaking to the emperor. If the path of speaking was not smooth, the fate of the nation would not be smooth. What kind of crime did you commit? Wang Chong seemed to have thought of this as well, so he did not even dare to look at the old man angrily. Uncle, don't worry about him. Let me ask you. Do you like an official who is not greedy and is dedicated to the people but cannot make your lives better? Or do you like an official who is very smart and can make your lives dozens of times better with just a little bit of effort, but will also steal some of the money? Xiaobei asked. Since ancient times, this topic had its own right and wrong. The old man was stunned by the question. When the group entered the range of the earth wall, he smacked his lips and said, "In my opinion, it depends on the place. For example, in Wanshan, we can't eat meat twice a year. When we finally hunt something in the mountains, we have to make it into dried meat and take it outside to exchange for oil and salt. When there is a shortage of food, wild vegetables are good things. When you are hungry, grass roots and tree bark are also good. If the county magistrate wants to be greedy and live a good life, we can't wait to eat his meat and drink his blood. If it is that brat Gong's son, after 1 or 2 years, he can be greedy if he wants to. It is not easy for him. He can't be rich while we suffer. People's hearts are made of flesh. We also want him to live a good life. If the higher-ups really come to investigate, I don't know about others. I will help to speak up and stop it if I can. Your Xueqi County is definitely different. Everyone is rich and usually does not lack things. You are just an official to help maintain the status quo. What right do you have to be greedy? When you take the money that should be used in the county, what will other people use? The people of your Xueqi County are not greedy, right? Dare? Lend them 100 guts and I will let them live to earn but not to spend. In fact, there are no officials in my county who are greedy. The money that is earned is not as good as the money that is earned after doing a good job. The eyes of the common people are bright. Uncle, do you think Wang Chong, the county magistrate, is greedy? Xiaobei seemed to have understood a problem and led the topic to Wang Chong. Wang Chong instantly felt that winter had come, and it came when he was standing on the top of Min Mountain. If he really said that he was greedy, his crime would be increased by 5 levels and he would be beheaded. I am not greedy. Thinking of his head, Wang Chong shouted at the top of his voice. Xiaobei said lightly, "Reason does not depend on the loudness of your voice. I am really not greedy. Look, all of you look at my clothes." Wang Chong continued to shout. As he spoke, he lifted his outer official robe, revealing the inner lining. The material of the inner lining was not bad. The men came over and touched it. They looked at each other and nodded. The man said, "The second-class brocade of Sichuan has fine stitches and smooth silk. The only shortcoming is that the embroidery is not good. The first-class top grade is much better, such as Xiaoxian's inner lining. Xiaoxian, come here and let everyone have a look." The man thought that he and others were not wearing Sichuan brocade but fine cotton, so he had to call the maid over and lift the outer coat to reveal the inner lining. He said to the people around, "This is first-class top-grade Sichuan brocade. County Magistrate Wang's clothes are worth 5 coins. But it seems that he has been wearing it for many years. There are patches on it and the silk on his stomach is almost broken." Thank you, good people." Wang Chong, who was relieved, said gratefully. At the same time, he looked at the maid Xiaoxian enviously. "Even a maid is better dressed than me. Why don't you unruly people say that a maid is not well dressed?" Of course, the unruly people did not care how well-dressed the maids of the Zhang family and the Wang family were. The inner courtyards of the Zhang family and the Wang family were legendary. It was said that any one of them could be a good local official. Half of the officials in the Tang Empire suddenly died, so it was not a problem to replace the inner courtyards of the 2 families. What the unruly people cared about was whether County Magistrate Wang Chong was pretending or not. So they all came forward and touched County Magistrate Wang's clothes, leaving various handprints on them. Wang Chang's heart twitched when he was touched. He gritted his teeth and endured it. It was just a piece of clothing. It was better than losing his life. The patches are not new. Finally, someone made a conclusion. No. Someone echoed. It has been worn for many years. The silk here has been ruined. County Magistrate Wang, who was about to collapse, suddenly felt that most of the people in the county were good people. The old lady who spoke first, although wrinkled now, was definitely a beauty in her 20s. There was also a little boy who left black handprints and said that the silk was ruined. When he grew up, he was guaranteed to be a pillar of the country. He could easily become the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Xiaobei and the 9 little guys were also puzzled. They gathered their heads together and muttered for a while. Xiaobei turned back and asked, Wang Chong, did you deliberately wear a tattered piece of clothing to deal with us? I'll say this. If you really did something wrong, just say it directly. As long as you didn't kill someone or break up your family, we won't pursue it further. However, if you dare to lie to us, you can expect that our Zhang family and the Wang family are not good at investigating. Once we find out, the dozens of people standing on the Vermilion Bird Street in the capital's Chang'an city will have one more partner. The family of the Hongnong County Magistrate, Yan Zhang, is still alive. Xiaobei began to scare Wang Chong. Yan Zheng's family did not die because of the little girl. They were sent back from Japan and arranged to be somewhere else. However, outsiders did not know and thought that the whole family had been executed. The reason why Yan Zhang was so tenacious was because he knew that his family was still alive. During the new year, the little girl even came to visit him once. She sat in the car and lifted the curtains to look. This also allowed him to see the son that his pregnant wife had shown him when he was caught. Then, he needed to cooperate and shout to every passing official that if he did not die in 20 years, he could reunite with his family. Although he knew that he might not be able to hold on for 20 years, he was still willing to do it. It was enough to see his family once a year. Most of the others were caught in the previous fraud and religious incident. Only a few of them were officials from other places. To them, death was a kind of benevolence. They had to live so that the other officials could see how their bodies were gradually rotting away. They could see medical apprentices operating on their bodies and cutting off their rotten flesh to treat them. They could see their various reactions when they were about to be pierced with a new needle. Wang Chong had seen it before. During the new year, he had returned to the capital with the other local officials to discuss how to support Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in their western expedition this year. The capital was even colder than Wanshan. One of the officials who had been caught had one of his legs frozen. Then, he was arranged to see the medical students explain how to deal with it on the spot. At the time, the official's leg was already black. On it were bulging and broken frostbites. Then, he was splashed with boiling water to record his skin reaction when he was suddenly exposed to heat after frostbites. In the end, his leg was sawed off and he was injected with a few injections of a newly developed drug. Before returning to Wanshan, he saw that person again and found that he was still alive. This showed that the medicine was good and that the medical students had superb medical skills. But no matter what, he did not want to personally experience the medical students' superb medical skills on the Vermilion Bird Street. When he thought of this, Wang Chong swallowed his saliva and said, "The clothes are definitely not for show. I don't usually do bad things." "Then why are you white and plump, while Gong Sun Moyu is dark and thin?" Xiaobei inquired about his skin color and figure. Chapter 1187. Wang Chong looked at himself, stretched out his hand and touched his face and stomach. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. In fact, he wanted to say that Gong Sun Moyu wasn't dark and thin, he was just dark. How could he not be dark when he was running around outside all day? But he couldn't excuse himself by blaming others. If he angered Xiaobei and the others, he might be dragged to the capital. I can prove that in the past 1.5 years, County Magistrate Wang didn't get a single penny from the county government for his own enjoyment, Gong Sun Moyu said righteously. Without waiting for others to ask, he continued, "Because after I came to the county, I knew the money in the county government. Part of the money that was handed over to the imperial court last year is in the Tang Bank in the state capital. Last year, there were 12 groups of inspectors. If County Magistrate Wang really used the money, I reported it. Since the end of the new year this year, our finances have always been open to the public. We have told the common people every coin we need. Until now, there have been 5 groups of inspectors. If there is really a problem, when the inspectors ask the people, the villagers will tell the truth." Yes, County Magistrate Gong Sun is right. Every month they come for inspection. "I am timid and won't spend the county's money," Wang Chong quickly said. "Don't change the concept. I asked you why you are white and fat. You told me that you didn't spend the county's money. You didn't spend the county's money. It can only mean that you are not greedy, but it can't mean that you have no problems. For example, you took bribes, Or you used your position to bully people, or you didn't pay when you ate in the restaurant. Xiaobei still thought that Wang Chang's body couldn't be easily nourished in the tough environment of the county. I. After Wang Chang heard Xiaobei's question, he began to stutter. Obviously, he was right. Gong Sun Moyu said, "What I can say is that County Magistrate Wang didn't pay when he ate, and he has 3 fixed restaurants. Every time, the restaurants give County Magistrate Wang money. The lowest is 20 to 30 coins, and the highest is 50 to 100 coins. You can even get money from eating. Good thing, why haven't I seen it before? County Magistrate Wang, you tell me, I will learn from you. There is such a wonderful thing in the world, good." Xiaobei began to clench his teeth. "I'm innocent. Innocent." A person came out of the crowd with a rolling pin in his hand. Seeing that everyone was looking at the weapon in his hand, people grabbed his clothes and hurriedly threw the rolling pin on the ground. They were scared because at least 20 guns were pointed at them. "Help him pick it up. What kind of weapon can the rolling pin be?" At critical moments, what the rolling pin can do, the fist and the head can do as well. "Newcomer, who did you say was wronged?" Little Hai didn't believe that someone would stupidly rush over and attack with a rolling pin. That rolling pin was no more than 2 feet long. The guns were put away, and some people picked up the rolling pin, but they didn't hand it to the people who had squeezed in. "County Magistrate Wang. I'm innocent. I overheard people saying that he doesn't pay for his meals and wants to pay for them. I'm innocent. He often eats in my shop. Why do you say he's resentful? Because he doesn't just eat, he also helps to cook." County Magistrate Wang's cooking skills were simply superb. "Oh, my surname is Zhang, and my name is Wretched Ming." The person who called himself Zhang Kai gave Wang Chang a thumbs up when he praised him. Xiaobei and the others didn't say anything. They looked at Zhang Kai and signaled for him to continue. Zhang Kai seemed to be slightly nervous. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and continued, "County Magistrate Wang's best cooking skills are his knife skills and deep frying skills. That knife is very good. When cutting radishes, a few radishes added together are not even as thick as a strand of hair. He also deep-fried things. The same pot, the same oil and the same things. County Magistrate Wang's deep-fried food is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How good is it? Let me tell you something. You know about pork and fish, right? After County Magistrate Wang's hand frying, putting it in the pot and deep frying, the outside of the pork will be crispy, and the inside of the fish will be juicy. It's fragrant and fresh. Those who have eaten it can testify. Every time County Magistrate Wang comes to my shop to eat, I've asked you to join in the fun. Let's not talk about how good he is as a county magistrate. Let's talk about his cooking skills. I gave him money, right? Yes. I've eaten it too. It's delicious. Vegetable dumpling, don't talk nonsense. County Magistrate Wang's deep frying skills are better than yours. Don't put gold on your face." Xiaobei looked at the old man beside him and the old woman with the stick. Seeing that the two of them did not object, he believed a lot more. He then looked at County Magistrate Wang and suddenly laughed. "Haha, are you a chef or a county magistrate? No wonder you're white and fat. You're a typical foodie. You don't care about the affairs of the people in the county. You go to other people's restaurants to eat and cook for them. Don't you think it's a waste of your talent to be a county magistrate?" Yes, foodie. I'm a foodie. I don't deserve to be a county magistrate," Wang Chang said. "I don't understand. You're a foodie. How did you become a county magistrate? You should be a chef." Xiaobei was depressed. Who made Wang Chang the county magistrate? What a scam. I took the exam. In the 6th year of Kai Yuan, I was ranked 42nd. I was working in the imperial court, but I found that the salary was too little. The land next to my house was the land of other high-ranking officials. I wanted to raise pigs, but they said it smelled bad. I wanted to dig a pond to raise fish, but they were afraid that the pond water would flow into their fields and drown the seedlings, so they didn't let me dig. Later, I had to cook for my superior for half a month before he helped to transfer me away. Then, Wanshan County lacked a county magistrate. I asked for help and got transferred to Wanshan. I knew about this place before I came. There are many wild animals in the mountains and many medicinal herbs. It's perfect for cooking. When Wang Chang talked about eating, He drooled. He swallowed twice to prevent the saliva from flowing out of his mouth. Xiaobei patted his head twice. I really don't know what to say. I believe in Chef Zhang's words now. The food you cook must be delicious. I don't think it's right to say that a person who chose to be an official and choose a place to eat is not delicious. Have you been starving since you were young? No, I was able to eat when I was young because of my mother. My father died early, and my mother raised the 6 of us. At that time, Wang Chong began to talk about his family matters. He said that his mother had suffered a lot in order to raise the 6 of them. When they were young, they ate first, and their mother would eat after they were done. If there was nothing left, their mother would just drink some dishwater and consider it as eating. Later, he swore to the heavens and his ancestors that one day, when he was successful, he would definitely let his mother eat good food every day. Before he took the imperial examinations, he helped others copy books and earned money to buy ingredients for his mother to cook. Then, when he took the imperial examinations, he actually passed. Then, while he was an official, he used his salary to buy all kinds of food for his mother, wife, and children. As long as he was at home, he wouldn't let others cook. When it became a habit, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't cook for a day. No matter where he became an official, he had to consider what the local food could be eaten, so that when he brought his family there, they could eat delicious food. He was frugal in his daily life. If his clothes were torn, his wife would mend them. He was not allowed to throw away leftovers. After all, his mother used to drink the dishwater. If he threw away the leftovers, he was afraid of being struck by lightning. When he arrived at Wanshan, he found that there were many wild animals. However, the county was poor, far worse than before. In the past, he could always get some benefits from other places, but there was nothing in Wanshan County. He really wanted to be greedy, but his mother wouldn't let him. She said that the commoners had a hard life, and if he spent this money, he would sooner or later suffer retribution. He would rather continue drinking the dishwater than eat the food bought with the greedy money. Otherwise, he would starve to death. Therefore, Wang Chong changed his method when he felt that his salary was not enough. He went to 3 good restaurants in the county to help. After he earned money, he went back to buy ingredients and cooked for his family. With his good skills, he lived well for the past few years. Every year, he could cook bear paws for his mother twice. Then, with the arrival of Gong's son Moyu, he found that he couldn't beat him. Fortunately, Gong's son Moyu was capable, so he put down the matters in the county and focused on cooking. I really didn't do anything bad. Wang Chong promised again. You still say you didn't do anything bad? This is considered inaction. Fortunately, Gong's son Moyu came. Otherwise, the commoners in the county would have been cheated to death by you. Xiaobei pointed at Wang Chong and said, I plead guilty. I deserve to die. Wang Chong lowered his head. Xiaobei sighed. Aya. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Yuan's shoulder, shaking it back and forth. Xiao Yuan, why do we have such a hard life? Can't we encounter a simpler case? Investigate the evidence and chop off the head. Everyone is nimble. Look at what kind of people we met. When we investigated at the seaside, they were so capable that we could only give them a warning. When we investigated at Fengzhou, it was a fellow who was also used. Moreover, he was slick. It's the same now. You said you killed him, but he was filial. He also knows how to be thrifty. Moreover, he helped the restaurant to cook, which can be considered to have improved the food conditions of some people. But if you don't teach him a lesson, he hasn't done anything for the past few years. He only thinks about how to cook good food. It's too torturous. Xiao Yuan felt the same. He nodded and comforted Xiaobei. Life, this is life. He won't be able to be a county magistrate. Why don't we send him to the front? Why? Let him do business? Xiaobei pursed his lips and asked. Let him go to the front to study the ingredients there. In the future, when we conquer the place, we will develop it. Food is the most important thing to the people. Let him go there and try. Xiao Yuan suggested. Xiaobei thought for a moment and said unhappily, It's enough to have brother. Didn't brother cook for us before? He said that the food that might appear there in the future is called curry or something. It's disgusting just thinking about it. I admit that he has been ambitious since he was young. He cooks well, but it depends on who he is compared to. His knife skills are good, But is he as pretty as brother when he's throwing knives? When frying pork and fish, it's nothing more than roasting the pork slightly to remove the moisture. When wrapping the fish, the inner layer of the pork is smeared with starch to moisturize it. If the weather is cold, the frozen fish is used. After frying it, it will be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside like juice. Right. County Magistrate Wang? Wang Chong was listening by the side. In the beginning, he was nervous when he heard the two of them deciding his life and death. When he heard Xiao Bei's method, he immediately forgot about his nervousness and asked in surprise, "You? How did you know? I have an exclusive secret recipe. The soup in the buns is just frozen first. My family's recipe is not leaked to outsiders." Pooey. My family runs a restaurant, between the clouds and the water, and they have served soup dumplings many years ago. You think you are good at it, but have you eaten the real soup dumplings? My brother's food is the best delicacy in the world, Xiao Bei said proudly. I will definitely ask for advice when I have the time, Wang Chong replied unconvinced. You have the time, but my brother doesn't. Right, I almost forgot. Your brother is Xiao Bao. He won't play with me. Wang Chong appeared very depressed. The difference in status was too great. Find a place to rest first. We will talk about your matter later. Don't worry, you won't die. At most you will suffer a little. Gong Sun Moyu, think of a plan and tell us later. If we can't solve it, we can look for brother and sister. I believe that brother and sister are definitely better than you. Xiao Bei, who realized that he still couldn't directly kill the officials, quickened his pace. At the same time, he felt that this was good. It meant that there were fewer problems with the officials in Tang Dynasty. If there were officials everywhere that deserved to die, Tang Dynasty would be in danger. Chapter 1188. There were all kinds of houses in the county. Some were made of wood, some were made of bamboo, and some were made of mud with thatch. The streets were also very narrow. Not to mention compared to Chong'an, it was even worse than an ordinary village. The main road could only accommodate 2 carriages side by side. The people who came later were worried that if someone happened to be walking on the road, where would the person hide? My county has decided to build a 4-lane road within a year and ensure that the road is sturdy, regardless of rain or drought. County Magistrate Wang, you don't have to say any more. There are houses by the roadside. If the road is to be built, the houses will be demolished. If we want to build, we should build the road leading to the outside first. The county will deal with it first. When the days are better in the future, the people will naturally choose a spacious place to build their houses. Xiao Bei was too embarrassed to tell Wang Chong directly that he had no authority to build the road. He was about to leave the position of county magistrate and Gong Sun Moyu would take over his position. Wang Chong lowered his head and did not say anything. Gong Sun Moyu asked, "Where are you going to rest?" "Find a spacious place and set up our tents. I can see that you don't have a good place to settle us down. Where is the spacious place in the county? If you want to talk about spacious, it's naturally outside the city. If it's inside the city, there's a place for the school." Gong Sun Moyu thought for a while and gave a place, the school. Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Let's go to the school." The large group of people and horses started to move towards the school. The 9 children kept frowning. There was a sewage ditch by the roadside, just in front of the houses or shops. It was originally covered with wooden planks or stones, but because of the lack of maintenance, many of the ditches were exposed. They could clearly see the black mud in the ditch and some white things that were soaking in it. As there was no rain for the past 2 days, the things in the ditch could not be flushed out. They were piled up there to ferment and grow mold, causing flies to fly around constantly. There were also unknown fungi growing around the wooden houses. There were all kinds of grass on the mud houses. It seemed that the owner was not in the mood to care. A maid wanted to run to the road in front to help with the incense, but was stopped by Xiao Bei and others. She said that she was not that precious. Although the smell was not good, it was real. In fact, the little ones were worried that once they used the incense, they would distance themselves from the locals. The smell was bad, but it was not easy to get back the people's hearts. Not to mention that it was just a sewage ditch. Even if it was a dung soup, when the local people entered, he and the others would have to follow. Moreover, They would have to be the kind of people who would chat and laugh and never leave each other's side. Zhang Feng tugged on Gong Sun Moyu's sleeves, and when Gong Sun Moyu turned his head, she said, "The only thing that's lacking is the hygiene. My house is very clean now. No one pees and pees everywhere." 2 large latrines were built at home. Not only was the village clean, but there was also a lot of fertilizer. My family is in the mountains of Wing Prefecture. It's a big stronghold. My father told me about it. Only then did Gong Sun Moyu remember that the little ones were not all from Xueqi County. There were also people from other tribes. They were even more independent than the Wan Shan tribe. Normal officials could not control them, for example, an E, who was also beside him. The main reason is that the medical conditions are not good enough. There are only 2 doctors who have just graduated and a few apprentices sent by the imperial court from the medical academy. The medicinal herbs they brought with them have been used up. Now they are using soup medicine. Speaking of which, it's not easy for people to enter the medical academy now. They need to learn 2 systems. They need to know how to use the stethoscope. Once the stethoscope is broken, they need to immediately take the arm's pulse. When the medicine from the pharmaceutical factory is used up, they need to write down the herbal prescription. Gong Sun Moyu explained the current situation. It was not that they did not want to do a good job in medical hygiene, but that there were not enough doctors. Zhang Feng was obviously not satisfied with this answer. "You are shirking your responsibility. I don't care if it's easy for doctors or not. That's their problem. Although it's 2 systems, it's actually 1. If you insist on opposing them, of course it's 2 systems. Without doctors, without medical staff, what does it have to do with hygiene? Wan Shan has many minerals, gypsum and lime, which can be used for sterilization. Is it difficult to build a large latrine?" "Yes, I didn't consider it thoroughly." Gong Sun Moyu nodded and admitted. He did not explain that he had been busy helping the locals become rich. Jianjia's people did not need to explain. If you dare to say that you were negligent, then you were not capable enough. The little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family also did not consider the difficulty of the process. They only needed to know the result. It was not that they were unreasonable, but they were used to overcoming any difficulties. When did their brothers and sisters complain? At this moment, Gong Sun Moyu's heart was full of piety and awe. He decided that after he became the county magistrate, he would consider the problems in the county more comprehensively and in more detail. He did not want to weaken Jianjia's reputation. They walked all the way to the front of the county yamen. The place seemed to be much more spacious. The yamen's door was pushed back more than 10 meters. Although the blue stone in front of the door was also damaged, it was still flat. However, there were no stone lions in the yamen, nor were there any drums for the people to play. The left and right doors were no longer painted. A few small wild bees had settled down in the holes of the doors. There was obviously a big green insect on the stairs that was slowly being dragged by ants to their home. They continued to walk forward and finally saw a 2-story house. It was a restaurant. The sign hanging in front of the door was fluttering in the wind. A man dressed as a waiter got a small stool and sat at the door, holding his chin and curiously looking at the team. When he saw the rice seedling flag fluttering together with the sign above the team, he stood up immediately, his eyes shining. His legs were trembling. He did not know whether to walk forward or hide in the house. The county magistrate, Wang Chong, had a good relationship with this restaurant. He introduced, "Ishan Pavilion is the best restaurant in the county. The home-brewed local wine has the best taste. It is soft but not greasy, spicy but not spicy. It has a lingering aftertaste. Even if you drink too much, your head will not hurt." All right, stop bragging. I have never heard of anyone who drank too much not having a headache. They can drink too much because of alcohol. How can one's head not hurt when there is alcohol? Xiao Bei did not stop and continued to walk forward. Alcohol is purer than other wines. Wang Chong explained. Is medical alcohol pure or not? Other than distilled water, there is only alcohol. Drink it and see if your head hurts. The best house in the county is actually a restaurant. Tell me, you are the county magistrate. Xiao Bei did not continue to talk to Wang Chong. Instead, he expressed his dissatisfaction to Gong Sun Moyu. Gong Sun Moyu paused for a moment. No, the best restaurant is this restaurant. The best house is definitely not this. Then I will see which house is the best. Xiao Bei began to consider whether he should replace Gong Sun Moyu and get a few people from the academy to help build one shan. After walking slowly for nearly half an hour, Xiao Bei finally suppressed the idea of replacing Gong Sun Moyu when he saw the scenery in front of him. He saw 6 three-story buildings made of a mixture of mud bricks, bamboo, and wood. The distance between each building was at least 30 meters. At the very front, there was a beautiful bamboo fence. The fence at the entrance was relatively high, and there were 2 thick and long logs standing there. Together, the logs supported a horizontal board with the words, Wan Shan School, written in large letters. The first half of the couplet on the right read, "The wind whistles through the 4 seasons, chilling people to the bone." The second half of the couplet on the left read, "The sound of books will purify and warm the hearts of people for eternity." Xiao Bei and the others narrowed their eyes and smiled. Just as Gong Sun Moyu said, the place was big enough. At a glance, the field in front was about 400 meters long and 200 meters wide. There were seesaws, slides, swings, and everything else. Children as small as wearing open-crotch pants and as big as 1.5 meters tall were running around and playing. The most important thing was that all the children were wearing the same cloth and the same color. It was obvious that they were all custom-made. Wanshan County was poor. One could tell by looking at the road and the clothes the locals wore. It was amazing that such a poor place had such a beautiful school. Especially when it was impossible to build a school in a day. It would take at least half a year. However, it was winter a year ago. How could a mud brick house be built in winter? This meant that Gong Sun Moyu started building the school not long after he arrived. The problem was, where did the money come from? Not bad, not bad. We will borrow the school field first. When we leave, we will give you a borrowing fee. Xiao Bei decided to rest in the school. No need, no need. The registrar, who had not had a chance to speak, finally spoke up. Xiao Bei glared at him with his watery eyes. Who doesn't need it? Do you think I am compensating you? You have such a thick face. You are using the children's benefits to curry favor with your superior, right? Remember, we adults must not violate the children's benefits. Even animals know how to protect their calves, let alone humans. I know my mistake, I know my mistake. The registrar, who had just had a chance to speak, repeatedly agreed. However, he cursed in his heart. Aren't you also a child? Why are you pretending to be an adult? Xiao Yuan suggested. Don't give the money. What if it is misappropriated? If he dares, I will take his life. You are right. Giving the money and going out to buy it, it is a waste of effort. The weather is getting warmer. Send a few carts of silk to make clothes to cool down. Then send 1,000 boxes of various canned food, as well as oil, seasonings, refined salt. Our family's Kuanbu in Jili province is seaweed. Also, send 1,000 caddies of dry goods. Let me tell you, if any unrelated person dares to touch the things given to the children, don't blame me for not warning you. I will chop you up. I will personally use a guillotine. If anyone doesn't believe me, try it. See if I dare. Xiao Bei glared at him. His cute eyes swept back and forth. Whoever he looked at lowered their heads. No one was willing to try. What was there to be afraid of? His sister would kill people with a smile and write with human blood. After saying that, Xiao Bei suddenly thought of a very important matter. She asked Gong Sun Moyu, if you don't use the resources behind you, where will you get the money to build the school? Gambling. Gong Sun Moyu answered with a single word. He organized his words and said, I gamble with the literati and businessmen in Izhou. We gamble on poems, couplets, calligraphy, painting, charades, and so on. And you win. Xiao Bei thought this was fun. Gong Sun Moyu nodded. I gamble based on the people. I don't look for those who are really capable. I only look for those whose families are rich and powerful. I bet with those who think that they have studied under a great scholar. To them, gambling is a great knowledge, but to us who graduated from Zhenjia, it is just a basic skill. Every time I win, the gap is not big. Earning money is really fast. If not for the fact that I still have things to do in the county, I really want to stay in Izhou and play with them every day. That's great. The 9 of us have decided to find time to go to Izhou and gamble. We have to go back and ask our brothers and sisters if they have any tricks. It will be embarrassing if we lose. Gong Sun Moyu, how much money did you get from gambling? Just enough to build the school? Xiao Bei found an interesting way to make money. Chapter 1189. When Gong Sun Moyu heard Xiao Bei's question, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was afraid that he would fork out money. He had said that he was from an ordinary family. In the future, there would be many kinds of expenses in the school. If there was not enough money, it would delay the children. Moreover, the little ancestors of the main family were very rich and could take out money to subsidize the children of the Tang Empire. It was said that it was an agreement with Her Majesty. Every year, a portion of the candy house's income would be used on the children, and the candy house would be exempted from taxes. However, it was said that the money they took out last year was much more than what was stated in the agreement. His family's intelligence said that wherever the children were suffering, they would allocate money. They usually ate and used the family's food and had no place to spend money. For example, if there was a flood, the imperial court would take out some money and reduce taxes. The Zhang family and Wang family were responsible for the distribution of supplies, and the little fellow was responsible for the children's lives after the disaster. Thinking about it, Gong Sun Moyu sighed. He thought that these little fellows lived in rich families. How could the children of ordinary families be willing to spend so much money? Not to mention that they did not have money, they would keep it even if they had money. Putting aside his thoughts, Gong Sun Moyu replied, they supported the county's education with more than 4,100 strings of coins. I spent some of it mainly, such as organizing the poetry gathering. The accounts are a little messy, so I did not count them. Anyway, I won't embezzle my own money. After all, I won the money, so it's reasonable for me to spend it myself, right? The kids nodded, indicating that Gong Sun Moyu was right. Taking out the money one was a favor, but not taking it out was a duty. Just because someone donated 100 strings of coins, one couldn't investigate them and say that they had a net worth of 100,000 strings of coins. Usually, they would eat a few hundred strings of coins for a meal. Why didn't they save a little and donate it? It was too shameless to speak like that. Of course, when it was time to donate money, you have to take the initiative to donate. It was not that it was wrong to have money, but that you live in this society and have to make choices. When you count on the law to protect your interests, you have to let more people agree with the law first. Otherwise, when people go crazy from poverty, overthrow the regime and then cut you down, who can you reason with? You should leave some money for yourself to enjoy. Xiao Bei agreed and said, do you still need money? We have money. Our money is used for this kind of thing. Otherwise, why would people be so enthusiastic when they see us? As long as they are not stupid, there is always a reason for love and hate. If we can buy other people's smiles and support with money, we have the ability to spend it and are willing to spend it. The surrounding locals didn't expect Xiao Bei to be so straightforward, but they didn't feel disgusted when they heard it. Everyone understood the logic. If you treat me well, I'll treat you well. Children of Ru Shui, if you give me candy, I'll play with you. Yes, we are lacking a lot. After this year, it will be better next year. Next year, the county's revenue will increase, and so will the local people's income. It will increase by several times or even dozens of times. The location of the school didn't cost any money as the county directly allocated it. The 6 buildings of the school didn't cost any money either as the locals built them themselves. I just took the lead and shouted a few words. Money was spent on writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone, as well as pencils, rulers, and other teaching tools, as well as clothes for the 4 seasons. Children grew up quickly, and they were always playing around, so the clothes were worn out just as quickly. The rest was food. In the past, children only needed to fill their stomachs, and they could persevere even if they weren't very hungry. Now, the situation is orthodox learning. The intensity is high, and the nutrition needs to keep up. Although children are young, they eat no less than adults. They eat rice for the whole night, attend 2 classes, and go outside to play between classes. When they come back hungry, they immediately have to arrange for a meal. Gong Sun Moyu wasn't stupid enough to ask Fatty for help. If he didn't have money, he wouldn't say he had money. Besides, it wasn't shameful to ask Xiao Bei and the rest for money. They had a lot of money, and it didn't matter who he gave it to. Hearing that Gong Sun Moyu wanted money, Xiaobei was happy. There was no other way. He had too much money and couldn't spend it. How much do you want? Xiaobei asked expectantly. 8,000 strings of cash. Gong Sun Moyu gave a number without hesitation. So much. What are you spending it for? Xiaobei didn't believe that the children of Wanshan County could spend so much money in less than a year. Actually, they don't need it in the school. There are 690 children in the school in this county. Some of the children are too young, and the family is worried. I plan to let them send all the children above the age of 1.5 here in the future, and arrange for people to take care of them. It's much better than letting the adults take care of them at home. The number of children who die in the school is definitely less than those who die at home. Now, all the children in the county's school live in the school. Otherwise, why would 6 buildings be built? There are places for the children to live in. The advantage of the children living in the county is that it's convenient to see a doctor, and there are teachers to teach them. Most of the food they eat is bought locally. I want 8,000 strings of cash because I want to organize people to take the children out for a look when the county isn't busy in a few days. Some people in the county have never been out in their lives, and I don't want our children to be cooped up in the same place for the rest of their lives. Let them go to Izhou Prefecture and compare with the local children. Izhou Prefecture is much better than us. Only after they compete will they know their shortcomings and work hard. Gong Sun Moyu said with a look of yearning. Just based on his words, he was much better than many county magistrates. He was knowledgeable and could take root in the local reality. Such officials were rare. Yes, yes. A sense of shame is close to courage, Xiao Yuan agreed. Xiaobei blinked. Where did you find a local teacher? From Izhou by swindling. Oh no, exchanging. Yes, exchanging. I'm the deputy county magistrate, but I also graduated from Zhenjia Academy. I'm also a Jinshe graduate. Not all scholars can pass the Jinshe examination. As for me, I asked them to teach under the condition of knowing the tricks of the Jinshe examination. Some of them didn't even have the status of a scholar, so I promised to teach them. I took an hour to teach them every day, and they went to teach the children in the county. With such an exchange, there were many teachers in the county. Gong Sun Moyu answered embarrassedly. It seemed that his method was slightly improper because in addition to having the ability to take the imperial examination, one must first obtain the approval of the officials. Except for the outstanding people who were really knowledgeable, most of them were basically the same, so one needed to have connections. The reason why Zhenjia Academy was powerful was not only because of the support from the Zhang family, Wang family, and Bai Go. More importantly, many of the students who graduated from Zhenjia Academy were stronger than the examiners. The examiners had no choice but to admit them, unlike other examinees who only knew how to talk on paper. It was like starting a business after graduating from primary school. 20 years later, with a net worth of tens of billions, he could find a university and ask for a doctorate in economics. Would you dare to refuse? If you felt that the other party was not qualified, they could earn tens of billions. If you were good, how much could you earn? Xiaobei and the others did not think about the background. Instead, they were deeply inspired, especially Zhang Gang and Zhang Feng. Previously, their father said that they could not find a good teacher in the city, and they were cheated of a tiger skin. According to Gong Sun Moyu's method, could they also get someone to teach the children? Very good here. Xiaobei rummaged through his bag and took out a 1 luo note. Don't give me 8,000 strings of coins. I'll give you 10,000 strings of coins. Write a receipt for me, and it needs to be stamped. What are you looking at? I have a lot of money in my bag, so I can't let you do it. Gong Sun Moyu was speechless. She was really rich. How much money did she put in her bag? He saw a lot of money just now. Why don't you save it? There will be interest. Gong Sun Moyu felt that it was not worth it to keep the money on him, so he reminded Xiaobei. Save the whole money. It's small change. Carry it with you. Xiaobei said indifferently, looking at the children who were running toward the classroom. In fact, she was pretending. She had more than 200,000 strings of coins in her bag, and the change was not so small. Before coming here, she was afraid that the bank here would not be easy to withdraw money, so she exchanged it from the capital. Everyone had it in their bag. After all, the bank could circulate money, but they were not qualified to print money. Gong Sun Moyu did not know the details, and only thought that she was rich. His hand holding the 1 luo note could not help but tremble. It was not only money, but also a responsibility. 10,000 strings of coins. He must find a way to let the children live comfortably, play comfortably, and learn more. He estimated that there would be a lot left. The children in the school started class, and Xiaobei and the others set up tents in the playground. When the class ended, the children could not continue to play in the playground. The group of people rested, and those who had rested yesterday started to do their duty. The 9 children also went to sleep. The people in the county temporarily put aside the affairs of the yamen and found a tea shop opposite the school courtyard to drink tea, waiting for Xiaobei and the others to wake up for lunch. "I've decided to cook personally," Wang Chong said solemnly while holding a teacup. "I think it's okay." The registrar supported. "I object," Gong Sun Moyu said. Everyone looked over. When the patrol envoys eat lunch, they will definitely eat with 690 children. Can County Magistrate Wang cook for 700 people? Gong Sun Moyu gave a reason. Wang Chong took a deep breath and shook his head. Obviously, he had not practiced cooking in a big pot. The food for 700 people would tire him to death, and it was too late to start now. "If we eat together, we will change the dishes for lunch and pick the better ones." Wang Chong thought of another idea. "I object." Without waiting for the others to support, Gong Sun Moyu objected again. "If the patrol envoys eat with the children will definitely talk about it. If the patrol envoys hear about it, what will they think? Will they think that the food they eat is very bad, so they fake it today?" The people around nodded. It was really possible. "Then you think of a way?" Wang Chong asked. "Cook according to yesterday's lunch. Originally, we agreed to not repeat the same dish for the next 3 days. If we cook according to yesterday's dishes, the children would definitely ask why they ate the same dish as yesterday." The patrol envoys understood immediately. "This is what we usually feed the children. Then we will add 1 more dish. If the children are satisfied, the patrol envoys will also be happy." Gong Sun Moyu thought of a good idea. The others all gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant. Really brilliant." Sure enough, when Xiaobei and the others were woken up for lunch, they directly asked to eat with the children in the school. The other children were overjoyed. When they saw the dishes they were allowed to choose, they immediately told Xiaobei and the others that this was what they ate for lunch yesterday. There were a total of 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables. The children could choose 1 meat and 1 vegetable. There was also a bowl of soup and 2 small salted vegetables. After the selection of the dishes, someone brought in a basin of oily red braised pork. The children cheered happily. Xiaobei and the others could not help but tremble. It was too greasy. What kind of pig was this? 3 inches of fatty meat and a little bit of lean meat. Gong Sun Moyu, come here, come here. We will let you eat these few portions of red braised pork. You just woke up and can't eat too much. Tell me about the county's plan. Eat the meat. We will talk as we eat. Eat quickly. Xiaobei called Gong Sun Moyu over and pushed the meat over. Chapter 1190. If it was Gong Sun Moyu in the past, he would not be able to eat the braised pork either. But now, he opened his mouth and ate a big piece. He had not improved his life for a long time. The 1.5 years in Wanshan were not easy. Except for the first 2 months of fighting with the county magistrate, he spent the rest of his time running around the village and outside. He even had to bring his own food to the people's houses. The people did not have enough food. His family was not rich. After he graduated from the academy, he gave most of the money he earned after the imperial examinations to his family. He had younger brothers and sisters at home. So now that he had a chance to eat meat, he stuffed it into his stomach. Anyway, the little ones would not like it. Soon, he finished the meat. Xiao Yuan pushed his own braised pork over. Gong Sun Moyu did not continue to eat. He picked up a piece and chewed slowly. He nodded gratefully to Xiaobei and said, "It will be better in the future. Don't wait. I'll send dozens of boxes of canned food for you to eat. If you can't keep up with the nutrition, you will be tired out first. Who will help the people then? When you become the county magistrate in the future, you will be busy with more things. The goal is not to tire you out. Let me tell you first. No matter rich or poor, you have to educate the people well. Xiao Yuan looked at the cut on Gong Sun Moyu's hand holding the chopsticks and said with distress. It was definitely not only because of the wind and cold, but also because of malnutrition. Officials who were capable and sincere to the people had to be taken care of and loved. Okay. Gong Sun Moyu did not refuse. He also felt tired recently. Especially after he finished the work at the beginning of spring, he could find a place to lie down and sleep. It was not like this before. He ate 2 pieces of meat in a row. He paused his chopsticks and said, "In the past, I wanted to rely on myself. I plan to continue to expand the breeding of ducks. I would buy half-grown ducks and raise them for a few months to lay eggs. Then I would make century eggs. The county is rich in sea resources. It is suitable for raising ducks." What about now? Xiao Bei tried not to look at the braised pork and lowered his head to ask. Gong Sun Moyu did not answer Xiao Bei directly. Instead, he continued to talk about his previous plans. There are still a few good minerals in the county. I was thinking of finding a businessman to take a look. In addition, I will plant various vegetables in the late season. Although the vegetables are produced late at the beginning and I will lose money, when the price rises, it will be more cost-effective. Also, try to plant a few medicinal herbs that are easy to take care of. After the profits are generated next year, we will increase the planting area. After 2 years, I will be relieved. At that time, whether I leave or stay, I will not have any regrets. Xiao Bei had already poured the soup into his bowl and was halfway into his mouth when he stopped. It's okay. Since I want to use the resources now, I don't intend to find merchants to mine them first and then process them outside. I asked the technicians to come over and build a cement factory in the area. The cement produced would be sent to the outside along the Wanjiang River. Selling the finished product would be more profitable than selling the raw materials. As for the environmental pollution, I'll think of a way to find a remote place to build a factory. At most, I'll just throw that piece of land away. For example, when the Great Tang Bank borrows money, doesn't the Imperial Court have a plan to support it? I used my connections to apply for it first. Buy more piglets and build a large pig house area next to the sea. Add the mud in the sea and make a large biogas pool. Use charcoal to burn gypsum and continue to deliver. When it came to business, Gong Sun Moyu's chopsticks stopped moving and his eyes lost focus. His entire body and mind were devoted to the plan. If one looked at him from the side, one would find that he was the most handsome at this moment. The people around him also stopped what they were doing and quietly looked at him and listened to him speak. A few local girls who came to help stared at him without blinking. A serious man was indeed attractive. Xiao Bei and the others were stunned and puzzled. They felt that Gong Sun Moyu's expression was making a fuss over nothing. It was just a plan. Did he have to be so serious? When her brother and sister discussed national affairs together, they were relaxed and could even joke. Okay, maybe everyone is different. Xiao Bei muttered her thoughts and then smiled embarrassedly. She suggested, raising cows is not good. Our county has pasture resources. Moreover, cows are easy to sell and the beef is delicious. Oh no, it's the beef that accidentally dies is delicious. After making the suggestion, Xiao Bei looked around guiltily. The beef that she ate naturally could not be completely dependent on the cow to die by itself. Other people did not care about how the cow died and had tacitly agreed to the benefits and enjoyment of the privileged class. We don't have enough money. I can't use too many resources. We have to leave some for others. There is a lot of pasture. Last year, because of some restrictions, we did not implement it. Today, we plan to produce a large number of Qingchuan and cooperate with the garrison in Pengzhou to exchange their eliminated warhorses. Then, we will transport the warhorses to Chengdu and rent them out as laborers. We will use the money to buy supplies. When Gong Sun Moyu spoke, he glanced at Wang Chong and the registrar. The 2 people who were looked at could not help but tremble and feel weak in the knees. Last year, when Gong Sun Moyu wanted to organize the Qingchuan, they gathered the laborers to build the river one day in advance. The timing of the annual labor of the common people was very appropriate. Thinking of that, they were worried and impressed. They were worried that Gong Sun Moyu would tell Xiao Bei and the others. They were impressed because Gong Sun Moyu did not show the slightest anger or frustration in the face of such a situation. Instead, He used the opportunity when a large number of people were building the irrigation system to release a lot of bamboo rafts. Then they were transported to Shu County in Izhou and burned into bamboo charcoal in a remote place. A few months ago, they were sold in Izhou City in the winter and made a lot of money. They ordered a lot of iron chains and were about to be transported back to the county. They were going to build a mixed iron and bamboo bridge over the Wanjiang River. After all, iron was too expensive and the money was far from enough. What a good move to beat them at their own game. They could not help but be impressed. Yes, County Magistrate Gong's son, speaking of which, I am also. Shut up. Xiao Bei glared at the registrar who just spoke. This time, we don't want to kill people. Don't force me. You keep silent now. I will forgive you if I am happy with what Gong's son Moyu said. You can't hide the fact that you are doing bad things behind the scenes. Don't think that I don't know that some things are referring to you and Wang Chong. As expected, the registrar did not dare to speak again. He thought that he could fool him, but he did not expect that Xiao Bei was also a shrewd person. Turning his head, Xiao Bei smiled and said to Gong's son Moyu, "You know the actual situation. I gave you a blind idea. What other ideas do you have?" On the way here, we met a group of people who asked for 2 water pumps. We agreed, but the problem of electricity is not easy to solve. Originally, we wanted to rely on manpower and animal power to generate electricity. Tell me about this. No, the fields on the mountain are useless. Gong's son Moyu rejected. It is not cost-effective to build a small hydropower station in this county. The fields on the mountain have been planted this year. Tomorrow, I will let them plant medicinal herbs. If it is really not possible, we will use bamboo to attract the mountain spring. Okay. Xiao Bei was not familiar with the local situation, so he followed the good advice. He would send someone to tell the people he met. It was not that he did not want to give, but that Gong's son Moyu did not want it. Go on, what else do you want to do? Xiao Bei asked again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had already arrived at Wing Prefecture, looked very leisurely at the moment. Last night, they drank with the people of various villages and woke up at 7 in the morning. They only had a bowl of porridge and would have a good meal at noon. Now, the 2 of them were standing upstairs and looking at the busy street through the window. When they arrived yesterday, many people had already started moving from outside to the city. When An Yi was the provincial governor, he made many businessmen leave. Now that they heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo were coming, the businessmen began to come back. They believed that even if the 2 of them left, there would be no more problems in Wing Prefecture. One by one, they brought their families and formed a huge team to enter the city. The houses, which were originally covered with spiderwebs, were cleaned up again. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles when they were working. Not only people came back, but also many goods from outside. Looking at the crowd and imagining the prosperous scene in the future, Chong Hu's smile never stopped. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When the war starts, Wing Prefecture can be used as a logistics base. I believe that many people will settle down there." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and said, "We need to build the river. It's still not convenient to transport goods by land." River? Where does the river go? Chong Hu was confused. The river was built, and it was the last to enter the Yangtze River. What did it have to do with the front line? To transport the things in the mountains out. Zhang Xiaobao answered. Not going to war? Chong Hu was still thinking about the war. Yes, but not in a hurry. We'll stay in Wing Prefecture for half a month first, and then go sightseeing all the way there. It'll be fine as long as we can arrive before September. When the autumn harvest comes, we'll transport the surplus food from other places and the local specialties out. We need a lot of people for the big trade. Wang Wan added. Chong Hu was even more confused. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, but still didn't understand. He said, "Didn't we say that we would start the war before the autumn harvest and catch them off guard? If you don't start the war earlier, they'll have all the food." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed mysteriously. After a long time, one would find that they were laughing sinisterly. "Tell me, what's the plan?" Chong Hu urged. "When we come, the war will start. Many cannibals will know that we're in Wing Prefecture, and then we'll go to the front line. What will they think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Chong Hu immediately answered, Of course, they'll be prepared for war. When you come, they'll be very scared and need to guard against you. How will they prepare for war? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Of course, they'll gather their forces at the border and wait for you to take action. They'll try their best to defeat you or not lose too much land. Oh, I understand. Once they do as I say, they won't have anyone to harvest the food. You'll use the cannons to cover them, kill their people, and occupy their land, right? Chang Hu rolled his eyes and felt that he had figured it out. This was a good idea. Before the two armies fought, they could torment their opponents first. Although they would give the other side time to gather their forces, they could still use the cannons. Zhang Xiaobao was still smiling. After a while he said, "If we do as you say, how can my cuckoo be the vice principal of the military academy? Why would His Majesty hold the position of a dean and teach everything to my Yao one?" Ha! I didn't say that. Then you want to wait until next year? Chang Hu couldn't keep up with the train of thought. He couldn't guess how the war would start. We'll fight this year, and we'll beat them hard for a few months. War is unpredictable, and water is unpredictable. We'll fight and not fight. That's why we're here in person. Zhang Xiaobao's words made it seem like he had understood everything, but in fact, it was still a mystery. Chapter 1191. Chang Hu opened his mouth again but stopped himself. He just remembered that the strategy of the great Tang should be kept a secret, and he was not qualified to know. It was like how Xiao Bao did not answer the political questions at the end of the imperial examinations. Who would dare to ask when it involved the foundation of the great Tang? Xiao Bao, you and Cuckoo pack up and go back to the stronghold to drink tonight. Everyone misses you. I remember that you were only this tall back then. Chang Hu gestured in front of his chest. It has been a few years. If they see your backs, they won't be able to recognize you. Xiao Bao, do you still need a younger brother or sister? Chang Hu finally revealed his intentions. He wanted to continue stuffing people into Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hands. He had a few wives and many children at home. Raising them by himself would definitely not be as good as giving them to the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Chang Hu with a different gaze until Chang Hu felt embarrassed. Uncle, we are going to war. My matters are no less than Cuckoo's. The army is just a support. I have to do most of the planning. I can't even bring my own siblings. We can't do anything about the things you mentioned. All right, forget it. Let's not talk about it. I am content with having Xiaofang and Xiaojiang. You are right. Cuckoo is good at using troops. Others might be afraid of her, but you are different. You kill without spilling blood. Now, the Tubo people will cry at the mention of your name. Seeing that the matter was not going to work, Chang Hu did not force it. Zhang Xiaobao was silent. Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed. Chang Hu's words made sense. She led the army to fight against the Tubo people and won temporarily. If Xiao Bao did not let go, the Tubo people would be wiped out. If it was not for the family, would he be the one who came up with the idea of destroying the foundation of the Tubo people? Seeing that the two of them did not speak, Chang Hu smiled and praised. You don't know. Because Brother Yongqing was in Izhou at that time, the people of Izhou came to Tubo to do business. The Tubo people have never dared to do business with them, and the price is fair. Uncle, don't always talk about Tubo. That place is now called Luozhou. It's not a problem to call it a Dao, but it has a small population. Luo province was rich in resources. Due to environmental factors, it had great strategic value. Why do I have to take that place down in one go? It's because I'm afraid that if I stop after a dozen fights, it'll take a lot of effort the next time. While the status of the other religions is still unstable, we should take back our great Tang as soon as possible. This will save us a lot of trouble in the future. The rest is an internal matter. We can take our time. Speaking of that, Zhang Xiaobao was also vexed. That place was big, and the population was small. In other words, when there was a war, the enemy could hide, and they had strategic depth. If he hadn't caught the other party off guard, followed up with the economic and crop strategy, and showed the guns and cannons later, when the other party was familiar with the area, they would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to take over the area. Even now, it was not easy to do so. If they moved all the people here, the local area would be empty. If they sent people from other places, such as Jiangnan, there would be no difference from sending them to their deaths. If 100 people were to live in a place for 2 years, it would be considered good if 10 of them could survive. If they maintained the status quo, they would have to strengthen the propaganda. Otherwise, it would be easy for the local people to have ideas of independence. Now, they were afraid of both fighting and suffering. In addition, the people who went to help during the disaster had changed the minds of many locals. But who could guarantee that there were no ambitious people? How could Chang Hu know so many things? He just needed to take care of his own stronghold. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say that the name was changed, he nodded, indicating that he had remembered it. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked expectantly, "Xiaobao, how long will you and Cuckoo fight? There are many good guys in the stronghold. Can you arrange for them to protect you?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head regretfully. "No, we are not in charge of choosing people. The guards have to be tested. If the people in the stronghold are older, they can go and learn first. Then, we will arrange their positions according to the situation." Seeing Chang Hu nod to show that he understood, he said, "There is no fixed number for how long the battle will last. At least 2 years. Yes, it's not good to fight with too much food. The place is big and there are many people." Chang Hu frowned, looking worried. "Uncle, it has nothing to do with too much food," Wang Wan interrupted. Chang Hu was stunned. "You fight with too much food? How long you fight has nothing to do with too much food. Then what's the deal with duosher?" "They are just partners. They are just gathering grass to hunt rabbits. If the domestic problem is solved in 1.5 years, we will fight for 1.5 years. If it is solved in 2 years, we will fight for 2 years. If 2 years are not enough, we will continue to fight with duosher." Wang Wan replied with a smile. Chang Hu did not know what domestic problems needed to be solved by fighting others, but he deeply felt the arrogance and unreasonableness of the two people in front of him. It was obvious that the two of them did not take duosher seriously. Duosher was really wrong to be beaten up this time. After thinking about it again, Chang Hu gave up. He was afraid that thinking too much would give him a headache. The situation was too strange. They had a problem in their own country, but they did not solve it. Instead, they went to fight others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, of course, would not explain in detail to Chang Hu. If they really did, they would not be able to finish explaining in a day. They made an appointment with Chang Hu to go to the stockade to drink in the evening. The two of them strolled to the not very big river outside the city, intending to collect water to do an experiment on raising ornamental fish. Before they reached the river, a servant hurried over and reported, "Bai Go and Yao Chong are here." Zhang Xiaobao and Yao Chong looked at each other in shock. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao sighed heavily. Why are they not working on their economic intelligence system? Why are they here? I guess there is something. It is not clear in the telegram for fear of leaking the secret. Someone, go get some sets of fishing equipment. Fortunately, we are going to stroll by the river. Otherwise, we would have to make a special trip. Wang Wan also sighed. The two of them could still run to Yizhou. They must be in good health. According to the records in the book, the two of them had died many years ago. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, did you miss Grandpa? The two of them did not wait for too long. When they were on the road into the mountains, Bai Go's unique voice sounded. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at Bai Go and Yao Chong and were even more stunned. They were actually riding bicycles. It was obvious that the tires were rubber. Could it be that the two of them rode here from the capital? How tiring. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. If they don't ride all the time, others will be even more tired. The weight of the bicycle is not light, Wang Wan added. Then, she quickly walked up to them. With a creak, Bai Go pinched the front of the bicycle and touched the ground with his left foot. The bicycle drew an arc on the ground and stopped. He played with the wheel for a while. Grandpa Bai, you did a great job. If you do it a few more times on the cement ground, you can change the tire. Zhang Xiaobao walked up to him and helped him hold the handlebars. Bai Go nimbly lifted his leg and got off the bicycle. He shook his head. Cement won't do. I've tried it before. I have to ride fast to shake it off. The friction is too high. Mud is better. There are grains of sand. I can change the sliding into rolling. Zhang Xiaobao. Yao Chong looked much calmer. mainly because he looked very calm. After getting off the bicycle, he nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, indicating that he was here. Have you eaten? Bai Go swung his arms and asked casually. Yes. Have you two eaten? Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for a reply. If they said that they had not eaten, he would ask someone to cook immediately. Yao Chong said directly. Yes. Bai Go said in detail. I had a big bowl of clear soup in the morning. It was made of seaweed. There was a 2-inch long prawn in it. It was very fresh. Actually, I was planning to save some space for lunch. Xiaobao, guess what I want to eat? Wang Wan immediately said, Grandpa Bai, do you want to eat fish? Did you catch it yourself? Cuckoo is such a sweet girl. I didn't take care of her for nothing when we were young. I was planning to eat that too. Is there a good fishing spot nearby? Bai Go clapped his hands and praised Wang Wan happily. There is a place. Follow us. We will reach it in about 15 minutes. Wang Wan pointed in the direction of the river. In fact, she knew where the river was. It was not like she had never been here before. Zhang Xiaobao went to support Yao Chong. Wang Wan supported Bai Go. They chatted while walking to the river. In Wang Wan's heart, she was very grateful to Bai Go. Without Bai Go's help in the past, it would have taken her a few years to reach her current level. Bai Go kept squeezing their family's technology. To be precise, he squeezed her and Xiao Bao's technology to tell others that they were still useful and needed to be protected. At the same time, he also used the technology to convince Li Longji and the other officials. In the beginning, why did he always wander around the two families' territory and follow them when they went out? Wasn't it because his guards were more powerful than the guards at home? Although they didn't need them now, they couldn't forget this kindness. The only thing that annoyed him was that he had been too harsh on him at that time. He wanted to take away the technology that he had just figured out. Who asked him to not know that all the technology was developed by him and Xiaobao? He even thought that there was an expert behind the scenes who had contributed. Sigh. Thinking about that, it felt like yesterday. She didn't know what happened this time. Why did he come here personally? Wang Wan felt sentimental. As they chatted, they reached the river. There was a stone slab that was specially used for washing clothes. No one was washing clothes today, so they sat on the stone slab and fished. Bai Go didn't bring a fishing rod, but he knew that Zhang Xiaobao had one. Sure enough, a large pile of things was brought over. Bai Go and Yao Chong started to pick and choose. They looked at each of them, as if they wanted to get a good result. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was impossible to focus on fishing, so he casually picked up a fishing rod. He didn't even choose the bait. There was a ball of dough nearby, so he used it. He didn't throw the fishing rod and just directly threw the hook into the water in front of him. Bai Go picked for more than 10 minutes before nodding in satisfaction. He then took out an earthworm and put it on the hook. With a swish, he threw the hook into the water. He held the fishing rod with both hands and narrowed his eyes. But sometimes, luck was more important than strength and equipment. Zhang Xiaobao was so casual, but in less than 2 minutes, the fishing rod sank. Zhang Xiaobao lifted the fishing rod and a grass carp weighing about 2 kilograms appeared. Wang Wan helped to pick the fish. She also helped to change the dough of another color and threw it in. In less than a minute, a black fish weighing about 1 kilogram appeared. That's not right. Bai Go stared at Zhang Xiaobao's fishing rod. The first one is a grass carp. You can catch it with the dough. The second one is a black fish. Why did you use the dough? How did it bite the hook? Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to fishing. Hearing Bai Go's question, he was also puzzled. Wang Wan explained, I put something in the dough. When I put it on the hook, I molded it into the shape of a small fish. Bai Go nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Cuckoo is right. Big fish eat small fish. Xiaobao, do you think it's because the big fish is too pitiful or because the small fish is too weak? If there are too many big fish, can the small fish survive? Chapter 1192. Zhang Xiaobao was ready. It would be strange if Bai Go didn't discuss business when he was fishing. Hearing Bai Go's words, he said, Grandpa Bai is right. If there are big fish, there will be no small fish. Grandpa Bai, do you think the fishers will be happy if they encounter this situation? The fishers will be happy too. Good, that's good, but Xiaobao, can you guarantee that a pond with 1,000 fish of different sizes will end up with 1,000 big fish in the end? If there are only 100 big fish left, the other 900 fish will be gone. Bai Go shook the rod twice and raised the hook. He found that the earthworms were gone and the fish were gone. He had to continue hanging the bait. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for his reply. Yao Chong didn't seem to hear the conversation. He was looking at his float. When the breeze blew, his hair and beard fluttered. He was very relaxed. The others who came with Yao Chong and Bai Go stayed far away. They knew that the master had important national affairs to discuss. Mo Baojia looked down on fishing. It depended on who he was fishing with. If he was fishing with Zhang Xiaobao, he would have a big harvest every time. It was much more important than the fish. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be thinking. In fact, he was thinking about what to cook for lunch. If there were enough fish, he could cook a fish feast. If the result was bad, he had to eat other dishes. He didn't know if his brothers and sisters could eat and sleep well. Until Bai Go changed the bait twice, Zhang Xiaobao said under his expectant eyes, "How about separating the big fish from the small fish? For example, black fish. Don't let other fish around it. Black fish also eat black fish." Bai Go reminded. Yes, it eats its own kind. Then keep each black fish separately. Zhang Xiaobao came up with another idea. Can it still grow up? Won't it starve to death? Xiaobao, tell me something useful. Bai Go began to interrogate. He realized that Zhang Xiaobao was just fooling around. He was clearly being careless. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to answer, the fishing rod bent and almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly grabbed the fishing rod and shouted at Wang Wan, "Get the net. This fish shouldn't appear in this river. It's so strange." Wang Wan reacted very quickly. With a swish, she put the net into the water, and then the river churned. When the net was lifted up, there was a fat fish that was still struggling inside. After weighing it twice, Wang Wan said, "It's at least 12 pounds. It's not that big. Finally, we have fish head soup to drink. I was thinking of finding a few crucian carps. Save me the trouble." Zhang Xiaobao helped to transfer the fish into another net. He rubbed his hands happily as he placed the fish into the river. Yao Chong, who had been silent all this time, moved his throat. Bai Go also swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, "The fish soup made by Xiaobao is delicious." At noon, a dish was finished. Zhang Xiaobao put the bait again and returned to the topic of fishing. He said to Yao Chong and Bai Go, "It's okay for the big fish to eat the small fish, as long as the small fish are not dead and live in the big fish's stomach. Maybe the small fish will eat more water plants than they usually eat. When the big fish and the small fish grow together, the fish farmer will be very happy." After listening to Zhang Xiaobao, Bai Go lowered his head and thought for a while. He asked, "Do all the small fish have to be eaten by the big fish? If some small fish are not eaten by the big fish and can't compete with the small fish that are eaten by the big fish, will they starve to death?" "Yes, even the big fish are also dangerous. If they accidentally fall into the shallows, or eat the wrong thing, or even get bitten by other big fish, who can escape the reincarnation of life and death? The flower that never withers is a fake flower." Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to think this time, because he found that Yao Chong had also caught a black fish. It seemed to be about 3 pounds. At noon, another dish was served. According to the current time, it was absolutely not a problem to catch 8 or 10 more fish. It was enough for an all-fish banquet. Naturally, there was no need to think about lunch. If Bai Go knew that Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about lunch, he would probably push Zhang Xiaobao into the river. Which was more important? Talk about fish, don't talk about flowers. Bai Go reminded him and let Zhang Xiaobao continue to talk about fish. If they talked about flowers, they would be at a disadvantage. Bai Go turned to Wang Wan and said, "Cuckoo, put 2 prawn baskets in the grass so that Xiaobao can fry them and dip them in salt and pepper. I have never figured out why Xiaobao's salt and pepper is different from others. It seems to be the same thing." Wang Wan nodded and gestured to the people next to her. She replied, "Because this is an exclusive recipe, a secret ancestral recipe. We are counting on it to make money. Cuckoo, your 3-year-old little nephew likes to eat soft fried tenderloin and hand-grilled mutton. 3 years old. I remember when he taught you and Xiao Bao in the pavilion in Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. You two were about the same age. Bai Go started to talk about food and stopped asking Zhang Xiaobao about fish for the time being. He began to recall. Wang Wan did not correct Bai Go's statement that there were two kinds of dishes in one mouth. She also seemed to recall the past and said with a sweet smile, "That was so good. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. My nephew's stomach will not be short. Later, I will ask someone to send 50 kilograms of salt and pepper to him and seal it in a small bottle. After he finishes eating, you can send a telegram and I will ask someone to send more." Bai Go nodded helplessly and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, if too many fish die, what should we do with the river? We can't lack fish in the river." Zhang Xiaobao would not tell Bai Go that the different taste of salt and pepper was because they had been roasted in the bamboo tube. Otherwise, the whole Tang Empire would know it in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao said, "That's easy. Since you are afraid that there will not be enough fish, you can put more fry first and try not to let them fight for food. If you are afraid that there is not enough food for fish, you can put in crab seedlings and shrimp seedlings. It is not a good thing to have too many fish in a river. Even the river snail has its reason to exist." Bai Go did not say anything. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for him to continue. Zhang Xiaobao calmly pulled up another fish and continued. "The importance of the river lies in the fact that it provides nutrients for everything in the body. Most of the time there is not much to do, unless there is something that has grown too much and has a problem. Only then will there be a need to do something personally. All the species in the river are a kind of cycle. As long as you maintain it well, the river will not become stagnant and you can use all kinds of things at any time. But I think that the river is very dangerous now. If we don't do something about it, it will easily destroy the bank." Bai Go squeezed together the wrinkles on his face and looked very worried. Yao Chong also stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, hoping that he could come up with a good idea. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that the economic intelligence personnel sent by the old men had recently collected information that there was a problem in the Tang Empire. The main problem should be in three aspects. First, the excessive concentration of material resources. Even though the land had been solved by other policies, other resources were still uncontrollable. Second, the scale of labor. The operation of capital had started to develop in other aspects. Work efficiency had increased and costs had decreased, but it had started to affect the small handicraft industry. When the same thing was produced, the cost of the factory was 2 copper coins. The individual handicraft worker was 4 copper coins. If they sold it for 3 copper coins, the individual would starve to death. Even if they sold it for 4 copper coins, they would just be doing charity for nothing. The third and most important point was the imbalance of income. It was reflected in the difference between employers and employees, between business and other industries, between technical and non-technical jobs, and between resource-rich and resource-poor areas. The first thing that was reflected in the above 3 points was marriage. Animals knew to choose a strong partner when mating, let alone humans. Then there was the relationship between neighbors. The result of not being controlled was that although everyone's lives were much better than before, they still felt that their lives were not as good as before. If the polarization was too severe, it could topple the regime. In truth, there were 2 other points: resource hoarding and price monopoly. However, the merchants did not dare to do so, afraid that if they did, Xiao Bao would get angry and make a move on them. That would truly be a matter of life and death. Even if Xiao Bao did not use administrative means, no merchant had the confidence to say that they were not afraid and clamored to compete with him. Let alone these merchants, even those who knew a lot of things did not dare to play economic games with Xiao Bao. It had to be known that the rules and laws of the various industries had been perfected, and Xiao Bao could still find ways to cheat people. Some people could not be judged by common sense. Those who could become chairmen and presidents were very capable, but those who could become qualified international swindlers were also not free. If there is a war to fight, it will be very easy for Xiao Bao to deal with it, Wang Wan said as she thought about it. War? Oh, so the 2 of you have been waiting for this opportunity. However, the war can only be solved for a while but not for a lifetime. Bai Go suddenly understood. No wonder the 2 of them did not go directly to the front line to launch a huge attack, but instead came to Yizhou for a stroll. It turned out that they were waiting for the domestic conflicts to intensify before sending troops. Those who could not find a good job were laborers. The production had to be speeded up, and the consumption of resources would increase. The focus of the people had turned to other aspects. One word. Wait. The question is, how long do we have to wait? Baigo did not think that there would be a big problem immediately if they continued in the current situation. It was okay to hold on for 3 to 5 years, or even 8 to 10 years. Wait for the new policy of the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao did not talk about fish. Which policy? Yao Chong could not help but ask. A series of policies and a basket of plans. The administrative plan will be sent to each county by telegram. The next day after the announcement is made, the roar of the cannon will be heard. Then, the country will be peaceful for a few years. After a few years, when another problem arises, we will solve it. I don't have the ability to solve it once and for all. Zhang Xiaobao freed a hand and pointed in the direction of Duosher, meaning to hit it. Baigo could not help but tremble. He looked at Yao Chong, who also showed fear in his eyes. He did not know how ruthless the policy was that they needed to start a war immediately to divert the conflicts. After the war, or in the middle of the war, the Tang Empire is not in a hurry. Isn't there still a problem? Baigo felt that war could not solve the fundamental problem of the rich becoming richer and the poor becoming poorer and poorer. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, there is no problem. In the middle of the war, we will need manpower, and the kind with high income and low requirements. It is nothing more than the merger of resources, a small matter. As long as it is not necessary for the people's livelihood and land resources, it will not be chaotic. I want to make the rich richer, and then they can raise the wages of the hired workers. Xiaobao, I admit that you are good, but I don't believe that they will listen to you if you ask them to raise the wages of others, Baigo said bluntly. Yao Chong also nodded. It is not that they will raise the wages because I ask them to. It is that even if I don't ask them to raise the wages, they will still raise the wages, and it is the kind that is very urgent and cannot be stopped. Zhang Xiaobao replied with certainty. Chapter 1193. Baigo and Yao Chong look at each other. If the words came out of someone else's mouth, they would have slapped him. How could a rich businessman be so cheap? He has too much money and nowhere to spend it? However, hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, they have to believe him. They squint their eyes and think about how to make a businessman take the initiative to increase their wages. This is a problem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continue to fish and shrimps. After catching a few more fish and feeling that they have enough for lunch, Zhang Xiaobao takes off his clothes and jumps into the river. He dives in and starts to fish for river snails. Maybe the people nearby don't eat river snails, so there are a lot of them in the river. After a while, a large basin of river snails is thrown on the shore. Someone comes to pick up the basin and sprinkles a layer of fine salt to let the river snails spit out the mud. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao comes ashore, he is covered with a cloth. When the cloth is removed, Zhang Xiaobao has changed into a pair of shorts. Good. We have a good meal for lunch. With ginger and garlic juice, chopped green onions and coriander foam, we can drink 2 cups of yellow wine. It's better than the gods. Baigo feels that he has come up with a way to increase people's wages. When he comes back to his senses, he sees a lot of river snails and says a dish. There is a dish for lunch, fried spicy river snails. Zhang Xiaobao says the name of a dish. Eat it raw. Yao Chong, who also comes back to his senses, supports Baigo. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, listen to Xiaobao. If you eat it raw, you may get infected with parasites. If you really want to eat it raw, let people get more from the river. After a few days, you can eat it after screening. Wang Wan quickly persuades them. She is afraid that the 2 old men will die from eating it. Even if there are no parasites, there are some bacteria in the river snails. If they accidentally eat it, they will be tortured half to death. Yao Chong and Baigo sigh at the same time. Obviously, they just want to eat something raw. It seems that they didn't have a good time on the road. The 2 of them had been living in Xueqi County for a long time, so their stomachs had long adapted to the local environment. Changing places made them uncomfortable, so they wanted to eat raw food to nourish their appetites and fight poison with poison. There should be some in the restaurants in the city. Let's go back and cook a meal for the 2 elders. Zhang Xiaobao thought that his own restaurant would have some in stock to satisfy the 2 old men. Baigo was overjoyed. He nodded excitedly. Good, good, we can still see the little ones. It's lively. The little ones aren't with you? I went to Mount Wanshan in Maozhou first. If you're not busy, you can come back in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao had already put on his clothes when he spoke. He sat down again and continued fishing. There's no hurry. We're a bunch of old farts. We just want to give you and Cuckoo a hand. My old arms and legs can't bear the burden of marching and fighting, but I can still help pick vegetables and cook, as long as you don't think we're a burden. Bai Go explained the purpose of his visit. From his words, it seemed that there were still people on the way. Oh, who dares to say that you can't help? If His Majesty finds out that you're only in charge of washing vegetables and cooking, he'll punish me. With you guys here, I'm relieved. I originally wanted to let the people of the inner yard take care of that, but I was worried that they couldn't shoulder the heavy burden at such a young age. With you guys here, the big problem is solved. Zhang Xiaobao quickly flattered. With a group of old men, the inner yard could spare some people to do other things. How could the people who came with Bai Go and Yao Chong be ordinary? Any one of them could easily deal with the problems of a province or a prefecture. Ha 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 ha. Bai Go laughed happily. He was not modest at all and looked full of confidence. Yao Chong was also happy. He squeezed his wrinkles and said, "We just came back because of you and Cuckoo. If it were others, they wouldn't have such a big face." That's right, that's right. Others can't compare to me and Cuckoo. On the way, should I send someone to welcome them? Zhang Xiaobao was worried about the old men walking behind them. Bai Go waved his hand and said, "No need. It's not that they can't keep up. They were traveling and saw this broken bridge and insisted on painting. Why can't they understand that painting is more important or coming early to eat good food? Then you brought people here and didn't help to repair the broken bridge?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was immoral to treat a broken bridge as a scenery when they saw it. Repair what? There's a new bridge next to it, but they say that the broken bridge is good. If the broken bridge is good, why would the locals build a new bridge? They see the broken bridge as a beautiful scenery, but the people from the new bridge see them as fools, Yao Chong said disdainfully. Don't mention them. Don't mention them. Let them wander behind. Their worldview is too small. The scenery they see on the road is just a corner. With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they taste the delicacies of the world and see the world scenery. They say that the broken bridge and flowing water reflect the mortal world, but I write about the smoke of war and the flames of war. Bai Go made a dough with his hands and sighed. Yao Chong saw that there was enough fish and was not in the mood to fish anymore. He casually threw the hook into the river and put his other hand on his knee. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Should we ask His Majesty to write a decree into the law and order employers everywhere to raise their wages?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, the prosperity of different places is different. How do we set wages?" According to the situation of each place, the people will definitely migrate in large numbers. It's complicated and can't be solved in a few years. I can't wait. I know. Bai Go said, Xiao Bao issued an order to all the merchants in the Tang Empire to raise their wages. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with. Grandpa Bai, do you think I'm so useless that I need to use threats to achieve my goals? Zhang Xiaobao mumbled. Threats are also a kind of ability. I want to threaten them, but they're not afraid. Did you forget what happened in the capital during the new year? The prices of all kinds of things skyrocketed. Once the rumors spread, the prices fell. Bai Go smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth. I really didn't say that anyone can't raise their wages during the new year. And the rumors didn't come from the people. I was tricked by His Majesty and can't clarify it. If I really told others that I don't object to the price increase, the price would go out of control that day. It's like forcing a cow to drink water. If you sell me, I'll have to help you count the money. I'll gladly do it. Wang Wan smiled and leaned on Zhang Xiaobao. She had a blissful expression because she knew that Zhang Xiaobao was not threatened at all. Even if he was tricked, he would still endure it. It was all for the sake of the greater good. Ha ha ha, that's why I said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are good kids. Speaking of which, the world is very interesting. More than a decade ago, the people didn't have a good life, but they could still live a stable life. Now that their lives are better, the people's hearts are wavering. When the national treasury was poor, they worried. When they had money, they still worried. Probably only His Majesty is in the best mood. Before we came, the palace was being renovated. The old single-story palaces were all being torn down and replaced with the lowest four-story palaces. The officials wanted to persuade them but didn't know how to open their mouths. His Majesty is using the internal treasury. Not only is he building the inner palace, but he's also building the offices of the various departments. If this was 15 years ago, would His Majesty dare to do this? Xiao Bao, if His Majesty is good, His Majesty must be good too. Bai Gou's tone changed as he spoke. His meaning was very clear. It was Xiao Bao who helped His Majesty earn the internal treasury, which was no less than the national treasury's income. Otherwise, how could His Majesty be so rich? Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice. He was not embarrassed at being criticized at all. Instead, he was very proud. He raised his chin to Wang Wan, who was leaning on his shoulder, and said, "Madam, you talk to the two grandpas. I'm leaning on you to rest for a while, but you don't let me feel comfortable." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao discontentedly. She sat up straight and smiled at the two old men. She said, "The palace is only so big. Building tall buildings is a reasonable use of land. If all the villages in the Tang Empire have more than 4-story buildings, there will be a lot more land. Am I right?" The two old men didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. Wang Wan said again, "When His Majesty builds the palace, he pays for the materials and wages. He never takes credit. The suppliers of the materials benefit, the workers benefit, and the officials benefit. When His Majesty is happy, he also benefits. In other words, when a part of the money is spent, everyone will be happy." How can he be happy when the money is spent? Bai Gou felt that Wang Wan's words were twisted logic. You mean that he will be happy if he doesn't spend the money? Later, I'll ask someone to put 100,000 strings of cash on the table. Grandpa Bai, look at the money, stare at it, and you will smile. As Wang Wan spoke, she smiled. She thought of a joke from many years ago. There was a crosstalk comedian who said this. Bai Gou frowned and said, "I'm not stupid. Why would I smile when I look at your money? You can ask your family to take out the money and put it in front of you. You will smile when you look at it." Wang Wan said. "Ha!" Yao Chong laughed and patted Bai Gou's shoulder. "You've been tricked by Cuckoo. Now, what we're talking about is not whether to smile when looking at the money, but whether His Majesty should be thrifty. His Majesty's money is earned by Xiao Bao. Without Xiao Bao, His Majesty will not be extravagant. If His Majesty is not extravagant, the officials will not imitate him. If the officials do not imitate him, the people will live in peace. Ah! According to Grandpa Yao, I deserve to die. But if His Majesty doesn't build houses, the officials don't build houses, and the people don't build houses either. No one has a house to live in. If His Majesty doesn't eat meat, everyone will be vegetarians. If His Majesty doesn't make new clothes, everyone in the Tang Empire will have to wear ragged clothes. In other words, my act of helping His Majesty earn money has allowed the people of the Tang Empire to live a good life." Zhang Xiaobao described himself as a good person according to Yao Chong's words. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Bai Shu and Yao Chong laughed again and nodded. "Xiaobao, you are right. It is because of you and Cuckoo that the people of the Tang Empire live a good life. Otherwise, why would the people treat you so well? Tell me about the solution to increase wages and solve the unbalanced distribution of resources." After joking, Bai Shu, who was in a better mood, asked another question that he did not understand. Zhang Xiaobao continued to shake his head. "I can't say. I have to wait for the imperial court to issue a decree. If I say it in advance, it will be easy for someone to take advantage of me. I can talk about the local arrangements first. Please listen and give me some advice." Li Longji, who was mentioned by Zhang Xiaobao and the others, was in the Hunyuan Palace, accompanied by Wu Huifei and Empress Wang. Li Longji was reading the memorials on the table in front of him while making comments. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were reading a book. One was reading The Structure of Guns, while the other was reading The Function of a Bank. It was not that the three of them had come to a deserted place like the Hunyuan Palace to experience life, but that they had nowhere else to go. There was a huge construction project in the palace, and everyone was working at the same time. Not to mention the three of them, Even the palace maids and eunuchs had no place to stay. Those who were on duty took a folding stool and found a place to rest. The officials sat on rattan chairs and wrote on the table in front of them. Occasionally, one of them would stand up, walk a few steps, and run to another rattan chair to report. Your Majesty, what is the solution that Xiaobao discussed with you? Tell me about it so that I can help you think about it. Wu Huifei covered her mouth and yawned. She asked Li Longji, who had just put down his brush. Sigh. You all came to ask me, but Xiaobao didn't tell me at all. He was afraid that others would pester him, so he pushed me to the front. Why don't you believe me when I say that I don't know? Li Longji said helplessly. Wu Huifei didn't believe him. She asked coquettishly, Your Majesty, if you say that you don't know, then why did news spread from Xingqing Palace that you saw Xiaobao's plan and said that it was a good plan? I was tricked by him. The words he wrote on the paper he handed me were like flowers, and there were only 4 words. This plan is a good plan. I was confused by it, so I read it out loud while guessing. Do you understand now? Wu Huifei had asked Li Longji 6 times already, so he had to explain. Wu Huifei nodded in shock. I understand now. Zhang Xiaobao is taking revenge. Your Majesty, you have been wronged. Sigh, righteousness, it's all for the sake of righteousness. Li Longji had a pained expression on his face. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.